reasons, but on the street where Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband live, they were shot, followed by an officer involved shooting there in Brooklyn Park. One person in custody, but there's still...
I think I don't know that is so a lot of conflicting information this morning on whether or not there is a suspect in custody. Sources telling us some things. We are waiting for law enforcement here. We were given the 15-minute warning at 9:17, so we do anticipate that that's going to happen. Governor Walz, Drew Evans, and with FBI, and Bob Jacobson all speaking. Those are the three who are going to be speaking. So this is the statewide effort to make sure that law enforcement has everything that they need. It's a State Emergency Operations Center news conference that's going to be happening here. We'll take that. I'm just sorry. We're just looking at a couple of different things that come in here. So we want to just be really clear that there are just a couple of things that we know for sure that have been confirmed, and then there's a whole lot that's coming in via different sources. So you're seeing stuff on social media. We're seeing the same stuff. You're going to hear different things, but we're really just trying to, especially given just the gravity of the situation and the severity, just really try to stick to what we know. And public safety is obviously paramount right now, because there is still that shelter in place around Edinburgh Golf course in Brooklyn Park. So I don't know if we want to pop that up really quickly as people are coming in and out of the coverage here, but I don't think we can say this enough that this is still active shelter in place in Brooklyn Park. Edinburgh Golf Course, that 3-mile area around there, law enforcement have told folks that they believe 2 suspects out there, at least one suspect, maybe 2, that are posed as law enforcement to carry out these shootings. So do not answer your door if someone comes to coordinate. Call the police and try to figure out if that is legitimately a police officer. But they're really getting very specific about what they want folks in that area to know. Did you want to read?
Yeah, I have it pulled up, and just to be clear, from the Brooklyn Park Police Department statement from them, they do phrase it as police are looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings who is armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, and dressed like law enforcement. Do not approach, do not answer the door unless 2 officers approach together. Call 911 to verify the officer identity first. So they are phrasing it, and that is all official, confirmed directly from the Brooklyn Park Police Department. They are phrasing it as one suspect with that white male, brown hair. Who knows if they are still dressed as law enforcement, but that is in the description. But really, don't open your door unless you have to. Yeah. Is kind of the message there if you live in that 3-mile area around the Edinburgh Golf Course.
And just to kind of fill in a couple of notes from what you were just saying, Lee, as you were setting the timeline here. So 2 a.m. was when the first shooting, we're told via source, was reported at the home of Senator John Hoffman. His wife is Yvette, and they have one child, although we don't know if that child was there, or we don't know anything about that. We just know via a source says that Senator John Hoffman and his spouse were shot. Again, we don't have any updates officially on their conditions. And then from there, these suspects who apparently were in law enforcement gear, potentially even body armor is what I'm seeing as well, then went to a second scene in Brooklyn Park, which was the home of Representative Melissa Hortman and her spouse, Mark. They have 2 children. Again, we don't know anything about the children. Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, we are told via these sources, were shot, and we don't have any official updates on their conditions at this time. She's the Speaker Emeritus in the House, has a very high-profile role. Not only that, she's just been in Minnesota politics. They both have for quite some time, but particularly Representative Hortman. She's been Speaker of the House. She's somebody who you've probably seen, even if you don't follow politics, who's been in the front of a lot of interviews and votes and decision-making, and someone who is regarded. We just heard from the governor after the special session wrapped up, and there was this you know, sort of, he talked about how they came to a consensus on the budget deal, and he talked a lot about Representative Hortman and her role in this. And you know, we'll be talking a lot more about this post press conference. We want to try to understand what exactly happened here, but just kind of helping you understand who's involved here. Very high profile state lawmakers here. Let's see. Let me just kind of go through in real time here. The notes. Again, we're waiting for this news conference. It should be starting any moment now, about 4 minutes or so. We're out. Governor Walz, Drew Evans, and with the FBI. And again, just more reaction here. So let's see. What we're also seeing is state lawmakers have been told early on. This was several hours ago. They were told, given what's happened, clearly, but also because there's this component of presumably two people dressed as law enforcement. They needed to get in touch with the sergeant at arms, and all of the lawmakers for the state of Minnesota needed to come up with a plan with the sergeant at arms and their local law enforcement to ensure their safety. And there was a little bit more information with that as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, and this is obviously...
Yeah, this is a new statement from Representative Angie Craig. I am devastated to hear of the targeted shootings of State Senator John Hoffman and House Speaker Melissa Hortman. They are great public servants and friends, and today's news is shocking. I'm closely monitoring the situation this morning, and Cheryl and I are keeping their families, colleagues, and loved ones in our prayers. I'm grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their ongoing work. So yes, terrifying for a lot of people, spouses, loved ones, families of law enforcement and of lawmakers included, because this not only, according to our sources, involves two representatives, but their spouses as well.
Yeah. It is coming up on 9:30 here, and we are covering what has just been a devastating morning. And again, we don't know much here. We don't know the conditions of any of those folks involved, but what we do know is that there is a dire situation that has developed overnight, and we're going to be hearing from the governor and other officials here momentarily to try to get some sense of what's happening. We keep repeating it, and we're just going to keep doing it because it is so important that folks know, if you're living in that area of the Edinburgh Golf Course in Brooklyn Park, that you are in a shelter in place at this moment, 3-mile radius. If you know someone who lives there, please reach out to them and make sure that they know, because it is, you know, by Saturday morning standards, it's fairly early for folks. Not everybody's jumping on social media and has the news on or has those alerts on their phones. So please just make sure that your loved ones, friends and family, anybody you know there, is aware of what's going on and is checking that alert, because there's some very specific information for them regarding what they should and should not do at this time.
Yeah, they're looking not only for someone believed to be armed and dangerous, but also dressed as law enforcement. So be very, very cautious opening your doors or anything of that nature if you're in that 3-mile radius.
We were just talking about how lawmakers are kind of putting together their safety plans, and we are starting to see now some Minnesota lawmakers who are sort of posting on social media, letting people know that they and their family are safe, which is helpful to know as these folks. So someone just put this into our Slack channel here that Senator Susan Foy wanted to let everybody know that my family and I are safe in place. Thank you to friends and family that have been reaching out. Deeply saddened and horrified by the targeted violence against my legislative colleagues. My heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with Representative Melissa Hortman, Senator John Hoffman, and their families during this devastating time.
Yeah, they were told to, all members of the Minnesota legislature have been contacted. This was now at least a couple of hours ago, contacted, told to get in touch with the sergeant at arms to come up with a safety plan, to reach out to their local law enforcement. But then we were told via our sources not long after that lawmakers are just going to, or law enforcement is just going to the lawmakers' homes now and probably are already there. So I'm sure that is comforting to a lot of lawmakers and their loved ones and their families and their spouses all across the state.
And they may have some information here in the next minute or so as we take this live press conference with the governor. They may have some information as well about any events that were planned this afternoon. Actually, in about 90 minutes or so, the No Kings protest, as many people know, has been scheduled to happen at 11 o'clock in St. Paul. And Governor Walz was on the list to be one of the speakers, as is Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and many other political dignitaries in Minnesota. So they may or may not give us an update on that. But you know, given the sort of active situation right now, you know, we'll just have to see what they're able to give us. Again, we're going to take this. They looks like they're kind of just giving the media a briefing here. I think it's fine just to probably take this. They're going to be going any second, guys, if we just want to kind of listen in. Just know this is a live, raw shot here.
Nancy, S is in Sam. He will then turn things over to the Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Jacobson. And then others will be present. They're not expected to speak proactively at this time. That can always change. Things are pretty fluid. Yep, DPS Commissioner. Thank you very much. Yep, that's correct.
Did you say 2 minutes?
What's that?
10 or 15 minutes.
I'm saying everything's going to have to be fluid. We're expecting 10 to 15 minutes. If anybody who's here and can tell you that he's worked in the past, I don't like to make promises I can't keep and things that are out of my control. I expect 10 to 15 minutes, but we'll get there as we can. Thank you.
Okay, that was the communications team basically just giving us an update and when we can expect to see people and hear people come to the microphone there in Blaine for the update. But they did clarify that in just a few minutes, Governor Tim Walz will be speaking. Also, Drew Evans, who was named superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and also Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson will be speaking. So that's who we can expect. They said it will be a few more minutes until we can hear from them. Again, they're trying to get lots of things lined up. They know we have a lot of questions, and they want to, I imagine, in these situations, want to answer as many of those for the public as they can, but also dealing with the investigation of what's happening in both Champlain and Brooklyn Park with that shelter in place and that search. So we're just as anxious for those folks to come to the microphone as you are to get some confirmed information and some updates, and hoping for some good news about our couple of lawmakers and their spouses who were shot in their homes early this morning.
We just continuing to watch some of the reaction coming in. This is from Senator Chuck Grassley, who just put on X, horrible news in our neighbor to the north, Minnesota, with the targeting of public servants. Violence is never the answer. I hope suspect is caught and swiftly brought to justice. And we are seeing that sentiment from everyone involved here today. You know, we have so much going on today. Just in the political world, as far as the public goes, we have the scheduled at 11 o'clock, the No Kings protest here in St. Paul. Thousands of other similar protests are planned all over the country to run sort of counter to to President Trump's military parade that's happening in conjunction with his 79th birthday. And so we have these events that are happening today, and politics very much at top of mind for folks right now. But the news this morning, as we're sort of waking up and understanding what has happened, just from what we know from our sources here and what we know from what law enforcement is actively doing, it's just a horrific morning, a horrific chapter here.
And while we're not trying to connect those events to this or anything, it is just a fact that there are going to be so many lawmakers, both here in Minnesota and across the country, scheduled to make appearances at various events that I don't want to editorialize, but I would be shocked if this doesn't have ripple effect of safety plans far and wide today as far as how those events will take place, what will happen with the parade safety measures. I mean, all those things have to be discussed when we have a situation like this in Minnesota with two lawmakers and their spouses shot in their homes early this morning.
Yeah.
Looks like
that's
Corn Hoggard. It doesn't look quite like that he's ready, but he's standing by.
He's just to set the scene here. So Corn's our political.
Maybe he is ready.
Oh,
good morning, Corn. Oh, maybe not. Just kidding.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll take him when he's ready. But Corn is our political reporter, and I've been doing a lot of live coverage with him over the course of the last several weeks and months now, as the regular session has sort of wound down and gone into the special session. So let's just check in. I believe he's ready now, Corn. You're there at the press conference. Let's just kind of go to you and see. At this point, Corn, I know we're all just trying to piece together.
Oh, he's not ready. They just took his mic. They're still doing some sound checks. Sorry, we're coming to them so quickly, keeping this fluid. We'll get back to you just as soon as they've got their technology. It takes a minute to get it all situated.
Corn is somebody who's been following our Capitol here for the last several years, and particularly this last session had a chance to talk with him, and had a lot of interactions with someone like DFL Representative Melissa Hortman, who's the Speaker Emeritus in the House. Very, very important role. She's been the Speaker of the House before as well. I know many people watching know her name, and if you follow politics, you know exactly who she is. Very, very powerful position, and well respected by people on both sides of the aisle. And so, he'll be able to talk to us a little bit more about them, and kind of their backgrounds and things as we wait to hear things like condition of everybody involved here. I know everybody is worried, and we are trying our best just to wait here and hear from them. We're not sure what sort of update we're going to get on condition, but everybody obviously hoping and praying for the very best for these two families, the Hortman family and Senator John Hoffman. Melissa Hortman, again, she's married to Mark, is her spouse. They have a couple of kids, and she has been so actively involved in politics, and most recently with the special session as well. It was such a it's been a tight house. It's been a rocky road in the House, and she's really been handling it with a lot of grace, and people on both sides of the aisle would say that. I believe Corn is ready now. Corn, let's just go to you. I know we're all trying to figure out what we know and what we don't know, but you're there at the press conference.
Yeah, it's been delayed a little bit here, but yeah, I can tell you a little bit more about Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman. Melissa's been the Speaker of the House before she was Speaker Emerita now. She was the most powerful Democrat in the House here. She was responsible for negotiations at the beginning of the session over the power struggle that they had, and at the end of the session and into the special session to make sure every bill passed. So she's literally the #1 Democrat in the House, had her hands in every single bill that went through the special session, and she's widely respected in both parties there for the work that she does. Lisa Dameth, the actual Speaker of the House this last couple of months here, said that she very much respected Melissa Hortman and the work that she did. They actually did press conferences together on a few occasions, especially during the special session. They acted as a House, kind of not divided, but together, even though it was a Republican and a Democrat split of 67-67 when they went into negotiations on conference committees, and when they went into the special session, it was often House versus Senate, not Democrat versus Republican, and a lot of that had to do with Melissa Hortman. She's the one who cast the vote that made sure that the agreement that they all reached passed, that had to do with main care for undocumented adults being cut off. She made that agreement. She cast that vote. She said it was the hardest vote she's ever cast, and she's been there for quite some time. Senator John Hoffman is the head of the Human Services, the chair of the Human Services Committee, and got that bill through during the special session. A very important bill, one of the highest spending besides education. It's the highest spending bill that they have. So a very important bill. It was controversial in some ways with some cuts that were to disability waivers being capped in the future, and the tug of war between nursing homes, disability services, and a lot of other stuff like that. So a couple of very important folks here, well, not here, but at the Capitol.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, party leaders, without a doubt, which this is horrifying that it's unfolding for anyone, takes it to another level when it's a state representative, and takes it to another level when it's of the status and the leaders within the party of these two folks and their spouses.
Corin, can you remind us again, who are we going to be hearing from at this press conference?
Yeah, they'll start with Governor Walz, who's very close to Melissa Hortman. They'll also hear from Drew Evans from BCA and from Bob Jacobson, the head of DPS. I am hearing that there'll be some other people here, but don't believe they'll actually speak. But those three, Governor Walz, Drew Evans, and Bob Jacobson, will be the speakers.
Okay.
Corin, can you tell us, we were initially, when this all started to unfold this morning, Vance, the photographer there with you, he was first at the scene in Brooklyn Park and then moved to the Brooklyn Park City Hall, where they were going to do this presser, and we saw FBI there. I'm just curious, as far as just the feeling or other resources or agencies or anything like that that you can tell us of what's happening where you're at.
They're mostly behind closed doors here for
Okay.
me, and
Yeah.
I just got here. I was on my way to Fargo to do a customs interview and turned around and came back to do this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know it's a fluid situation, but we are curious about every detail of this morning unfolding.
And Corin, just really quickly, I was just saying before you came on, you and I have done a lot of live coverage here in the last several weeks as the House and Senate, the state legislature has been wrapping up and coming to terms on that budget deal. And just as we kind of are waiting here for officials to come on out, you want to set the scene just a little bit for us of kind of the relationship that was kind of going on, and especially as they were wrapping things up. Governor Walz even talked a lot about how, and he's talked about it publicly, nationally as well, kind of what's been happening here and how proud he is of that.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship, I think, at the start of the session between Democrats and Republicans wasn't really one that had a lot of trust in it. Between what happened at the end of the 24 session and the standoff between Democrats and Republicans, where the Democrats didn't show up for 23 days because the Republicans wanted to kind of control all the power levers there. So at the beginning, sorry, I'm listening to an update right now, so it sounds like we're going to get them in about 5 minutes here. So we'll get that pretty soon to you. But yeah, the relationship wasn't good to start the session, but by the end of the session, I think in large part due to the work done by Melissa Hortman, I think it had been pretty well sewn up. There wasn't 100% trust. There was that agreement on the undocumented adults being cut off of MinCare. The Republicans, definitely wanted that, and Melissa Hortman had agreed to cast that vote, and the governor had agreed to, you can come through, it's okay. The governor had agreed to sign it, but Republicans weren't 100% trusting that would happen, and then had to put kind of a poison pill in there to kill all Department of Health funding if it didn't pass. And so, but that was just, a standard operating procedure, I'd say, here at the legislature. But the work that Melissa Hortman had done with Lisa Dameth had definitely, put them kind of in a tight connection. And Governor Walz did, talk about that quite often, that, there wasn't like temper tantrums here. I talked to Hortman and Dameth, right after they finished the special session at about 10:45 on Monday night, and they were very collegial. They had a good relationship, and they got this through. And again, like I was saying, it was House against Senate more often than it was Democrats against Republicans by the time they got to passing all those bills in the special session.
Yeah. All right, Corin.
Yeah, we want to let you go so you can
Yeah.
get set up
Thank
for
you.
that update from the officials and starting with the governor that's about to begin. So thank you, Corin. We'll check in with you.
Take
again
that
in a
as
few
soon
minutes.
as it gets going here. And
Yeah.
you got the 5-minute warning just a minute ago.
Yeah.
So we'll probably refrain from giving you too many details at this point based on what our sources are telling us, because we're going to get official word here coming up in just a few minutes. But obviously we are covering this horrific news that that a couple of our state lawmakers and their spouses have been shot in their homes, and it's a really tough morning for a lot of people here, particularly their families. We have our state lawmakers who are now working as we speak with the Sergeant at Arms and also their local law enforcement to make sure that they have a plan in place to protect themselves, because it's our understanding that the suspects involved here were dressed as law enforcement and even left the first scene in a car that was like a police car.
Yep. Oh, they're coming out now. So we're gonna
Don't want to miss a second of this. Let's take
take.
it.
There's Governor Tim Walz.
In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlin Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Drew Evans, and I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I want to start by just expressing our deepest sympathies to the communities, the family, the friends, and everybody that cared about the individuals that were gunned down today. When we have individuals like this in our political leadership, they're not only political leaders, but they're members of the community, well-known members of the community, that the tragedy in a situation like this is not only for them, their friends and families, but us collectively, the communities they represent, us as a state of Minnesota as a whole. About 2 a.m. this morning, there was an original call in the city of Champlain where there was an individual that had shot Senator Hoffman and his wife. Police responded to that location. They were dealing with that and working through that process overnight. And then later on, at approximately 3:35, that another call came in when it was officers proactively checking because they knew of the incident that occurred, and they were going to check on Speaker Hortman at that time, at which time Brooklyn Park police officers encountered the individual who immediately fired at them, and they exchanged gunfire, and then the individual was able to escape during that exchange of gunfire. At the residence in Champlain, there was life-saving measures that were provided there. Both individuals were transported, as was previously noted, and they both received surgeries for their injuries at the hospital, and their conditions are at this time, both those individuals, Senator Hoffman and his wife, are both alive at this time, but they suffered gunshot wounds and are obviously in a difficult situation. But we're cautiously optimistic that they will continue to improve. At this time, it is a very active scene still, as you've seen. The Brooklyn Park Police Department, along with other members, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, State Patrol, FBI, BC, and many others are actively engaged in a manhunt for the individual that we believe is responsible for this. And so we'll be sharing the identity with those individuals as this progresses, but I'm going to caution you, I know there's going to be a ton of interest in this. We're not at the position we can do that as we're actively searching for that individual. Right now, just as noted, we have teams. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office and Champlain are working at the scene there that occurred there, and then we are also, as we're stabilizing this between Brooklyn Park, working on the homicide investigation with Brooklyn Park Police, the BCA, FBI is assisting there as well, and we'll be conducting a crime scene investigation there, and then the individuals that were killed will be doing autopsies of those individuals to determine the extent of their injuries and how they passed away. But it was from gunshot wounds. At this time, I will answer questions after Commissioner of Public Safety Bob Jacobson speaks, but we'll be happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Evans. My name is Bob Jacobson. It's my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota. This is a dark day today for Minnesota and for democracy. But we will not allow fear or violence to define who we are or how we move forward. We will stand together and we will stand strong. Our hearts, of course, go out to the victims, their families, their colleagues at the Capitol, and to the communities that they serve with dedication and with integrity. These are public servants, leaders who committed their lives to improving the lives of others, and they were targeted in a violent and cowardly way. The suspect exploited the trust of our uniforms, that our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to reassure the public that there is increased security in place for elected officials and others who may be at risk. If you see anything suspicious, especially involving individuals impersonating law enforcement, please report it immediately by calling 911 or your local police department. With that, I'll step back and we will be available for any questions. Thank you.
One reminder, please, as you ask your first questions, please don't forget to introduce yourselves, your media organization, and to the folks answering the questions, please don't forget to repeat the question.
So can you say it one more time? So you were just going to proactively check on Speaker Emeritus Hortman, and then police there encountered the gunman or someone with a gun and exchanged gunfire. Can you just go over that one more time, please?
Hi, Ken. Good morning. Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. The question is, how did we get to Representative Hortman's house, and it was proactively or not? The circumstances that unfolded in Brooklyn Park this morning is that we assisted the Champlain Police Department on a shooting. That shooting was made aware by one of our sergeants that it was at Senator Hoffman's home. In hearing that very intuitive sergeant asked our officers to go check on Melissa Hortman's home, the representative that lives in our community, just proactively as due diligence to swing by. That police officer and his partner pulled down the street. When they arrived at Melissa's house, they noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Was this an actual police officer or an impersonating police officer?
Yes, the question is, was it a real person or a person impersonating a police officer? It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home.
So Chief Bruley, janitorial parallel, the person not only was wearing a badge posing as a police officer, when they approached their victims, they had a car with lights and sirens?
Yes, the question is what kind of vehicle and how were they dressed? They did drive a vehicle that looked exactly like an SUV squad car. It was equipped with lights, emergency lights that looked exactly like a police vehicle. And yes, they were wearing a vest with taser, other equipment that would, a badge very similar to mine, that no question if they were in this room, you would assume that they are a police officer.
Chief Bruley, Adam Duxer with WCCO News. Can you describe the moments after that played out? You said the person went into the home, and then can you help us understand the next 10, 15 minutes of how we got to the point we're at now?
Yeah, briefly, although I'm just going to remind us that this is an absolutely active investigation. We have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams searching, gridding off areas as we believe confidently the suspect had fled out the back of the house after being confronted by the police. Very briefly, after the officers had exchanged gunfire and the suspect retreated into Melissa's home, they immediately went up to the threshold and looked in and seen a male that was down, clearly had been struck by gunfire. They made limited penetration, grabbed a hold of the male and drug him out to safety to attempt first aid. However, he was pronounced dead shortly after that. At that point, the officers surrounded the house, got additional resources and SWAT resources, and then ultimately went in with a drone identifying a female in the home.
How far apart are the two scenes? About 8 miles?
I would say, yeah, somewhere around 5 or 6 miles apart.
How much do you know about did the person that was impersonating an officer who allegedly shot these people, did they knock on the door and people came to the door, or the person break into the home?
Yeah, it was knocking on the door and asking the person to come out, absolutely impersonating a police officer.
Do you all have the suspect's car?
We do have the suspect's car. Suspect is on foot. That is what the large-scale search is currently going on. I just remind residents of Brooklyn Park, I know it's been a long time, but those that are in the grid that we gave the alert out to continue to shelter in place. We're also reminding them that if somebody comes to the door and they knock on the door and claiming to be a police officer, please do a couple things. One, call 911 and confirm that the officer belongs there. If they are a police officer, dispatch will be able to confirm that that person is a police officer. Also, we've informed all our officers in Brooklyn Park that they are not to approach anybody by themselves. They're to approach in pairs, meaning 2 officers. So if there's only 1 officer outside the door, do not answer the door and call 911. If it's a Brooklyn Park police officer or any of our partners that are assisting, they will come in pairs of 2 or more.
Do you know if the gunman said someone?
I'm sorry, 1 at a time.
Do you know if the gunman said anything, like when he knocked on the door, did he say anything to like Senator Hoffman or anything? You know?
We do know that he did, but I'm going to hold that back as part of the investigation right now.
You guys did detain someone for information? Is that accurate?
This is a very large-scale search, so we have detained several people and questioned them, but we do not have anybody in custody at this time.
I know you may not want to identify that person publicly, but have you privately identified the suspect?
We have people of interest that we are looking for.
Michelle Griffith, Minnesota Reformer. Other than that, these are 2 Democratic lawmakers. Is there anything else to suggest that this is politically motivated?
Again, I'm going to hold back most of the information. This is part of the investigation to be completed. This is rapidly evolving, just occurred a few hours ago, and we're trying to sort it out. We have partners from the FBI, the BCA, the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, and almost every suburban agency in our community helping us with this. So it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary. And that's about, I'll stop there.
Chief, thank you very much. We're going to take one more question.
Sure, with the BCA, can I ask just, you use the word target, and that's kind of along the lines of Michelle's question in terms of politics, Democrats, Republicans. These are both Democratic lawmakers. You said the word targeted, so targeted because they're politicians or targeted because they're Democratic politicians?
So the question is were they targeted, and when I use the term, why am I using the term? As Chief Bruley noted, there was a list of individuals, and the individuals that were targeted in this situation were on that list. And so when we're looking at that, as Chief Bruley said, it's far too early in the investigation to be able to provide information, but I do think we'll be in a position where we'll be able to develop the motivation behind these attacks, and we'll be able to provide more information as this unfolds. And so that's part of the reason we're using it, is I think there's some preliminary information that is telling us kind of where this is headed, but we need a lot more work done by all the teams that are here working on that to be able to provide that with you with a degree of accuracy.
Are you going to say how many individuals were on that list?
Thank you.
There's a rally at the Capitol today. Can you guys, is that still?
Yep, hold on.
advice about
Colonel,
that?
you want to talk about the rally at the Capitol?
Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Colonel Bogievich with the State Patrol. We are aware of the demonstrations across Minnesota, including the Capitol and across the nation. We will work with our state partners and our local partners to provide security and safety for those that attend.
Christy, you've on Pioneer Press. Can you confirm that you will have a sniper station at the Capitol today?
The question was, will we have a sniper at the Capitol? We don't discuss our security plans on the Capitol grounds.
Colonel, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We will, I think you do have, and if you haven't, let me know, but we do have a place where you can send inquiries for your interview requests, information requests. We have our State Emergency Operations Center set up. If you need information on how to make those requests.
As you just heard, the governor confirm some of the news that we were dreading to be confirmed on this Saturday morning. Governor Tim Walz confirming that Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband shot and killed in their home today. And a few minutes before discovering them, Senator John Hoffman and his wife also shot at their home in Champlain. They are out of surgery, but they suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Both of these, according to the governor, politically motivated attacks. Almost surreal to listen to the governor giving that update. You could see he was fighting back tears as he was sharing this news about his friends and everything that has unfolded on this Saturday morning. And it is still very, very active. A lot more details that I want to continue to share with you, but still want to reiterate that if you're in that 3-mile area where this manhunt is underway, you are not instructed after that to let your guard up. In fact, you are instructed to keep your guard up for the foreseeable future, because this continues to be very, very active. Our Corin Hoggard is there at the briefing, and Corin, we know you have been talking with these lawmakers pretty much on the daily through this special session, and now hearing this news, I'll hand it over to you.
I don't know what to say, just completely shocking. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can. And if you need a minute,
It's,
we can give you another minute too, Corin. I could tell that you had gotten word before
okay.
when we came to you last time before it was official. I can see how much this is. Yeah, I can see how hard this is. If you just need a minute, we can give you a minute. We can go over a couple of other things. But if you're ready to go, we can go to you too.
I can talk through it. I'll talk through it.
Okay,
I'll talk through it. I was supposed to interview Melissa Hortman on Monday morning as we kind of wrap up this session, and I'm just, this is completely shocking, that this kind of political violence. But I mean, You heard it there. Like, I watched the governor walk in here. I watched his staff. I could tell that they were extremely emotional already. The governor, spoke just briefly, gave just the basics and handed it over to Drew Evans, and he walked right out of the room. That is very atypical for Governor Walz. He's usually very available as soon as, he's done speaking and hands over to other folks. He will stick around and take questions, but he's not in a position right now, I guess emotionally, just from looking at him, to take any questions. He's very close to Melissa Hortman, and spent several weeks here just trying to put Minnesota's budget together with her and the other leaders, but that's a tough one for him, and I could see it on his face and on the faces of his staff members who were in this room as well. The updates from the law enforcement folks, a little more matter of fact. I think that they're kind of more used to a situation like this, but just some of those details there. It'll be really interesting to hear what's in that manifesto that they found behind in that SUV, but just kind of shocking the way that all went down, going from Senator Hoffman's house, where that happened at about 2:30, to they said 5 or 6 miles away, to Speaker Emerita Hortman's house, where they went an hour later just kind of on a hunch to check on her safety. I assume, from what they said, that all of the leaders, the politicians, they are being watched right now to be, to make sure they're safe. It sounded though like just one person involved in this, guy pretending he's a police officer, both in uniform and in the vehicle he had, but a person with a manifesto that they've seen and they can already tell this is politically motivated. So sounds like we'll get some follow-up questions answered here in 5 or 10 minutes. But so that's the update here. But I mean, just completely shocking to hear this, and somebody doing this for clearly political reasons, targeted 2 Democrats here. Don't know what else was in that manifesto or where he might have gone after he left Speaker Emerita Hortman's house. But he didn't make it very far after that because of that hunch, and because Brooklyn Center PD were right there to kind of intercept him, not catch him per se, but they definitely may have prevented more violence, because they interacted with him, exchanged gunfire with him, and now you heard the manhunt. There are thousands of people who are sheltering in place there. They have, people on the ground, and they think he's on foot because they have his SUV. Still a scary situation if you're in that Brooklyn Park area, though.
Corin, thank you. If I could, I just have a couple of clarifying questions from the press conference. A couple of things that we thought we kind of heard, but then it was sort of conflicting information as the next person came up. It sounds like, and I just want to cross-check your notes here, that that they are looking for a single suspect, and they have detained several people and questioned them, and they do have, it says people of interest is the way. So you kind of get what I'm saying here. I'm just trying to get to how many people we feel like are involved in this.
Yeah, it did sound like just one suspect. However, they said people of interest. You heard that correctly when I asked them, whether they had privately identified the suspect, because of course at this point they don't want to publicly identify him, I guess. But I asked if they had privately identified him, and they said we do have some people of interest. So curious there. Curious also, you heard the amount of police gear this person had. So I asked if this was an actual police officer or someone impersonating one, and they did clearly say it was somebody impersonating a police officer.
As a part of democracy.
Yeah, that adds a level of terror to this situation. As they were saying, they got wind, Brooklyn Park Police got wind of the situation in Champlain. A sergeant had the wherewithal to think, hey, let's go check on Representative Hortman, just to be sure. And as they pull up, they see not only an SUV that looks exactly like a police vehicle, but it had flashing lights on, and someone standing at the door in full police gear. I mean, they said taser, they said a vest, they said had that person been standing there in the room with all of you, that you probably wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. And that right there on Representative Hortman's doorstep is where this officer involved shooting, or where shots were exchanged. Again, it's just surreal that that's how this unfolded, and the Commissioner of Public Safety, I mean, just saying the violation of trust for anyone wearing a uniform, and how this unfolded. If it were that precise of uniforms of someone or multiple people, again, we're trying to clarify that part, if that's who showed up on the doorsteps of these lawmakers.
Corin, have they said, is there going to be another press conference or anything, any sort of follow-up shortly, or is it all just too fluid right now?
No, they walked back in here and said that we could ask some clarifying questions in 5 or 10 minutes. So I don't think that's going to be the same folks up there, and I think it might be a little more informal and not in front of the podium.
Why don't you head over?
We're going to shortly. So
go. Yep, you go. Please do that. We're balancing a couple of very tragic situations here. Also, we need to mention, we have, of course, the death now of Representative Hortman and her husband that we're telling you about. Also, Senator John Hoffman and his wife, a DFL senator, also shot multiple times, but have survived and have come out of surgery. And so we're just keeping an eye on that condition, their conditions as well. We are balancing all of that, plus the active situation in Brooklyn Park right now, where there's a concern for public safety, with, again, this just devastating news that Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband have been shot and killed in their home. We wanted to bring in someone who I immediately wanted to talk to here. Former Representative Pat Garofalo is kind enough to join us here to talk about this. Pat, thank you. How are you doing?
First of all, a horrible day for our state. I know there's a lot of information to process right now. I want, if there's one thing that your viewers know from this today, it's that, Melissa Hortman was a really good person. Okay. This is a good friend of 20 years. And, people say, well, she's a Democrat, you're a Republican. What do you mean by that? Melissa Hortman will be the most consequential Speaker of the House in Minnesota history. Okay. And I think a lot of us are just numb. We're angry. We're furious. We're incredibly we have conflicting emotions. We're incredibly thankful for the actions of law enforcement, who, it appears, saved countless lives today by their quick thinking, by encountering a person who was not done at that location. And Amy, it conflicting emotions, right? But this is a really, really good person who we lost today. And to her husband, who also passed away, and their family, just good people. We're thinking about Senator Hoffman and Yvette. This is one of the worst days in Minnesota history. And I hope that as law enforcement's doing their job and people are thinking about this, that people just constantly think about what a genuinely, authentically good person Melissa Hortman was, and what a loss this is for our state.
Pat, she would often talk about her husband, in sort of the gaggles and the different interactions that reporters would have with her. Her family, so important to her husband, Mark. They have 2 children, and we have not heard any information about her family at all. But I just wanted to have you, as somebody who has been a longtime friend of hers, tell us a little bit more about her as a person, a family woman. The head of she has this incredible role at the Capitol, but also she was wife and she was mom too.
Yeah, and it's obviously my interactions with Melissa, they're all stories that involve, like, me, right? But she is there's so many stories I want to tell you about, but this is the kind of compassionate, giving person that she was. So after the 2018 election, no, excuse me, it was 2022. I'm sorry. The 2022 election, it was a really tough election for me because I was obviously very disappointed in the result. And it was very successful for her and her party. Melissa Hortman called me to see how I was doing, because she wanted to know that her friend Pat, was okay. Okay, this is at a time where, this has been a big political victory. This is, the things that she works towards, like, as a leader of her caucus, this is a huge political success. She called me to think about what how her friend Pat was doing, because she knew, as a friend and as a competitor, how I would, that's the kind of person that she was. Okay, and this is going to go on for a long time, but I can't emphasize this enough to everyone, Republican or Democrat, what a huge loss this is, not just for Melissa Hortman, but the loss of innocence for our state. That political violence is not acceptable. And again, Melissa Hortman is and will be the most consequential Speaker of the House in Minnesota history, in the over 160-year history of our state. The most consequential and impact Speaker of the House. Yes, personally, I lose a friend today, but this is a loss for the entire state of Minnesota. And this is a great woman that we lost today.
Pat, what do you hope sort of where we go from here, as Minnesotans and those who follow politics, those who don't, just somebody being in Minnesota, where do we go from here, and what is your hope coming out of sort of the legacy and the memory of Melissa Hortman that we can do?
Yeah, I mean, just, Amy, and I appreciate the question, and you can respect the fact there's a lot of for those of us that know each other, who work in this every day and compete against each other, right? There's a lot of conflicting emotions, but right now my focus is just thinking on that everybody, regardless of your partisan affiliation, regardless of your position on the issues, knows that this was a really good woman. And again, the loss of her husband Mark as well. Like, this is just a fundamentally good person. And if there's one thing I would ask people to take away from this, it's that good people can disagree on politics. It doesn't mean they're evil, right? And Melissa Hortman was a person who was just a really good person.
Her role.
And if there's one thing that we could all take away from it, it's that so.
Pat, could you, I want to let you go. I want people to understand a little bit more too about the role that she had in the legislature as Speaker Emeritus now in this session was such a front and center role, and we heard Governor Walz just a week ago or so talking about how this session ended and her relationship with the GOP side of things on the House, and how really Governor Walz credited really the relationship between Speaker Emeritus Hortman and Speaker Lisa Demuth on the GOP side with coming up with a sort of peaceful resolution to what could have been a very long special session and potentially government shutdown. But that I can't imagine that surprises you at all, that relationship.
No, I mean, I talked with her this week, right? She did not like the compromise, but she voted for it out of a duty to the state of Minnesota and to the institution, right? That's our job. Our job is not to burn each other down and attack each other. Our job is to compromise and reach agreement. I mean, this country was founded on compromise. That's what she did. So it was a very heavy decision for her. She didn't like it, but that's the duty of people in elected office, is to compromise and find agreement. And yeah, if it wasn't for Melissa Hortman, we'd be talking about a government shutdown. We'd be talking about the loss of services. We'd be talking about, wasting money with no positive. And that, and so, people would ask, like, does that surprise you that Melissa Hortman put the institution and the state of Minnesota and the needs of everyone over her own personal wishes? It doesn't surprise me at all. That's I've known this. I knew this woman for 20 years, right? She's just a fundamentally good person, and it's just a real. I hope everyone watching this just understands that we lost a really good person today. Okay, it's really, this is obviously we're angry, we're conflicted, but I hope in the days, the weeks, even the months, that we celebrate the person that Melissa Hortman was, in some respects still is. And so I think that's really what I'm sorry, Amy. I really hope that people take from that, like, this is a woman that truly deserves to be celebrated and honored for years to come. And let's in time, let's make sure that we talk together. Let's never let this happen again. Okay.
Former Representative Pat Garofalo here, a long time in the legislature here in Minnesota on the GOP side, known to be someone who always worked with the other side, and clearly had a wonderful friendship and a working relationship with Representative Melissa Hortman, who has now passed, along with her husband Mark. Pat, I can't thank you enough for sharing some of your memories of Representative Hortman today. Melissa, as you would call her, you're a friend. Yep. We really appreciate it. We're thinking of you. Thank you.
Our condolences. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're all just raw and numb and speechless, and I thank him for coming on,
Yeah, we saw
talking about his friend of 20 years from the other side of the aisle, and just things like the budget, and things that lawmakers argue over. And now you're talking about somebody who's lost their life.
Yeah, we and we saw it with Corin too. And the story's never about us. I will say, Corin and I had a chance to interview Representative Hortman live many times too, as well on our show, and you have as well. When you know the person in that way, and they've been humanized, right? To most people who are watching politics or who are watching, it's just a political figure, and you may or may not agree with them, but we need to humanize people more, because they have families, and they're doing their best. And as Pat said, hopefully part of her legacy can be her ability to reach across the aisle and do what's best for the greater good. And I'm sure we'll learn much more about her in the coming days too, about the family woman that she has been. 2 children, again, both she and her husband Mark, tragically been shot and killed in their home early this morning in Brooklyn Park.
We left Corin Hoggard. He was there do we have Corin back? Because he was getting, not yet. Okay, he's getting some clarifying details after that news conference from the governor.
Okay, FBI, head of FBI, Dan Bongino here. The FBI is fully engaged on the ground in Minnesota and is working in collaboration with our local and state partners. Clearly, there's a lot going on today. There's sort of in the political headlines. Aside from this, we have the military parade scheduled for today in Washington, D.C. And then we have sort of counter protests to that scheduled all over the country, thousands of them, called the No Kings protest, one here in St. Paul that's scheduled to start at 11 o'clock. We didn't hear anything during that press conference, and I don't believe we've gotten any indication of any changed plans, but we do know that Governor Walz was scheduled to speak, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, along with many other political dignitaries, and as long as this is an active situation, you and I have both kind of said, and I'm sure you at home, I think we would be surprised if that part of the events today carried on. Doesn't mean everything is not going to keep going on as scheduled otherwise, but we'll keep an eye on that. As soon as we get any sort of indication, we'll let you know, because I know there are a lot of people preparing to gather in St. Paul today for that event coming up here in about 30 minutes.
It does sound like Corin is ready for us now. Corin, thank you. I know you're getting some clarifying details on a couple questions we had regarding this situation. So just what can you tell us?
Yeah, specifically know that there were just one suspect. They mentioned people of interest at one point, and that was referring to the potential that some folks had helped the suspect, but they confirmed just one suspect here. So that's an important update. Still a manhunt for that suspect right now. Also trying to figure out, Governor Walz had planned to attend the No Kings rally in St. Paul, trying to figure out if he's still planning to do that. My guess, just my hunch, is that he won't be doing that, but we're checking on that and see if he's got anything else on his agenda today. But I think, kind of all bets are off when it comes to the governor and any of the politicians who may have been out at that rally or any of the rallies today.
And Corin, another piece of information that we didn't get, it wasn't really asked, and I believe they probably would have said something if it was part of a concern here, or if there had been. But we just know facts are that both of these families, there are children. John Hoffman and his wife have, I believe, one child. That's just according to the website here, and then 2 children for Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. So when we get a chance to talk with law enforcement again, I'd be curious to know sort of, if they're okay, I guess their safety, and if we can get a little closer to that as well, because I think that is top of mind for a lot of people who are watching right now as well, knowing the time of morning that this happened to 3 a.m. And that is one piece of this too that we haven't really had a chance to get information on.
I believe Melissa Hortman's children are both adult children, and Senator Hoffman's daughter is someone who lives with disabilities, but I don't know if she lives at home with her parents.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you.
I can also tell you, I've now I have reached out to some of Melissa Hortman's staff and John Hoffman's staff, and try just sending condolences, and they are just in shock as well. I heard back that they were very appreciative of the job that we were doing here, but that, they're having a hard time just like we are.
Yeah. Corin, thank you. We'll continue to sort of check in with you as you learn more information. I know you're right there, have hopefully access to those who have the official information. We appreciate it. Thanks. We'll let you go, and we'll continue to follow. If you want to, Booth, if you want to let us know if do we have any live cameras anywhere? Are we still in Champlin? Okay. It sounds like we want to go through some. Okay, I guess we have some statements that we want to
several statements that are coming in as people are listening to this along with us. There's former Congressman Dean Phillips, heartsick for my friends Melissa and John, and praying for Americans, better angels to rise. Political toxicity won't just claim more lives of selfless public servants, it will claim all of us if we don't unite behind decency.
And Pete Buttigieg here, horrifying news out of Minnesota this morning as political violence takes the lives of Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. His husband and I are holding their loved ones in our hearts and are praying for State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette as they recover.
And here is Representative Julie Blaha, heartbroken over the deaths of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and the critical conditions of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. They are more than dear friends, but also some of the greatest public servants I have ever known. Violence has no place in our democracy.
There's a
beautiful picture there.
I don't know if we can go back to that for a second. Thank you. We really haven't had a chance to see a photo of Mark in our coverage yet today, and we just want to hold this for a second and take a look at Representative Hortman and her husband Mark, who, as I mentioned earlier, when we do live coverage in the afternoons and we take impromptu press conferences, we kind of get to hear what you don't get to hear, which is just conversation back and forth between reporters. Hi, how's it going? How's the family? And you know, she talked often of her family and her husband Mark. It's a tragic day for their family. Sorry, we can go ahead to the next one.
Our condolences to their children watching.
Attorney General Pam Bondi here, closely monitoring developments in Minnesota after what appears to be a targeted attack against state lawmakers. The FBI is on the ground investigating alongside state and local partners. This horrific violence will not be tolerated and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Also, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, there are few times I'm at a loss for words. Today is one of those days. I'm mourning the devastating loss of my friend, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her devoted husband, Mark. There's a picture of the Lieutenant Governor and Representative Hortman together.
Yeah, and again, it just...
Oh, she goes on to say, 2 children have lost their mom and dad. A family has lost its daughter. I have lost a dear friend. Minnesota has lost a passionate leader.
And yeah, prayers also for just Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, dear and good people as they recover in the hospital. Deeply grateful to the law enforcement who are responding and have responded quickly, working tirelessly to protect folks. It's horrifying that the perpetrator allegedly posed as law enforcement. I'm outraged. We live in a country where this level of violence is occurring to the extent where it's practically commonplace, and for what purpose. We want to take you now, I believe we have a live look at the scheduled protest in St. Paul. Well, there's a look at the Capitol. Scheduled protest coming up here in about 30 minutes is the start time. We have not heard any information about any sort of changes to this other than we have not heard, period, but we presume that Governor Walz will not be speaking. We don't know that for sure. I think all of us would be really, really surprised given the gravity of the situation, given the fact that they are still actively searching for a suspect here. But this is a live look at the Capitol where several people are expected to speak today, including Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, who we just saw reacting there, and many others. This is one of somewhere around 2,000 similar No Kings protests staged across the country, some major cities, smaller cities, and already the security for this kind of thing, and already the strategy and the planning around it has been going on for you know, probably more than a week now, and now we have this extra layer. So we'll keep you up to speed on what's going on there as well.
It will be very interesting, not only here, but yes, those thousands of similar rallies happening across the country, the military parade in Washington, D.C. itself. You know, I think we all have to believe that conversations about safety in light of this unfolding this morning are being had at all of those events. I personally would be shocked if they are not. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see throughout the day the ripple effect that this has just in the hours as the manhunt is still underway. I believe we have a new
we do,
statement.
And this one is, you know, they're all really important. This one in particular, I'll explain why in a second here, but this is from House Speaker Lisa Damoth of the GOP. Obviously, she says here, I'm horrified by the evil attack that took place overnight and heartbroken beyond words by the loss of Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. With the law enforcement response ongoing and details still emerging, I will simply ask all Minnesotans to please lift up in prayer the victims of this horrific attack, as well as the law enforcement personnel still working to apprehend the perpetrator. So Speaker Damoth and Representative Melissa Hortman, as we were talking about just a little while ago, have shared a unique journey together this legislative session. Even in just sort of the battle over who would be speaker, because of the way that the House was sort of shook out, as you know, I mean, just an crazy start to the session, and there needed to be a speaker, and we were separated by a vote, and then there were all these things that just happened, and so these two really have had to come together, and before they decided on all of this, who would be speaker, who wouldn't, I had a chance to interview them live side by side together, and you just never know what you're going to get when you get people who are in those positions, and there's a lot of talking points, and there's often a lot of grandstanding with politicians, as we know, and the two of them really, at that point, even as things were so contentious and within the parties, were so, you could tell, so respectful of each other, as women, as colleagues, as opponents, as leaders here, and I was just so impressed with that relationship. And what's so interesting is that carried throughout the entire session, even until the very end of the session, where you saw the two of them, as I was saying, outside of the sound bites you see on the newscasts, when you see them in those live settings as they're getting ready and cameras are getting set up, and they're laughing together and talking together and having casual conversations, and it was stood out because it was just so heartening to see as a citizen, as a person, just to see that they were people who were just trying to do their jobs. And Governor Walz, at the end of the session here, end of the special session, really made a point of crediting both of them for getting us through those really turbulent times and making sure there wasn't a government shutdown. So,
and they've been on here on weekends
yes.
as well, and both very, very powerful, both the leaders of their opposing political parties. I just did get word that we apparently now have a statement from President Trump. Reading here, a statement from President Donald J. Trump. I have been briefed on the terrible shooting that took place in Minnesota, which appears to be a targeted attack against state lawmakers. Our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated in the United States of America. God bless the great people of Minnesota, a truly great place.
And I am just kind of looking through also here in real time, just some information, just a little bit of a follow-up here. We were talking to Corin Hoggart, our Capitol correspondent, a few moments ago, just to kind of set the family dynamics here, and I was asking because we know that Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark have two children, and so her two children are adults, 31 years old, their son, and then their daughter, 28 years old. So presumably out of the house. I also wanted to just update you because he shared with me, Corin did, that the Hoffman's daughter, her name is Hope. She does have a disability. I don't have an age on Hope, but this time of morning, 2, 3 in the morning, I think people are naturally curious and concerned about the family dynamics there. There are the photos of Representative Hortman and Senator John Hoffman, the two lawmakers and their spouses who have been shot. Senator John Hoffman, if we just spend a moment kind of catching you up on what we know about what happened at his home, and then also, what we know about him and his wife.
Yes, it sounds like from the investigators, from the governor, from the Commissioner of Public Safety, from Brooklyn Park Police Chief, from those that we've heard from this morning, it sounds like his home that he shares with his wife Yvette, that the suspect came to his house first around 2:30 this morning. They got that original call, and from there put the word out, I'm sure, to law enforcement far and wide of the situation. They found them, they were able to get to them to the hospital, and they are now out of surgery, so they are alive, the Hoffmans. So that is some very, very, very good news. But it was a sergeant in Brooklyn Park who was alerted to this, along with, I'm sure, every other law enforcement in the entire state, working the overnight shift on a Friday to Saturday morning, and apparently instructed or thought, hey, we need to go check on Speaker Emerita was Hortman's home.
Yeah.
She's in our district. She's right down the street.
Yes.
She's within this 3 miles of the golf course, and they find not her and her husband quite yet, but they find a police car. Take that back. They find what looks like a police squad SUV with lights on in front of the house, and they see what appears to be someone dressed as a police officer, but it was not. It was, they have said, it was someone impersonating a police officer, and that's when shots were exchanged with Brooklyn Park Police. That person took off back of the house, and that manhunt for that suspect continues right now, and that is why there is a 3-mile shelter-in-place order in place for that 3 miles around the Edinburgh golf course.
Before we go to Mary Ryan, I know we want to get to her, but this is so important that we continue to reiterate this part of what's going on, because right now there is that shelter in place in that area, and don't just hunker down, but know that if law enforcement comes to your door in Brooklyn Park, they are going 2 by 2 minimum. If a single law enforcement officer comes to your door, you are to not enter the door. They are very specific. I don't know if you want to pull that up really quickly.
Yeah, because they put this out.
But we learned more in this press conference. They are saying that is still active, that radius around Edinburgh Golf Course in Brooklyn Park.
Yeah, the 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course. They had put this out earlier, but it still stands now. They're looking for the suspect, white male, brown hair, dressed like law enforcement, at least at the time. There's the radius right there. So if you or your loved ones, are in and around that area, as the police chief pointed out, I mean, we're talking thousands of people that are sheltering in place in that area right now as we speak, and hundreds of law enforcement that are in that area on this manhunt looking for this person. So they do caution, do not approach anyone, do not answer the door unless 2 officers approach your door together. Call 911 to verify it's an officer at your door, because as they noted, not only did this look like a police squad car with lights on in front of Representative Hortman's home and her husband's home, but the gear that the person impersonating the police officer was wearing, the vest, the taser. I mean, they even said in this press conference, if that person was standing in the room, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So it is that complicates things for our local law enforcement and FBI and everyone who's searching for this suspect, that it looks like one of them. And they need to be very careful. We all do, especially in that area.
Yeah, we just want to keep reiterating that, because that is the active part of this situation right now, and clearly thousands of people, as they said, live in that area. We do have our Mary McGuire, who I believe is at Mercy Hospital right now. If we could check in with her, if her shot's ready. And I don't have any other information. I'm not sure if this is where the victims are taken. Okay, it's okay. Yep, just take your time. There she is. Okay.
Good morning, Mary. What can you tell us?
Hey, good morning, Leah and Amy. I just wanted to mention also on the note of that shelter-in-place order, I actually just got a notification on my Apple Watch that is still in place. So thinking that we perhaps might be in the vicinity, or they're still alerting people, just kind of reaffirming that they are still looking for that suspect in this area. Right now we're here at Mercy Hospital in Coon Rapids, and this is where we believe that Senator John Hoffman and his wife were taken. We have not yet confirmed that with Alina, but this is where we believe that they are being treated. Outside of the hospital, you can see that there is an unmarked police cruiser, and also we have seen a stepped up security presence. There are 2 officers standing outside the doors to the emergency department. We've also seen some Alina Health security officials here as well. A Coon Rapids police officer was here on the scene for a short time this morning, but we've seen people moving in and out of the emergency department, of course being treated for, the daily things that people are seen at a hospital for, but those 2 officers are sort of checking in with people and guiding them. So again, we do believe that this is where Senator John Hoffman was taken with his wife. We are still working to confirm that with officials, with Alina health. But at that press conference, Superintendent of the BCA, Drew Evans, did say that they are out of surgery this morning, and as of this point, they are both still alive. So some good news on that front. We'll keep monitoring the situation here in Coon Rapids.
Okay. Thank you, Mary, and thanks for that update. This is sort of an indefinite situation with the shelter in place until you're alerted or we're notified and tell you otherwise. But I expect this is going to probably go on for some time now.
Yeah, I have a friend who lives not far from that area, and she said that just about 10:40ish, so just in the last 4 minutes or so, she got an alert on her phone, and she is further than that 3 miles, and she suddenly got this alert, did not get the first one. So again, we will be asking law enforcement, and if they're expanding that area, I'm sure they want to keep everyone safe, so they will let us know. But it's a loose 3 miles if you're anywhere in that vicinity, is my point. To be careful and heed those warnings.
Yeah, one of the other just sort of kind of unbelievable and terrifying aspects to this developing story is we understand there's a manifesto and that other lawmakers were listed in that. They didn't go into a lot of detail, obviously, but in the question and answer with the police chief of Brooklyn Park, he did confirm, as someone was asking, is there any other evidence, information that this was politically motivated, because the governor came out right away and the first thing he said was that they were victims of a targeted political assassination. And so it sounds like, I believe it was in the vehicle.
It was in the SUV that they were able to search when they pulled up to Representative Hortman's home. The SUV that looked like a police vehicle that had flashing lights on, they found, was how I understood what they were explaining. That's where they found the manifesto, and that was a listing of several individuals, and that both Hortman and Hoffman were on that list.
Our Paul Bloom is in Brooklyn Park right now, which is the second scene in all of this. Started in Champlin at about 2 a.m. 3 a.m. it moved to Brooklyn Park. I know you know kind of what we know, but you're there on the ground, Paul. What can you tell us?
Yeah, and Amy, let's be frank. This really is the scene at this point. We're basically, I don't know, 2-3 football fields away from Speaker Hortman's house. I'm shaking a little bit just because there's a lot of anxiety here, a lot of emotion about what's taken place. Clearly, the Hortmans were dear neighbors and friends to some of these people here. We kind folks have allowed us into their backyard just to get a little bit better look. So maybe I'll step out of the shot, give you a look at the BCA crime truck that we've so familiar at these crime scenes. You certainly see the manpower, the law enforcement at that scene. From this angle, I can tell you we can't see that fake faux police car very well. About a half block down when we first got into the neighborhood, it does appear that vehicle with the flashing light, the SUV with no, official police markings, that's still in the driveway, flashing lights on, police tape still up, law enforcement coming and going from that scene. This is basically the closest we can get as she lives on the Hortmans live on sort of a in this subdivision near Edinburgh Golf Course. And I know Mary had mentioned just in the last few minutes that her friend and Leah's friend had gotten that warning, and geographically my phone pinged, again alerting people in the last 5 minutes or so, sheltering in a 3-mile radius around this golf course. Police still looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings, armed, dangerous, white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over blue shirt and blue pants, and may represent himself as law enforcement. I listened to that news conference, and then I think about that encounter that literally happened, 2-3 football fields away. You can see, the Hortman's front door basically from this vantage. Law enforcement coming, proactively checking this house after Senator Hoffman, the shooting in Champlin Park. It's 5-6 miles away. There's an exchange of gunfire, we're told. The suspect then went into the Hortman house and they think escaped out the back. We have seen a law enforcement drone up. It's a cloudy day, so visibility isn't great. But yeah, I do want to mention the neighbors in this house. They didn't want to go on camera, rightfully, certainly understand that. But they did tell me they sleep with their bedroom windows open. They did hear two distinct, automatic, semi-automatic gunfire bursts, basically within pretty close in time. I mean, they described maybe a minute, maybe less. Of course, it's the middle of the night. I wouldn't want to, exactly take their memory in that moment, but certainly within a minute or two, they think, listening to maybe tragically the shooting of their dear neighbors, and then that police encounter where there was gunfire between law enforcement and the suspect fleeing, again, as we're told, into the Hortman house, and then we assume out the back door. There's clearly a lot of attention on that SUV with the flashing lights. It does look distinctual. I was talking with our photographer out here. The way police cars are wrapped these days, you see a very distinct, label, logo, badge. It does not have that. It's sort of taped up and then has like the old school flashing blue, yellow, red, yellow lights on top. So it did kind of have this distinct kind of almost fake feel about it, if you will. So a lot of attention on that. Again, I don't have 100% confirmation that's what we're looking at, but it would seem, after listening to this news conference today, to all add up. I do want to say, as I send it back to Amy and Lee in the studio, I have lost my headphone contact, so I can't answer any questions at the moment. We clearly will continue to gather. I'm sure you have some questions about what I just reported, maybe what you're seeing in this shot, but come back to me in a minute and we'll regather our thoughts. But for now, I'll send it back to the studio.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Noted. We appreciate that. We, as you can imagine, are getting a lot of various statements coming in to the newsroom and being put out from various folks. I'm going to pull this one up because I can't quite read it. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. This is a statement from the DFL chair, Richard Carbaum. Melissa Hortman represented the best of Minnesota. She was a tireless, devoted public servant who deeply loved our state and devoted her life to making it a better place. The warmth and kindness she showed to her family and friends were matched only by her fierce commitment to improving the lives of those she had never even met. Last night, we lost her and her husband Mark to a horrifying and evil act of political violence. We are heartbroken. This loss will be felt across Minnesota, but especially by those who were lucky enough to count her as family, friends, and colleagues. Please hold her and Mark's loved ones close today. Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette survived the attack on their lives. Please keep them and their loved ones in your thoughts. I am grateful they are alive, and we wish them a speedy recovery. This evil act of violence is also an attack on our democracy itself. We must all recommit to a politics grounded in dignity and decency. Again, that is a statement from the DFL chair.
You think about the different points throughout this situation, starting at 2 o'clock this morning, when sort of proactive thinking came into play and really changed the course and presumably saved lives. But you think about early this morning after the first attack, shooting of Senator Hoffman and his wife, how law enforcement in any city will know where sort of a VIP might be living, especially someone like a lawmaker, right? And so they're going to know that. For the sergeant on duty at that point to recognize this is the home of a state lawmaker, to then say, I happen to know that Melissa Hortman and her family live nearby in Brooklyn Park, and Brooklyn Park was helping to respond to Champlin's emergency. For that to happen, and then for Brooklyn Park PD to proactively go to that home in the moment that that gunman was there, and sort of make things pivot, because that person could have very easily hopped in that car and have been gone. And now we're looking at a situation where they believe that suspect is within that 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course, which is one of the most incredible frankly, blessings in this situation right now, is that this person wasn't able to flee and wasn't able to do even more damage, because as we learned in a press conference a short time ago, there was a manifesto that was found in the vehicle listing other targets as well.
Yeah.
Just incredible to think about that. Also, as soon as this happened, all of the lawmakers for the state of Minnesota were notified and told, be in touch with the sergeant at arms and your local law enforcement. Come together, get a plan, so that we know that you're safe, and you know that it's actually us that's trying to protect you. Because if someone were to show up at their door or call them and say come out, or so that happened, and we're seeing many lawmakers who are saying, you know, we're safe, we're fine, but there's so many moments here where this could have gone even more sideways, and it's just, you know, it's incredible. It's incredible that it hasn't. So
yeah.
we just need law enforcement to stay safe in their efforts to capture this suspect, who is still at large, and they don't know if this person is still armed. You know, it was dressed as law enforcement. I don't know I think it was specifically a police officer. It sounds like, but
according
I'm not
to
sure.
the shelter-in-place warning that they have been putting out since very early this morning. This was prior to 6 o'clock or so. Suspect described as white male, brown hair, dressed like law enforcement. Do not approach the door unless it's two officers approaching together. Call 911 to verify their identity. You know, the suspect, they had said from the very early hours this morning, is armed and dangerous. So the presumption is that they're still armed and dangerous, and that's why the shelter-in-place order. And yes, that is can't stress that enough, to be careful, and want our law enforcement to be careful as they carefully navigate this. And because that manifesto, we don't know how many individuals were listed on that manifesto. The chief of the Brooklyn Park Police only said that these two, Hoffman and Hortman, were on that list. Yeah. So yes, the timing of getting there when you could put eyes on a suspect and take custody of the vehicle, you know, in the driveway, and then search it and get clues and start that early morning investigation to stop whatever this is. You know, as horrific as this is, that is a little bit of a bright spot that they were able to get that evidence and get that rolling. Paul Bloom is, we're gonna have an update, it sounds like, from authorities again in less than 10 minutes or so, but let's go back to Paul Bloom, who is there pretty close to Representative Hortman's home there in Brooklyn Park.
Yeah, Lee, I wanted to move a few feet down from where we just talked to you, because I wanted to give you this pure, clean camera angle. We can zoom in on that. What we believe is that sort of faux, fake squad car in which the suspect was riding in overnight during these horrific attacks, these politically targeted assassinations, as the governor described. But you can see sort of a black SUV. Again, it's not 100% confirmed. We're just trying to connect the dots that is the vehicle in question. It certainly makes sense. There's not a distinct marking label to say what agency it's from, and then it's got sort of that old school flashing light bar on top. It's surrounded by yellow police tape. It's in the Hortman's driveway. Law enforcement has been moving in and around that vehicle ever since we have been here for the last half hour, again in the Edinburgh golf course neighborhood, where Speaker Emerita Hortman and her husband were shot and killed early this morning. This encounter between Brooklyn Park authorities at the front door, the armed suspect dressed as a police officer, violating the trust of the badge, as law enforcement said today. They exchanged gunfire. Apparently the armed suspect stepped back into the Hortman house, and the presumption then is he ran out the back. Very much an active crime scene. I've spoken to one neighbor who distinctly heard 2 bursts of what they described as automatic or semi-automatic gunfire. Their assumption, as they're piecing it together, was the shooting of the Hortmans, followed by an exchange of gunfire with police, which would really suggest that those 2 events happened in very close proximity, because they said maybe a minute. It was the middle of the night. They sleep with their bedroom windows open, but sort of a quick 2 bursts, one, another. You know, we heard in that news conference, certainly law enforcement got here pretty quickly in terms of the timing, because they encountered the gunman here, as we now know. But how close in time were they to maybe stopping this gunman at the Hortman house? We just don't know. But again, a very active scene. I mentioned in my prior report just a few minutes ago that all the phones in this area were buzzed again, that the 3-mile radius, the lockdown, the shelter-in-place order remains. This is basically the closest we can get. We just wanted to kind of bring this to you live. You can see a batch of law enforcement now. We don't know exactly who they are, but certainly a massive investigation underway. They had the drone up. Again, this suspect's still not caught. The presumption around here is that, you know, the suspect would have fled certainly out of this immediate area, but we don't know. I'll be honest. I've arrived. I've kind of had my head on a swivel here, just not knowing. There's very little activity. We've seen one neighbor with walking a dog briefly just around his property. The neighbors very cautiously allowed me to chat with them on their property because there is this anxiety. And they tell me the Hortmans are known neighbors, keep a beautiful house. People are out walking, tight-knit neighborhood up here around the golf course in Brooklyn Park. And they're just, they're emotionally shaken, like so many across this state and across this country by what happened. But to these folks, the Hortmans were neighbors. They were friends. They were people. They weren't just, the looked up to lawmakers. So it's being taken particularly hard. I do think people in general, as we've driven through here and remained in these subdivision of Brooklyn Park, it does appear people are staying inside. We just haven't seen any bodies on the ground. The only movement of vehicles have been law enforcement. So certainly people appear to be heeding orders this morning to shelter in place. We've seen, at least at my location, I know the FBI is involved, but for us, Anoka County, Champlin, Brooklyn Park, Hennepin County, one of their crime mobile units just passed us. And from our previous location, I know you saw the BCA truck, but with that, I know we got the press conference going. Leah, Amy, let's send it back to you.
Let's get right to it. Yep, we're going to go right to the press conference. Thank you, Paul.
Went through her spelling earlier. She will have a brief statement about a precautionary measure we're asking people to take. After that, we can take a few questions, understanding that this is still a very active investigation. So there will be very limited information that we can give on any of that. If questions keep going too far into that, we'll just call it, and then we'll come back and update you when we can. Colonel?
Good morning. Colonel Christina Bogoyevich with the Minnesota State Patrol. Given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers that happened overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution. I'll stand for any questions.
Are there reasons to believe that these events were also targeted by the person in the manifesto in the car?
We don't have any direct links. However, there were some flyers that said no kings within the suspect vehicle. And as we know, the planned events throughout the state of Minnesota today is a no kings event.
So no update on the status of the suspect?
I don't have any information on the ongoing investigation right now.
On the list of targets, for lack of a better term, are all of the people on the list, have they all been notified, and do they have law enforcement presence with them?
Again, that is part of the investigation right now, so I'm not going to answer those.
Can you give us an idea of how many people are on the list?
So, I'm sorry, as I mentioned, we're getting into investigatory information. I'll leave that to Superintendent Evans.
Yeah, and good afternoon again, everyone, or good morning. Drew Evans, Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Superintendent, can we have it quiet out there so everybody can hear? Thank you.
What I wanted to note, though, is part of this, the references, the individual that is a person of interest that we've talked about, or individuals, are not in custody at this time. And so the reference materials that were inside of the vehicle that we saw, we have no understanding that any of the No Kings events would be targeted, but we also find it of interest to the public that these would be in there, and we want to alert everybody until we do that. Because this is such an active investigation with information not knowing right now, we feel it's an obligation to all of you and the public across the state of Minnesota to alert you of it, and that's why the Colonel made the notation of recommending people don't go today. But the individuals are not in custody yet, and so we want to make sure, as that very active manhunt is underway and continues, that we make sure that we're sharing that, and that's part of why we're making the recommendation. As to the investigation and the list, we are working through that now and talking to individuals, and we'll continue to. What I would say with the list is there's a large number of people. That's all I can say about it. We will work through all of that, what the motivations of this are, and we'll provide that as you can. This is really a public safety announcement for everybody so that we can make sure people are informed and make safe decisions throughout the day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Follow-up.
Yeah. So what
specifically about the No Kings?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Okay.
What was the question?
I was just going to say, we got an email from organizers saying the event is still on, and we work with the government now.
It's a great question. So we're not the organizers. We're in contact with the organizers, I will say.
Yeah.
However, as you heard the message the Colonel gave, we've also put that out on State Patrol social media pages. And then I think with that, you will see that there's also a photo that goes along with that of what we found inside the car regarding the No Kings rally.
Where's that?
Social media, State Patrol social media pages, and I believe it's also being shared in the Department of Public Safety social media pages.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks guys. As I've done before, I promise to come and keep you updated as much as I can. We'll continue that cadence. Thank you guys.
Okay, again, we are trying to get, oh, there it is right there. This is a shot from inside the suspect SUV that State Patrol is now sharing with us. It says, given the targeted shooting of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's, planned demonstrations across Minnesota, referring to the rally at the Capitol. We know there's demonstrations happening nationwide, but they're specifically asking folks not to attend the planned demonstrations today out of abundance of caution. So many people were planning to attend that. Lawmakers were planning to speak at it right there at the Capitol. We see a couple of people that look like maybe they're organizers, or because this was supposed to start, this was already supposed to be started around 11, correct? So a few people already there, but given the severity of the situation and death of a lawmaker and her husband and another lawmaker and his wife surviving surgery, both after being shot overnight, they are asking people not to come to that event. This is still an active situation. They are still on the manhunt. They are still looking for the suspect, and they want folks to let them concentrate on that and not policing another event, a large-scale event at the state capitol. So it's interesting to see that shot from inside the SUV, the suspect SUV.
Yeah,
if we can go back to that.
If we can pull that up for a second, Ryan.
Because it is a pile of paper, but they did also say there's no indication that the No Kings event. Do we have that?
Yeah, he's
okay.
So in the 90 minutes between the first press conference and now this one, there were so many questions around, is the main protest in St. Paul going to happen? There are also many other cities in Minnesota that have these protests planned. And that was one of the big questions, and you could obviously see in the last 90 minutes they've been scrambling to figure out what to do here. And this is not typical for them to release this kind of evidence. They wouldn't answer 90 minutes ago, and clearly, given now a decision that had to be made, this is why they're letting folks know. No indication of any direct threat to the event in St. Paul or any of the others here in Minnesota, out of an abundance of caution. Clearly, you can see the many sheets of paper there. Just kind of trying to get a closer look. There are several that look like it says No Kings on probably every sheet, but some of it is turned over. So they have canceled those events and asked people to please not go, out of an abundance of caution. Corin Hoggard is standing by, and I believe you're at the press conference still, Corin?
He's there in Blaine.
So what do we glean? I mean, that was a really quick, just this is what we've decided. We know the governor was supposed to speak. Any other sort of information you've been able to gather outside of that?
Yeah, they're just using this as an operations center, and when, you know, critical information comes up that they think that they need to share with the public, that's what they're doing. And so I think them coming out here just with that little tidbit of information about the No Kings rallies and warning people away from going to them because of the potential for violence. You know, you guys see the photo, like it looks like it's handwritten No Kings. Don't know exactly how that, you know, relates to the manifesto. They haven't clearly had time to go through the entirety of that, but just seeing that in the suspect's car and knowing that, you know, these rallies are scheduled for all around the state and all around the country today, I think that they just felt like it was important to warn people that that was a potential problem. And so I think that's what we're seeing here, and what we'll continue to see is, you know, this investigation is developing. We still have an at-large suspect, and they, you know, there is the potential that this could still, you know, drag on. And again, they said people of interest at one point. They told me specifically there is just one suspect. When they said people of interest, though, they're still looking into whether there are others who are helping this suspect in one way or another. And so even if, you know, this 3-mile radius around Speaker Emerita Hortman's house has the suspect kind of, you know, encircled and he can't go anywhere, they're not 100% sure that nobody else is helping. And so, you know, if there is coordination with other folks, or, you know, if anybody else is just on the same page and feels like this is a time that they can, you know, act with violence towards, you know, political leaders, then, you know, it's relevant to try to keep people safe. I know I talked to Governor Walz' staff, and he's not going. So he was planning to go to the Capitol rally. He's not. He's still here for now as they kind of absorb all the new information and figure out what they need to share with the public.
Yeah, that's not surprising that the governor is bowed out of those things at the Capitol and is staying there. I don't know if you can answer this, Corin, but there, in that latest update from the folks there leading the investigation, they referenced a large number of people, and we weren't sure whether they were talking about a large number of people listed on the manifesto. Did you hear how many people might be on that manifesto? They confirmed that both Hoffman and Hortman were listed, but did they give any number of how many others?
I think whether just from the order of appearance and how they're speaking.
No word on that. They're not. They haven't made their way through the whole thing. They did reference that there were others on this manifesto, but, you know, we don't know if there's like a timeline of where he's going to go. Clearly, the distance between Senator Hoffman's house and Speaker Emerita Hortman's house is relatively small. They're not in the same district, but they're only 5 or 6 miles apart. It's kind of a straight shot, and so like getting there is relatively easy. But moving on from where she lives, I don't know, you know, where that person might go. I mean, if I'm another legislator who lives in that vicinity, I'd be very concerned. And so, you know, I'm thinking of like Cedric Frazier, who lives in New Hope, not that far away. I talked to Aaron Cagle, very concerned, wondering if this job is worth it at this point, you know. Just a tough place to be in, but we do not know, as far as that manifesto, they are really not releasing a whole lot of details there. We know that there are other names on the list, but that is about all that they've revealed.
And we want them to protect the investigation and work on that as they search, but thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, so then I think it must be a large list of people of interest that they're making their way through, because it was either going to be one or the other, so then I think it's safe to say there's a large number of people on that list. Okay, Corin, thank you. We'll check back in the day. Did they indicate when they'd give another update, or is it just sort of impromptu at this point?
I mean, they have evidence, they have the flyers that say no.
It's just as information comes up that they really feel like they need to share with the public, they'll update us. And so, yeah, I mean, the number one thing is if they control this suspect and have that person in custody, they'll update us quickly. Anything else that comes up, though, like something to keep the public safe, they'll come out and let us know.
Okay, Corin. Thank you. Appreciate it. Again, the headline here is that they're asking people not to attend the No Kings protests that have been scheduled all over the state today out of an abundance of caution. Thanks, Corin. We'll check back in a bit.
Now let's go to our Courtney Godfrey, who is standing by and has, who knows, some of these folks involved. Good morning, Courtney.
Good morning. Obviously tragic circumstances to join you guys with, but yes, I know Senator John Hoffman. I know his wife. I know his daughter. I think what's important to highlight here as we keep this family in our prayers, as well as the Hortman family, is what an advocate John Hoffman was for disability rights. I met Senator Hoffman when I became an amputee. I lost my leg in 2017 in a boat accident. And I got to work at the Minnesota Capitol on disability issues and immediately got connected to Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman's daughter, Hope, is also an amputee like myself. She's living with disabilities, and that really drives his passion for disability rights. He's known at the state capitol as a champion for individuals with disabilities, a champion for disability rights, and especially a champion for employment services for those with disabilities. I mean, his work includes advocacy for funding to expand disability employment services, supporting vocational training programs, pushing for programs that promote equal pay and fair treatment for individuals living with disability. Just an incredible force at the Capitol, and someone who I found is respected by people on both sides of the aisle for the work that he does in that space. I mean, so much more to share about him if you guys have time, but just really, I think when you think about John Hoffman, you think about his work in disability rights.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and Courtney, we know just from officials that that he and his wife Yvette have survived, being shot multiple times. They have been they're out of surgery now and are recovering. We have no idea the extent of their condition right now. So as you said, all of us just really hoping for the best here. So I think it is really important as we are covering this to continue to just humanize these lawmakers. And I would, welcome any more information that you have, any stories that you have as you worked with him, professionally and knew him personally as well.
Yeah, I take my reporter hat off in this because I am a television reporter by trade, but I'm also a disability advocate, an amputee advocate. And when I take that reporter hat off and I think of John, I don't think of him as a Democrat. I think of him as a human being, and I think of him as someone with a heart for people living with differences. I last saw John this past winter at a fundraising event for individuals living with limb loss, and I was with Yvette and Hope, all incredible advocates. But John's last legislative session was integral in getting a bill passed in the amputee community, a bill called So You Think You Can Move. And it allows amputees in the state of Minnesota to get access to prosthetics that they otherwise would not have access to. So insurance usually only covers a basic walking leg. And because of John's advocacy work in that, he was a huge proponent of this bill. We got that bill passed so that now in the state of Minnesota, amputees can have access to a running blade, for example, or a shower leg, just a second leg that they would need to stay active. Another great story that I remember, when I first met Senator Hoffman, he told me how his daughter Hope, when she was little, she would be at the state capitol and she would be hanging out with his Republican colleagues. So I know that Senator Jim Abler is a good friend of his. So it just shows you how, yes, John Hoffman is a staunch Democrat. He is staunchly Democratic. However, someone like Senator Jim Abler, who is a Republican from Anoka, is a longtime friend of his. So he would cross the aisle and had personal relationships with those individuals. So I know that just speaks to who he is.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, it does put into context that we're so thankful to be able to report that he and his wife, Yvette, survived surgery. Don't know anything more than that.
Thank you.
But that is some
Thank you,
good
Courtney.
insight.
We do have Mary McGuire, who is at, we'll talk to you later, Courtney, thank you, who is at Mercy Hospital. And Mary, do we know yet, have we confirmed that that is where Senator Hoffman and his wife are?
Allina Health is still not releasing any information about whether or not they are being treated here, but we have heard reports and gotten some indication that this is the trauma center that they were brought to after that shooting. We have confirmed that they are both out of surgery, but still unclear the extent of their injuries or how many gunshot wounds both of them sustained. I have been able to confirm with Allina Health that the emergency department is still open for regular business, so people with medical emergencies in the area, they can still come here. I did mention before there is an unmarked police cruiser parked outside of the emergency department doors, and also 2 police officials standing at the doors. They have been checking in with people who have been coming here to be treated, but we're still monitoring the situation here. Again, the emergency department is open for regular business, but still working to find out if this is indeed the hospital that John Hoffman and his wife were brought to following that shooting.
That is good to know, a lot of that, and good to know that that emergency area is still open to people, who might be wondering that if they have something going on and they live in that area.
All right, Mary, we'll check back in with you here in a little bit. Our Mary McGuire, just one of our many crews who are on different scenes here. And I think maybe this might be a good time as we're waiting. We have some other lawmakers, former lawmakers, other folks who are starting to call in, and we'll bring you some interviews with them here in real time. But I think maybe right now, as we're waiting to do that, Leah, if we kind of just reset everything here for folks, because it's still a Saturday morning. You started on the air very, very early. I got here about 8, and since then so much has happened, and we just want to catch people up as they're coming in and out of the coverage. Do you want to start at the top, and then I can take it from Brooklyn Park?
Yes, and this is all confirmed information from the governor, from the Commissioner of Public Safety, from the last couple of press conferences that they had earlier. We had some information from sources, but this is all now confirmed. So basically, what they're saying is about 2:30 this morning, and I don't know if we still have a live camera in Champlain or not, but about 2:30 this morning, they were called to the home of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. That was about 2:30 this morning, and they found them both shot, and they were able to get them to the hospital. That is a live pic now. Yep, that is the right location. That is the street where Senator Hoffman lives with his wife, and this is on a street called 109th Place North in Champlain. They were called there. Again, they were able to get them to the hospital, get them into the surgery. They have survived that surgery, but as you can imagine, from there, when you have a high-ranking person, a lawmaker, a chief of the human services in the state. I mean, someone who is kind of, as you referred to, Amy, kind of a VIP. Word quickly goes out to law enforcement far and wide of the situation, and from there, Brooklyn Park Police started to assist. But I'll let you pick it up from there. But basically, a sergeant in Brooklyn Park said, "Hey, we need to go check on the folks living in our community."
And that is such a pivotal moment in the course of what has transpired today, because it was that sergeant from Brooklyn Park who was helping to respond to that first incident in Champlain, who had the inherent just intuition to say, wait a second, we know that Representative Melissa Hortman lives nearby in their district in Brooklyn Park. We better go check. And it was at that point that they sent officers proactively to the home of Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. And
it's only about 7 miles apart, just to give people an idea of the distance that we're talking.
Pretty close, different districts, but within that radius. So a short time later, their officers from Brooklyn Park arrive at that home. They see a vehicle in the driveway that looks like a police vehicle. Lights are flashing, and they see someone, suspect, at the door. And there's an exchange of gunfire. and the suspect fled out the back of that house. But in his wake are Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were killed in their home, shot to death in their home. So the suspect, they believe, has fled on foot at this point. They set up a 3-mile perimeter around the golf course, which is where they live near the Edinburgh golf course. Right now, that is one of the, probably it is the most important part of this story as we're following the active piece of this, which is folks living in that area. Thousands of people just need to be aware that there is this shelter in place right now, and that police believe that the suspect may be in that area still, since he was only able to flee on foot. And
maybe we want to show that alert to people, just again
should.
to drive home the severity of, if you know someone in that area and you're, haven't tuned in until now, there you go.
Thanks,
that is from the Brooklyn Park Police Department that they put out. It's been several hours now, but they just said within the last few minutes that the manhunt continues. The shelter in place stays in effect. So you can see there the 3-mile radius of specifically the Edinburgh golf course. They're looking for the suspect in multiple targeted shootings. We now know, since this was first crafted, that those are lawmakers. Armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants, and maybe representing himself as law enforcement. So this was actually, now that I'm reading the bottom of this, this is actually the very first alert that went out. But then the second alert that went out, maybe, I don't know, an hour later or so, it actually did take a step further, saying not only do not approach someone if you don't know who they are, but do not answer your door unless 2 officers approach together. So if we could update that graphic for the next time, that there's actually another update that came. Don't open your door, call 911 to verify officer identity first if someone does approach your door, because it sounds like, from what they've been describing, not only did the SUV parked in front of Representative Hortman's home look like a police vehicle, but the person they encountered in the front doorway, on the doorstep, was wearing vest, taser, gear that looks
even
like
a badge that resembled.
Yes, impersonating a police officer. So all the more reason, not only the people in that 3-mile area or even beyond need to be very, very careful, but also law enforcement working to identify who they're looking for and who's, on the true law enforcement side.
Yeah, and we didn't have a chance to learn much about that, the interaction at the door at Melissa Hortman's home. Only law enforcement saying, again, when they pulled up, there was the vehicle in the driveway that looked like a police vehicle. The lights were flashing, and that person was at the front. We also learned in that scenario that just a short time ago, law enforcement letting us know that they are asking people not to attend the No Kings protests today all over the state, in any of the cities that it's happening in, out of an abundance of caution, because and here we go. This is actually Governor Wall saying, out of an abundance of caution, my Department of Public Safety is recommending that people do not attend any political rallies today in Minnesota until the suspect is apprehended. So again, maybe just not No Kings, but if there was anything going on today, just sort of a very unpredictable situation right now. But we bring this up because, and law enforcement made this call. They showed us, and I don't know if we have this shot, Ryan, of what was in the car, but in the vehicle that was in the driveway at Representative Hortman's home were some papers, and very largely said No Kings on many of those sheets of paper. And while there's been no direct threat to any of those, here we go, this is it. So this is what was found in the suspect vehicle. No direct threats to any of these protests that law enforcement is aware of, that they're sharing with us, but out of caution today, this is what they're asking folks, is do not attend any political rallies here in Minnesota today until the suspect is apprehended.
And enough to get their attention to share that with us and get people's attention that they need to use their resources toward finding the person responsible in the manhunt.
As far as also, and sorry, let me backtrack just a little bit, talking a little bit about the scene in Brooklyn Park. One of the just most unnerving parts of this clearly is that the suspect was dressed and trying to impersonate a law enforcement officer, you know, exploiting that trust. But they indicated that this person did knock on the door. So again, this is about 3-ish in the morning this morning. Knocked on the door. The car is in the driveway with the lights flashing, and we don't know anything else beyond, you know, who answered the door. We don't know what kind, if anyone did, or if, you know, we don't know any of those details, but we do know that both Melissa Hortman and her husband's bodies were found in the home, and the suspect, they believe, fled out the back door. So that's just the very little that we know about the actual crime scene in the Brooklyn Park home.
They did also add that they encountered the body of Mark first in the home, and were able to pull him out to, you know, try to help him, but that he died there in the scene, and then presumably after that they were able to go in further.
I believe they used a drone, if I remember right. They said they may have used some sort of a drone to detect where, you know, if there's any other victims, and that's where they found Representative Hortman. We're talking about Brooklyn Park and that situation. I know that our Paul Bloom is out there right now, and Paul, if we want to toss it out to you, we're just sort of trying to reset the scene here for folks who have just kind of joining in and bringing all the latest information. You are very close. I'm actually surprised at how close you are to the home of Melissa Hortman.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of football fields behind. I don't know if in the shot you can see the flashing lights of that SUV in her driveway and the speaker's driveway, but we believe that to be that fake squad car that this gunman arrived in. The flashing bar lights up on top. We have no confirmation that that's the vehicle. It's surrounded by yellow police tape. We have seen investigators going in and out of it. We presume that is where the manifesto was found, the No Kings handwritten scribble that has prompted state authorities to basically say it's in their best judgment that people stay away from any planned No Kings rallies. We've watched for the last hour or so as law enforcement have kind of been in and around the Hortman's property. I did want to pick up, Amy. I thought perhaps I could, you know, add a little color to what you mentioned about the drone. And you could imagine a couple of police officers arriving at this house preemptively. They've had the shooting, you know, not 10 miles away from here. A friend of the Hortmans and Senator Hoffman. They're coming here proactively. They think there's a police car in the driveway, so perhaps you know, going through their heads that they were beaten by some cops and they were checking on them. And then the exchange of gunfire. And then we understand from that news conference earlier this morning there was an exchange of words. We don't know what was said during that exchange, but gunfire is exchanged. And then the suspect runs into the house. And of course, at that point, law enforcement would have lost sight of the gunman. So now they have this moment. They eventually see the body of Speaker's husband down on the ground. They don't know what they're going into. They get him out of the house, and now all of a sudden, where is the suspect? Are there more people inside? What's going on at this house? And you could understand why law enforcement would probably take a more cautious approach to searching the house to look for any other victims, to see if any suspects are hiding in the house. And that, my guess, is why the drone would have gone in and discovered, tragically, Speaker Hoffman, or excuse me, Speaker Hortman dead. Been talking to some neighbors. It is quiet here. It does appear people are heeding the order to lock down, to shelter in place within this 3-mile radius around the Edinburgh golf course. I've heard from several neighbors now as I just go up cautiously to knock. I think people's nerves are frayed around here, so I'm kind of just knock, wave in the window, make sure people know who I am approaching their door. And, you know, the Hortmans were beloved neighbors, dog walkers, chit-chatting in the neighborhood, as one might imagine. Sounds like they've lived in this subdivision around the golf course, beautiful neighborhood up here in Brooklyn Park for years. Heard unconfirmed report that tragically, in addition, I'm going to throw it back to you guys. I understand there may be some developing news, so we'll just send it back. I'll pick up my thoughts in a minute or two here.
Okay, thank you, Paul. We appreciate it. We actually have former State Senator Melissa Lopez Franzen standing by to talk with us, and we are speechless waking up to this. And Melissa, we're curious, what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm shocked as everyone that knew the Hortmans, Mark and Melissa. I've had the privilege of traveling with them in our political journey, serving together. When I was leader in the Senate and she was speaker in the House, we were in the negotiating rooms. I've seen her skill. I can tell you that she was the most skilled politician of our time in Minnesota, a friend. I just spoke to her last night. We were in a gathering of Democrats in a Democratic dinner, and there's a lot of security as we do it now in this moment in time in politics, which is not the norm and should not be the norm. But I talked to her and I told her how gracious she was this last session, and we had our exchange of politics and behind the scenes things, and then Mark was there right by her side and just gearing up for the next election cycle. And little did I know that that was the last conversation I would have with Speaker Hortman and with Mark. I also was with Senator Hoffman, who I also served with, and his wife Yvette, and gave her a hug. We were trying to find time to get together after this special session. So they were all trying to recover from a one-day long special session where they were able to complete the work of the legislature. And these are public servants. It's irrespective of what the party that they represent. These are people who reach across the aisle to represent all of us, to provide care, to provide health care, to provide a budget for public safety, who I also want to acknowledge of their work right now and their importance of our ecosystem of politics. But this is not the norm, where we have to live in fear for serving the public in these roles of elected office. And we should be ringing the alarm at the loudest level that this is not acceptable, and that people serving their communities at any level, whether it's school board or Senate or House or anything, that people should have ability to respect the work that is being done on behalf of our communities. And I want to say a deep, hard condolences to the Hortman family and to the Hoffman family for what they're going through. I know them really well. And these are my friends, these are my colleagues, and it's like an assault on your family, and it should not be tolerated. I have a squad car in my street. That is not something that is normal and should never be normalized. So I really do want to speak out in terms of bringing back civility into political discourse, and that people stand up for democracy, and this is not what it looks like. Yeah. We need peaceful ability to represent the differences in our country. And this is something that is going to be in the spotlight of the entire country. And this is a moment where we say, this is enough.
And our condolences to you as well. To be clear, so you were at an event just last night with both the Hortmans and the Hoffmans.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that event? Was this a large event? Were there a lot of members of the party? Where was it located?
It was our Humphrey Mondale dinner for the Democratic Party, and there was at least 1,000 people in this event, and it was with a heavy security to enter and also in the perimeter. And we had everyone from the governor to the speaker and all of the elected officials that just completed the special session. So there was a lot of presence of Democratic members and people in the community who wanted to celebrate the finale of the special session and giving Speaker Hortman a standing ovation, and Majority Leader Aaron Murphy as well for completing the session and not and avoiding a shutdown for their state. So that is what they are elected to do, to serve and to provide for a budget for our state. They don't sign up for violence.
No.
I'm curious, obviously, as we're watching the end of the session, the one sort of interview that stands out to me when I saw Speaker Emeritus Hortman was her in tears. She had a really tough vote that went against her moral fiber, frankly. It was very difficult for her to cast this deciding vote. The vote was to, as part of the budget, as you know, but just to inform other people, to eliminate the min care for undocumented adults here in Minnesota. It was something she clearly said so many times, I don't want to do it. And so one of my last images of her was her just being so human and showing us that she did this against her sort of ethics, but she knew that it was for the greater good.
And that's what they are. They're leaders of our community. That's why we elect them, to make sure they do the job, and they do it regardless of their personal convictions, in some cases when it is for the greater good. And that is who Melissa Hortman will be remembered as. And I want to say, Mark, her husband, when we sign up for these roles, it is a family affair. My husband helps with the kids, and they have grown children, but they are all part of this. We all do it as a family. And this is not what we want to do. We don't want to live in fear. We don't want to sign up for roles that are going to put our family at risk. And that should not be normalized. But yes, we do take tough votes. But at the end of the day, we should respect each other, and we should be peacefully disagreeable about things, but not come to violence as we've seen today. And again, we are all sheltering in place. This is not normal, and we should denounce it.
Can you expand on that a bit? You said that there's a squad car on your street. You're sheltering in place. Is that instructed by the sergeant at arms? Is that instructed by your local police? Did you make the call to ask them to come? How does that work in a situation such as this?
Well, I don't know how it works because this is not normal, but I will tell you that my city where I live reached out to me, and they said that the police department would reach out as well. So I got a call, and I was not told I was on a list, but there was a reference to a list, and I did not ask because I had no idea that there was a manifesto. But I do, we live on a street that is pretty safe, obviously, but in this moment, I think everyone's being extra cautious, and I appreciate and thank the public servants and our police chief and our police department for sending a squad in our street and making sure we are safe during this time until the alleged perpetrators are caught, because they are still at large.
Mm-hmm.
Our condolences to you, and we're thinking of you and your family, as we are with all of the lawmakers. We can't say it enough. This cannot be normalized, and we appreciate you coming on with that message today, and also balancing it with trying to remember your friend and colleague in the legislature for many years. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. Yeah, that was former State Senator Melissa Lopez Franzen, and obviously you can feel the fear that must be far and wide, not only in the state of Minnesota right now, but for lawmakers are watching nationwide.
Things will change after this by way of security. I mean, imagine now from here what needs to happen and what will happen, and even with all of that in place, how much fear there will still be. This changes a lot of things.
And I do want to point out just a tiny bit of clarity. Her shelter in place is different. That is Lawmakers. The shelter in place in Brooklyn Park has to do with anyone, public servant or not, within the 3-mile radius of the Edinburgh golf course, and that is still very much underway as the manhunt is underway. So just want to clarify that.
In fact,
she referred to it as shelter in place, but is a little bit different.
This might be a good time just to pop that map back up right now, as we can just continue to keep this very much at the top of mind, that there is the shelter in place in that 3-mile radius of Edinburgh golf course, and you can see the map right there. Our Paul Bloom is near the home of Representative Melissa Hortman right now, and we'll check in with him in just a little bit here as he is on the ground. Do we want to go to another interview? Okay, we have another former lawmaker, former state rep Nick Zerwas on the line with us right now. Again, our condolences to you. we just don't even have the words. We're so sorry for what you're going through, and all of the lawmakers, and for your loss.
It's truly a sad day in Minnesota, and I served with Speaker Hortman prior to when she was Speaker and while she was Speaker, and Senator Hoffman and I were elected the same election year and worked very closely. I served on Health and Human Services in the House, and he did in the Senate, and so we worked on dozens and dozens of bills together. And I'll tell you, John is about the most caring, compassionate individual in that job that I've ever worked with. He's there for all of the right reasons, and he just cares so much. I know other people have talked about his work in the disability community, but nursing homes, hospitals, we work together changing state law to allow for the first pediatric hospice house in Minnesota. And he's so connected with the people he represents, with his family. Obviously, Hope, his daughter, is such an inspiration to him, and quite frankly, all of us. And for someone like John to be targeted is just gut-wrenching. And Melissa, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. She was a force of nature in the House. And politics aside, politics doesn't matter. Not on a day like this. And Speaker Hortman was an absolute force of nature. And you saw that just this last week as she really dragged her caucus to the finish line. And just an incredible leader. And it was on display the last several weeks and through her tenure in the legislature. And, one of the reasons I got out of office after my second child was born is because of the increasing rhetoric and threats that legislators face. And so I've had several nights where either the State Patrol or the Elk River Police Department had a squad car parked in front of my door because of active threats of violence. We cannot devolve into a society, into a country, into a state where political differences are being settled by murderers. And the impact that this will have in Minnesota and quite frankly across the country, we are sliding away from an America that I want my kids to grow up in, and I think that we want all of us to live in.
Yeah, we appreciate that. We want to reiterate to our viewers who may be watching, Senator John Hoffman and his wife have survived being shot multiple times, and they are hospitalized, and we don't have any other information other than they have made it out of surgery. But we are talking also and remembering now, tragically, we are having to remember loss of life here of Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. I'm curious, Nick. You knew them obviously professionally as colleagues, but knew Representative Hortman as a colleague. Personally, you know, we hear a little bit about her husband Mark and her relationship, and I just know in just the little bit I knew of her, she would speak of him often, and just had such a love for her family. She has 2 adult children as well.
Yeah, she loved him so much, and I only got to meet Mark once. I had an event, but she was so dedicated to the legislature in her job, representing her constituents, and then being the Speaker of the House, which is just a huge, huge role. But she also was a very committed wife and mom, and she would talk about wanting to get out of St. Paul, to get back home and be with her family. It's unbelievable. And it's just such an incredible loss. And to have the spouses of both of these elected officials also shot, serving in elected office takes a toll on an entire family. And horrifically, overnight, you know, that comes into focus in just the most awful way when Melissa's husband is shot and killed and John's wife is shot. And I mean, it's so terrible. I don't know. We have to move forward from this, but in one stance, I just don't know how we move forward with this. This changes everything for everyone from now going forward. It's just an awful, awful day.
Yes, it is.
Nick, thank you. Thanks for your time. Again, we are so sorry for your loss, and we're thinking of everybody involved today.
Prayers.
Appreciate your time. Yeah.
Prayers for everyone involved, and prayers, continued prayers for the law enforcement officials that are out trying to find the suspect in this active manhunt. This is an extremely horrific time and dangerous time still as we speak.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, as you mentioned, it is still very active. That shelter-in-place order continues in Brooklyn Park and that 3 miles around the Edinburgh golf course. Suspects still at large, manhunt underway, everyone from FBI on down looking for that suspect. We thought we would take a moment, because this has been so developing and such a fluid situation really since 2 a.m. this morning, when several of us are, you know, just starting our morning news routine. We started to get wind of this, and then it took a few hours, and then we started to get some confirmation of this horrific news today. We thought, for those of us, those of you who didn't join us a little bit earlier, around 9:30, 9:45 was when Governor Tim Walz made the confirmation of these shootings and of the lives lost. So we'll replay that for you now so that you.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
All right, that was Governor Walz from about 9:45 this morning. Our Leah Bino has left, and now we welcome in our Karen Scullin to continue our coverage here on what is a tragic, dark day for us here in Minnesota. Karen, we were just talking. Now, we last heard from the governor just a short time ago that they're asking people not to attend any sort of political rallies or protests today. That is what the ask. But there's some sort of other information.
We're talking, of course, about these No Kings protests that are going on really all around the state. For the most part, I think that's what he's referencing. However, the big one that's going to be held at the Capitol, it was supposed to start at St. Paul College at 11, and then the big gathering then was at the Capitol, and it appears that it's still going on. On their webpage, it's No Kings is run by a group called indivisible.org. On their webpage, it says, as of now, we are proceeding with the No Kings event. We think it's important to gather peacefully. In the face of this horror, we will mourn and mark our determination for a peaceful, just, democratic future. And as it was mentioned, the governor asking people not to attend that. He is not going to be speaking there as he was earlier, and I believe Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is no longer speaking as well.
Yeah. I do have a note here from one of our reporters that says he spoke with an organizer who says that that Attorney General Keith Ellison is still scheduled to speak. That is from one of our reporters who spoke with an organizer. So we'll see. But the shot you just saw was it's at the Capitol, in front of the Capitol steps. You couldn't really tell there because it was zoomed in. There we go. But there obviously is the podium. If you were to zoom out, there were a bunch of chairs sort of set up there for folks to listen to the speakers. Headliner, of course, Governor Walz, who is no longer going to be there, and now again asking folks not to attend out of an abundance of caution, right?
Right,
no direct threats.
Right, no direct threat. However, in the suspect vehicle, as you all were mentioning earlier, there were, I don't know if you could call them flyers. What they looked like were just a bunch of papers with handwritten No Kings on these papers. Obviously some sort of reference to the protests that were supposed to take place today, but whether, you know, he was part of the protest or not part of the protest, you know, we obviously just don't know. We don't know any kind of a motive at this point. But that is actually the picture that State Patrol put out of those papers that were found inside what was decked out as a fake police squad, a fake police squad SUV that was discovered, or where police came upon this morning, parked in the driveway of Melissa Hortman's home.
Yeah, lights still flashing as they were when it showed up, when police showed up. And actually, here's a live look at the scene. Our Paul Bloom, we know, is out there right now. I don't know, guys, and forgive me, I'm not sure if he confirmed that this was the suspect vehicle or if that's just it's believed to be the suspect's vehicle, so that would be the driveway of the Hortman home. And we do know from law enforcement confirmed that the lights were flashing at the time that Brooklyn Park officers arrived at the scene and then saw the suspect on the doorstep.
Yeah, and if you can tell that it's not actually a squad car because they don't have those little those strip of tape on the back. The license plate, I think, is covered a little bit or clouded, and then they don't have the blue and reds, so it's yellow and white. So very similar, obviously, to a lot of squad cars, but not the real deal.
And at 3-ish in the morning, when someone is knocking on your door and all you see are those lights. So that's kind of the more disturbing part of this, is that someone is they believe still out there, suspect at large in that area. And I know we want to get to Senator Duckworth here, and we will in a second. But we cannot reiterate enough that there's an active shelter in place that is happening right now in that area of Brooklyn Park, 3-mile radius.
Right, and they have said, don't answer your door for a police officer unless there are 2 or more. A police officer, but he is not. But he is operating alone, so there would not be more than one if it was in fact the suspect. So 2 more officers at your door, probably okay to answer.
Yeah, and the belief is that the suspect is still in that area because he fled on foot out the back door of the Hortman's home. They don't know that for sure, but that's the belief right now, and that's the area that they're focusing on. We'll come back to some more of these details here, but we want to continue to bring in those who knew. It's still hard to say knew Speaker Emeritus Hortman and her family in all of this, and State Senator Zach Duckworth is one of those folks who is kindly joining us today. We appreciate your time, our condolences, and thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon. I obviously wish it were under better circumstances.
Can you tell us a little bit about your professional relationship with Speaker Emeritus Hortman? I know she's beloved by people on both sides of the aisle, and we're just really trying to understand from those who knew her best, the kind of person that she was.
Well, sure. I think Melissa, rightfully so, had the reputation of somebody who was a very committed leader to being of service to the state, to her constituents. I think she would be described as a tough negotiator, somebody who knew exactly where her principles were, what she wanted, and how she wanted to help folks across the state of Minnesota. And she didn't mince words about that. She worked very hard to bring about some of the legislation and changes that she thought were important to the people of Minnesota. And even though I may have been a colleague across the aisle, certainly a respect there for somebody who had her leadership capabilities and at times was willing to put what was best for the entire state before even either political party, to simply advance things and deliver what people expect from their legislature here in Minnesota.
Senator, I know she had a tough decision to make on the budget bill that was passed, but that you mentioned she's a really tough negotiator. What was that like, and as far as more on her negotiation skills and just really her likability, it sounds like?
I would say that, when you have somebody of her caliber and her leadership who conducts herself the way that she did, very, very professionally, it's hard not to have a little bit of a high regard and mutual respect for that person, even though you may have some disagreements with them. And she always attempted to try to find a path forward that involves some collaboration, some negotiation. Of course, it's politics. It's not always possible or not always the case. However, she was certainly somebody that would make that attempt or express to others how important it was that there is some sort of collaboration between everybody involved at the state capitol, and how can we find a good way forward for the state of Minnesota on behalf of all the folks that we represent.
Senator, can I ask you a little bit about, this morning, if you don't mind, how did you learn about this, and then what sort of plans were in place for, yourself, your family, because I know there's a protocol to follow here, and then of course the wild card situation with this being someone misrepresenting law enforcement as well.
I mean, absolutely devastating and horrific news to get waking up this morning. To find out about the shootings that had occurred to both Representative Hortman and Senator John Hoffman, who I served with, and then their spouses as well. Honestly, just shocking. Here in the state of Minnesota, where we're just a Midwest state that may disagree with, but certainly love and respect our neighbors, and to hear that news and to have it hit so close to home, and to involve not just people that we know and work with, but their loved ones as well, was just, utterly devastating. And so we certainly feel very, very sorry for their families, for their loved ones, for all who are involved and touched by this. Extremely grateful for law enforcement and their quick action, their ability to be proactive. I mean, I can only imagine how much violence was maybe prevented by those officers having the presence of mind to, after hearing about John, go to Melissa's home and then ultimately confront the gunman. I can tell you this without sharing too many details, because I think it's important to respect the privacy and security and protection of folks and their families. But law enforcement all across the state of Minnesota, while legislators and their loved ones were sleeping soundly, were taking action to keep them safe. And that's incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm personally very thankful to our local law enforcement and anybody who wears a badge in our state for trying to make sure they're keeping everybody as safe as possible.
Senator, taking a step back a little bit on this, is this something, I mean, obviously you have a job to do, but lawmakers are in the public eye, and it can get contentious at sometimes. Is this something that you ever think about, that it could happen? Do you ever feel vulnerable? Do other lawmakers feel vulnerable at any point in time when things kind of start to heat up?
Obviously, politics, the legislature can be contentious at times. We certainly try not to violate, any respect that we have for one another and professionalism. But, things do get heated and passionate at times. But I don't think anybody ever really expects it to come to something like this, especially at such a local level and here in our state, Minnesota. Obviously, we've learned that the times we live in are tremendously dangerous, and that we always have to be mindful, watchful, and protective of ourselves, our loved ones, and one another. And, being civil, and not just the legislature and not just politicians, but to our neighbors, to our family members, to our loved ones is always important. We have to remember that we can disagree, we can debate, we can collaborate, try to find ways forward, but nothing calls for the senseless violence like we have all experienced today in our state.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Senator Zach Duckworth, thank you so much for speaking with us, and our best to you, best to all the lawmakers, and of course those injured today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's poignant to say that, politics are kind of going aside today, and it's about the human aspect of all of this. Politicians, police, in the end, we're all just human beings, and you have to treat each other with humanity, and it's heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. They were friends. The lawmakers are friends for the most part, and work very closely together, sometimes spending more time with their coworkers than their own families. So tough for all.
Absolutely. And we appreciate those who've shared memories and thoughts today. I did want to touch on this as well. Karen and I were talking about it just a little while ago. So the governor asked that people not attend any sort of political rallies today in Minnesota, anything, including this one, which is the No Kings rally at the state capitol. There are several of these all over the state, here in the Twin Cities as well. It is still going on, as you can see. The governor not speaking, Lieutenant Governor not speaking. One of our reporters was told that AG Keith Ellison, Attorney General Keith Ellison, will be, I don't have that confirmed, but one of our reporters was told by an organizer. But I just wanted to reiterate, so this is Senator Amy Klobuchar just put this on social media a short time ago. The governor is asking people in Minnesota not to attend rallies today until this murderer is apprehended. This is the right call for public safety. It isn't about the rallies themselves. It's because there's a killer who knows no limits, who hasn't yet been apprehended. So just want to sort of reiterate that.
Right, this rally was supposed to go until 2:30. I will say, it was predicted about 10 to 15,000 people would be at that rally. It does not look anywhere close to that. So I think maybe most people did heed the warning and abide by the governor's ask there. And as Senator Klobuchar just said, it's not about the rally, it's about the danger, the possible danger of this suspect, this armed, dangerous suspect still being out there. Yeah. And people are still sheltering in place.
Right. Such an active situation right now. And to everybody's point, all of the leaders, until this murder is apprehended, we're all on edge right now. And it's a very unpredictable, fast-moving situation. And so we hope to bring you some good news soon that this person has been captured, and hopefully it's in that area that they're looking at in Brooklyn Park. This is, of course, that's one of many rallies, thousands across the country today. The ask is for Minnesotans not to attend out of an abundance of caution today. In conjunction with those rallies, just for those who may not know, I guess we assume everybody sort of knows what's going on, but the No Kings rally is sort of a nationwide movement to counter the events that are happening, Karen, in D.C. today.
Right, and to counter the Army's 250th birthday celebration that was going on there, and the idea of no kings, believing that President Trump is sort of behaving like a king, so that's why it has that title. And then there's all kinds of, I guess, complaints, for lack of a better word, that they're also protesting regarding, cuts in Social Security, whatever they are saying is going on.
A wide range, I think, of things that people care about. But again, the word from our state officials is please do not attend any of those rallies today. I wonder if we want to kind of just reset just a little bit as you're just kind of coming in here, and we can kind of start, I guess, just from the top here.
Right.
You actually, Karen, my goodness, I don't know why you were up at the time you were this morning, but you actually saw something very early.
It was right around 3 or 4 o'clock, I think, that I happened to wake up, and I swear I'm never going to get on my phone, but I did, and I immediately saw a few things that were like, oh boy. This is not good. And of course, messaged the station and started making some calls, seeing what's going on. But as we know, it sounds like before Representative Hortman was shot and her husband, the suspect was actually at Senator Hoffman's in Champlain and shot him and his wife first. They have survived. That is the good news there out of all of this.
Yeah, so sort of to timeline it here a little bit, after 2 in the morning, about 2:30, they said that first call came in that 2 people had been shot at the home of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, and we didn't have much more information other than that. So cut to about 9:45 when we get all of the details of kind of the basics here. Senator Hoffman and his wife shot multiple times, and they were taken to the hospital where they have survived surgery. So what we know is that they were out of surgery as of several hours ago. We have not gotten any sort of update on their conditions. What's just so I don't know, fortuitous or it's incredible that in Champlain is near Brooklyn Park. Brooklyn Park police helped with a response to Champlain. As the sergeant from Brooklyn Park was helping to respond to that, it occurred to him that, okay, this is a state senator's home. Also, Representative Melissa Hortman lives in his district, which is 5-6 miles away. Her home happens to be. And he then said we need to send folks to her home as well. And here are their two pictures. So law enforcement in Brooklyn Park make their way to Representative Hortman's home, where they find what looked like a police car in her driveway. We showed you that live image there just a moment ago. Lights still flashing, and they see the suspect at the door. They said that the suspect knocked at the door, and we don't know what kind of conversation or what happened after that. Neighbors have told our Paul Bloom that they heard two quick rounds of what they thought sounded like sort of semi-automatic gunfire, and that was prior to the exchange of gunfire with police. We know that Representative Hortman and her husband were both found deceased in their home. We know that the suspect fled out the back door at that time, and they believe he's still on foot in that area.
Right, and I think the importance of the Brooklyn Park Police Department arriving on scene as that was happening can't be said enough. I mean, lucky, I don't know what to say, but there was a manifesto found in the suspect's car with a list of other lawmakers. We haven't been told which lawmakers, but there was a list. And so we know who's on that list, so they have obviously been given some extra security, extra protection, and the suspect apparently lost his mobility because the car is still at Melissa Hortman's house, so, and police are still going through the car. So
imagine, right, if you will, that person getting back into that vehicle and not being confronted by those officers in that moment, and being able to flee that scene and the damage that could have been done, or the area that now they would be searching. We hope that that person is in that area because we know that law enforcement will track that suspect down.
And of course, we can't say enough that we don't know motive. That's not been stated. We don't know what side or where they're coming from or whatever. There were the No Kings flyers, kind of handwritten, found in the vehicle. So police are going through that, trying to make sense of what has happened there.
And what's interesting, the first press conference with Governor Walz that we just actually played for you, Governor Walz called it, you heard it right off the top. He said politically motivated. He called it an assassination. And so at that time, they weren't answering many follow-ups as to what else they were seeing that made them lean in that direction, other than clearly the victims involved were lawmakers. And then about 90 minutes later is when they released, the State Patrol released the photos of the No Kings papers that were found in the vehicle. And clearly in between that time, there's a lot of decisions that need to be made because the No Kings protest was going to be happening at 11. So I think, they usually don't give out that kind of evidence or this early on, and they were very tight-lipped at first, and I think they needed to show that to people to really show them, hey, please don't.
And in addition to the people, however, several hundred people that did show up to the Capitol for the No Kings protest there, I have heard other gatherings, that there are other gatherings. People are saying, oh, I saw one here, I saw one there, up on the highway pass bridge, that kind of thing, overpass. So they are still going on, even though the governor has asked and the State Patrol has asked for people not to go to political rallies today out of an abundance of caution and for their own safety. So just so much going on with this suspect still out there, still on the run, dressed like a police officer, is not a police officer. So some scary times for folks living in the area, and I know there are still people sheltering in place.
Thousands of people we're told live in that area, according to the police chief, in that 3-mile radius of Edinburgh. I don't know, guys, if we can pop that map back up just as a visual in case people aren't listening. We wanted to pop that up to let people know. Thank you. So this is the 3-mile radius where currently there is that shelter in place. Police believe that the suspect is in this area. They don't know at this point, what he's wearing. Do we have that description, you guys, from the alert? Do you have that, Karen?
I don't have that pulled up.
It was, thank you, Ryan. Here we go.
There we go, yeah.
So suspect, this was the first alert that went out early this morning. White male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants, may misrepresent himself as law enforcement. Do not approach. Subsequently, they added a little bit more information and instruction to people living in that area, which is, Karen, they were talking about the number of officers who are going to, if they come to your door, there's going to be 2 or more.
Right. It sounds like we have our own Paul Bloom that's going to be live for us. He has a new interview to share with us and some new details as well. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, hey, Karen, good morning. This is the first time since got a chance to talk to you since joining our coverage. We are in the Edinburgh golf course general vicinity. I mean, certainly well within the lockdown range, probably maybe, I don't know, 3 football fields away from the Hortman house. I want to get out of the way of the shot because we have focused so much of our attention this morning on what we believe. We don't have 100% certainty, but that is Melissa Hortman's, the Hortman's driveway. That is that, what we believe is that fake squad car, police vehicle that the gunman, the alleged gunman, was traveling in this morning. Since he fled that scene on foot. The reason why I wanted to get to us just as soon as possible is while they've been in and around, we saw him in the back seat. They've now opened the hatchback, the back of that SUV. I'm seeing some pink coloring, maybe, you know, like a file containers, if you will, out of that back area being removed. It's hard to see. Again, while we are close, we are certainly not able to get right on top of that, but that is a focus of major attention right now. Investigators combing that vehicle. I've been describing it this morning. It's black. There's no clear markings from our vantage. We have a pretty good zoom on our camera. We don't see any, you know, distinctive, as if it were a stolen squad car. We believe it's sort of just faux, fake, made to look like a squad car with those old kind of flashing lighting strobe lights up on top. You don't typically see now with the modern day SUVs, the undercover looks. But that is what they perceived was a police car in the driveway. You think about that's where the manifesto is found this morning, the No Kings that has state authorities on alert telling people not to go to protests today. There's the encounter on the front stoop just feet away from that squad car where the arriving officers from the Senator Hoffman shooting are here to check on Melissa Hortman, make sure everything's okay. All of a sudden they encounter someone who appears to be police, dressed like it, has a taser, has the vest, has the uniform, has the badge. It almost looks like the Brooklyn Park police chief. Mark Bruley mentioned that. There's an exchange of gunfire. We understand he said something on the stoop, ran into the house, and then disappeared out the back. I have to point out, perhaps on that map you've been showing, but on the back side is just the golf course. That's the Edinburgh golf course. And from there, you know, that suspect could go in any direction. I mean, as we spoke this morning to you, you know, I'm anxious in this neighborhood. It's presumed he took off, but we've certainly seen stories where people lie low in a neighborhood until the heat, you know, dissipates and then they emerge. So we don't know. This neighborhood doesn't know. This neighborhood remains quiet. We've seen a dog walker. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 looky-loos driving through, but otherwise this neighborhood, Saturday morning, I mean, it's overcast, not a beautiful June Saturday morning, but this neighborhood is quiet. People are inside. I've only encountered, like I said, 1 dog walker, a couple of vehicles driving by. We've been here at least an hour or 2. To set the scene a little bit further, I did have a conversation with a neighbor. She heard the gunfire. Her and her son have lived in this neighborhood for 17 years. I've queued up the interview just to give you a little bit of a flavor. Some other neighbors, a little anxious, didn't want to go on camera. This family stepped outside and I caught them in their driveway. Why don't we just play a little bit just for our viewers to kind of hear from folks directly who live in the Hortman's neighborhood.
Up, and then I look at my husband next to me. I say, "Dad, I hear gunshot," and then my husband's still sleeping, and then I wake up and I down on my knee and I pray that no one get hurt. Yeah, that's the first thing I did.
Get down and pray.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it felt close. You just didn't know where.
Yeah.
Where the gunfire was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When did you realize? Did you start did you then go to windows and see?
Yeah, I went through the window of my bedroom. Yeah, in my master bedroom, because my bedroom is straight across from her house, so I can see it. Yeah. Yeah.
And so you knew right away it was.
No, I don't know. Knew that it's her house, but I was. I thought she lived somewhere.
No,
yeah.
You didn't know her exactly.
Yeah. No.
When you got that shelter.
You can keep that mic 6 inches lower.
Okay.
When you got that order to stay sheltered, stay in place, what did you think of that? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't think of anything. I just recorded and I post on my TikTok and say, hey, something happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Do you remember a couple years ago someone had told me there had been protests outside her house? Did you remember ever seeing
No,
that?
I he remember. I don't.
Okay,
I don't really keep up the news. He do.
Okay. And you said for you, Melissa, I mean, it was kind of cool to have the Speaker of the House, or Speaker of the Minnesota House.
During, I think, 2023, I was trick-or-treating, and I went up to her house, and she was there. I was like, "Oh, really? This is where you live?" And then we took a photo together, and then, I don't know, but the day of the protest, I think it was like 2021, one of my friends who live also nearby her house, she told me that some people knocked on her door and then said they're going to do protests. I don't know what exactly they were protesting, but there was something there.
Did you hear the gunfire?
No, I wasn't. I was still kind of asleep. I heard sirens, but I wasn't sure what was going on because I thought it was like from the highway, but it was just right over there.
Really quiet neighborhood in general, I take it, on
Yeah.
this golf course. How are you? What's your mindset now? Are you sad?
I'm a little disappointed on why people are shooting politicians, and I don't know. It's kind of odd for this to happen.
And again, a little flavor from this family that lives, within the neighborhood, the subdivision. I wanted to show this photo. You heard that interview there. Again, just kind of live back and forth between me and the young man, 17. He was really taken by the fact that the Minnesota Speaker of the House at the time lived in his neighborhood. He was out trick-or-treating, and he met her at the door, and he said, "I got to get a selfie." And she, that's Melissa Hortman there. With this young man, now 17, with a friend while they were out trick-or-treating. And that's what it felt like when I talk to some of these neighbors. I go up to their door. Again, just to give you some sense of the mood here, you go up kind of quietly, you present yourself. Everybody's worried about the single police. Look for that. I don't want to startle anybody, so we go up, present ourselves and begin talking to people. But describe the Hortmans as living in this neighborhood for decades, is my understanding. They're dog walkers. They're out and about. They had grown kids, so some of the older folks in this neighborhood have had their kids grow up with them. So there's a lot of hurt, a lot of pain in this neighborhood because this was personal for them. We talked to some of those lawmakers. It's personal for those who spend time with Hortman and Hoffman in the legislature, and it's very personal for these folks in the neighborhood. I'm just going to kind of take a step out of that shot, just get back to that, again, what we believe is that fake police car in the driveway. It looks like the investigators have kind of backed away from it at this point. The hatch has been shut, the back seat where we've seen some people moving around looking for stuff. That has, they've pulled back, but very much a thorough investigation. That dead-end street is blocked off. This is basically the closest we can get to the scene. I'm thinking back now as I go back to kind of the first neighbor I spoke to. They had their bedroom open on this side, bedroom window open last night. They distinctly remember hearing 2 bursts of what they described as either automatic, semi-automatic gunfire. Their presumption now, knowing how this story unfolded, was that they heard the initial shooting of the Hortmans, followed by the police encounter with the gunman dressed in law enforcement tactical gear at the door. So they said it was very close proximity. They thought maybe about a minute when you think about how quickly law enforcement arrived from the Hoffman shooting to the Hortman house. We talked about it's maybe 5 to 7 miles, depending what route you take between Champlin and Brooklyn Park. And tragically, that is where the speaker was shot and killed alongside her husband this morning in a political assassination. I can send it back to the studio. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to fire away.
Yeah. So, Paul, I'm curious, just setting kind of the actual scene where you are. When about did you get there? And are people, other cars? I mean, are people able to come and go, or have they kind of blocked off a perimeter, or are you able to move? Have they told you to stay put? Like what's kind of going on the ground where you are?
Yeah, great question. I mean, we've been here, what do you think, Doug, 2 hours? Probably 2 hours now, Amy. Yes, people can come and go. You know, I see some neighbors walking out here. We actually just kind of kept moving just to see how close we could get. We weren't sure. We did pass some squads that are just kind of what I would describe are in sort of observational positioning. We weren't sure they were going to flag us down and not let us go, but they did let us come down. You know, we're now, I mean, you'd have to go to the next block and take a right into her neighborhood, but you know, we're 300 yards away from the Hortman house. So yes, you can come, you can go. It's not a total lockdown. I mean, I think back to years ago. I'm from the Boston area originally, the Boston Marathon, the Hunt, and the Boston just shut down, and police are going door to door. It's not like that here. You know, I mentioned in my initial reporting that the golf course is on the back side of the Hortman house. So if someone were to flee out the back, which is the suspicion that law enforcement and authorities have said, they would have kind of landed on the golf course and could have taken off in any direction. We obviously just don't know. There's some big power lines that kind of run, creating a gap. That someone could follow in the dark of night. You know, was this guy trained? We just don't know. I mean, he had tactical gear. He had a faux police car that he arrived in. We don't know what type of training or that would indicate. But no, there's anxiety. People, as I said, there's not a lot of movement. It's Saturday morning. You know, it's not raining up here. People I would guess would normally be out and about. That's not happening. But yes, people can come and go. There's no there's no orders to, no one's here keeping people in their house. You can come and go as you wish, but clearly people are obeying what
Paul,
they're getting on their phones.
That perimeter is still set up, correct? So you can't come and go with your car. Is that right? Or you can?
No. I mean, my understanding certainly is the neighbors right here next on my left off camera had just come back from an errand they had run. And there are some, like I say, would describe as like looky-loos. We've seen not a lot. I mean, not much, but 1, 2, 3 here. We haven't tried to go out and come back in. But when we came this morning, they were on each and every corner, a squad car, some type of community service or some type of law enforcement. And, no one stopped us. We got to this point where this is where it's really blocked off. Like no one is going down this final bit into the Hortman's very specific subdivision street. But from this point across the little pond here, we certainly have not been bothered.
Hey, Paul, the suspect vehicle is intriguing. We're looking at it right now. And I keep trying to see what that picture is or that flyer is on the side of the vehicle and the back of the vehicle. Was Doug able to figure that out through his camera or any idea? I mean, it's got a few, it sort of looks like a squad, but they've got some weird tape on it. Can you kind of describe what it looks like to you? Or Doug?
Yeah, so Doug on our Doug, I just whispered in my ear as I pulled out my earpiece. So that is that stuff that is taped on it, like the white paper. We believe, and Doug has been behind the camera. He thinks that's something that's been put up by investigators, the BCA, for measurement purposes. Because that definitely was not on the squad, whatever that vehicle is, when I got here. I mean, I will continue to say we don't have 100% absolute confirmation that is the vehicle in question, but it is the Hortman driveway. It certainly matches with what authorities say, and investigators have spent a ton of time this morning looking at it, going around it, pulling stuff from it. So that is the best we can do for you from this distance.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to clarify that, Paul, kind of the difference between a shelter in place and a lockdown, because it does sound like, as someone just sort of watching, it also kind of makes me, think, well, this is the area they're looking at, and if they believe the person is in there, you would think that it would be a little bit more locked down, I guess. That's just kind of just me as a person, a human, asking that question,
Yeah.
I did hear
and then it's a good point on the verbiage of a shelter in place versus a lockdown that perhaps we might sort of concoct in our heads. But I mean, we have not seen in the 2 hours we've been here. Now that's hours after the shooting. Bear in mind, right? 3:30 in the morning. I mean, we did not get here until 10 a.m. So I mean, there were hours and hours. I don't know what this place looked like. Were there grid searches done in here that they now feel like this area is safe? I just don't know. we don't know what we don't know. We haven't seen any really active action by law enforcement here. For us, it's been the investigation over by the squad, over by Hortman's house. I heard some sirens in the distance. You know, that's kind of what I'm on edge for. Like, is there a deployment? Is there a place that they get word that a suspect may be? I haven't felt that in this immediate area. Again, the sirens were light. They weren't intense, and we certainly don't have any intelligence to say they're, you know, breaking down a door somewhere or are hot on the trail of this individual. But yes, the shelter-in-place order continues. People are observant of it. I don't want to knock this neighborhood. I really want to be clear. I have not seen a lot of people out, but certainly people can go.
Okay. I think they were searching, I had heard that they were searching a couple of other areas as well, in addition to that Brooklyn Park area.
Right.
So,
well, and Paul, you're obviously the eye of the storm right now. That's probably, you know, the most unlikely place. And to your point, they may have canvassed that area already. Thank you for all of those updates, and we'll check back in with you here shortly. Karen and I have just been saying, you know, we need to also talk about Champlin here. And this other scene and the other victims here who have survived, but we don't know their condition. Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, who were also shot.
I think we have Mary McGuire at Mercy Hospital for us, and that is where Senator Hoffman and his wife were brought, and I believe went into some surgery earlier on. Mary?
And Karen, I have confirmed since last speaking to you guys that both Yvette and State Senator John Hoffman were both shot multiple times. Again, they are out of surgery and are recovering at this point. The last status update that we got was a couple of hours ago from the BCA superintendent, who said that they are both alive at this point, and they are cautiously optimistic about their condition today. So the scene here in Coon Rapids has been relatively business as usual, but you can see that there is an unmarked squad car outside, and there were police officials sort of checking people in to the emergency department here. We've seen some both marked and unmarked police vehicles coming sort of back and forth, but I have confirmed with Alina Health that the emergency department is open for business as usual for anyone else with medical emergencies here today. Now, at the scene here, we have seen a friend of John Hoffman's who decided to stop by, really looking for information from us about what's going on. He was watching the news and wanted to come here and check in on his friend, but he just expressed his sort of shock and dismay over everything that has happened here today, and said that this has marked kind of a turning point for the state of Minnesota following this just horrific news.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Did you have any other questions for otherwise we can thank you. We'll check back in with you soon, Mary, at Mercy Hospital. As we're talking about Champlain and that area, just wanted to let people know again, there is no shelter in place in Champlain. The first scene here that we talk a lot about Brooklyn Park and the shelter in place there. There is not one for Champlain. Public safety update came just a short time ago here that there is no current threat to the general public, no shelter in place in Champlain. In fact, they have some events that were scheduled today. The Father Hennepin Festival events will continue as planned, with exception of a kids market. So if you're in that area and you're wondering, is it safe to kind of go out and be in the community, it sounds like law enforcement says
For clarity,
yes.
Did you just say there's no threat to the general public?
So this is the release. Yes, right here. Hold on. This remains an active investigator. However, based on authorities believing these are targeted attacks against specific individuals, there is no indication of an ongoing threat to the public, and that is according to the Champlain police. Yes. So that was a release sent out probably about 15 minutes ago or so. Okay. So that's what they're saying in Champlain. We know that the scene there is still active with investigators. I don't believe we still have our live shot there, but we've been live there pretty much all morning and had to sort of be moved back and back. But we knew that we were that scene was sort of more contained, and there was no active threat at that time.
I have a friend who is a nurse, and one of her co-workers, other nurse, could make it into work because of the perimeter. Police came to her house. So she was actually held, you know, near her home.
This is, sorry, Karen, they're just letting me know this is a live shot in Champlain. Now, is this Ryan, do we have
Is this
confirmation
Champlin or
as
Brooklyn
to
Park? Okay. So we're told this is Champlin.
Let's get a triple check on that.
Is this
just
Senator
to make
Hoffman's home?
sure.
Because if we can double check that.
Because I don't.
We're going to check on if it was Senator Hoffman's home. And of course, he was shot at his home in Champlin along with his wife Yvette. That was the first reported shooting and really what sent officers to then Representative Hortman's home. We believe this is the Champlin live shot we have right now. Certainly there's been a scene there all morning in Champlin, as that was the first crime scene that was kind of processed and dealt with and whatever. And as they were doing that, then they're like, oh hey, we better go over to nearby Representative Hortman's home, and then it all unfolded from there.
Right, and again, we don't know really much about any sort of interaction. We know a little bit more about the interaction that happened between the suspect and law enforcement and in the Brooklyn Park scene, but we don't, because officers arrived there and were able to confront the suspect. But we don't know really anything more about what may have gone down, other than the Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette shot. We know, just we don't know anything about. We don't know anything farther, but we know that they have a daughter named Hope who has disabilities. We don't know at this point. I haven't had it confirmed whether she lives in the home, how old she is, anything like that. But just know that they have a daughter as well. In this.
Right, and as Mary reported a short while ago, they were shot multiple times. Senator Hoffman and his wife shot multiple times, but miraculously survived after surgery. So we are hearing that they will survive. What that looks like, we don't know yet.
Yeah, and you know, the way they described it, law enforcement, the call came in about 2 people shot in Champlain. So we don't know where that call came from, if it was neighbors, if it was one of them who was able to call. We just don't have that, but we do know that that call came in, and we don't know the circumstances of the suspect interaction. We do know in Brooklyn Park it was this person dressed as law enforcement, and actually we do know this person dressed as law enforcement also in Champlin, because that's the same person they've been looking for. But here are the photos of the people that we're talking about. Representative Melissa Hortman, who has tragically been shot and killed in her home along with her husband Mark. And then on the right is Senator John Hoffman, who has survived. He and his wife Yvette have survived being shot multiple times in their home by someone who was posing as a law enforcement officer.
It's just incredible, and I think it's especially eerie or frightening how we can presume that there was pretty much thought put into this by the suspect in his effort to deck out a black SUV to look like a squad car, his effort to put on some sort of fake police uniform and present himself as a police officer to these front doors. So, you know, most of us would open the door.
Yeah. And so we're going to zoom in here just a little bit, because you're probably seeing what we're seeing. So I did just get it confirmed from our producer Ryan that this is Champlin. So this would be, I believe, Ryan, the home of Senator, believed to be the home of Senator John Hoffman. And you're probably seeing what we're seeing, and obviously we're not here to speculate.
Right.
But as you look at the screen, you can kind of see what we're seeing. I thought I also saw sort of in the bottom right-hand corner of that door. You can't see. I don't know if we can take the super down for just a quick second, guys. If not, it's okay. But there we go. Yeah. Maybe it was just the reflection of the mic there, but it looked like on the bottom corner there was something to see there as well. Maybe an indentation.
If we could take the banner off, maybe.
Yeah, and again, we don't know what was there prior or whatever, but clearly it appears as though those may be bullet holes.
Those may be bullet holes. It does look like that. As you can see, there are several. We don't have that confirmed, but that is what it looks like.
We do know that our Paul Bloom spoke with neighbors in Brooklyn Park at the other scene, and those neighbors told Paul that they heard what they thought was 2 quick rounds of semi-automatic gunfire, and that was prior to the law enforcement arriving there. That is what the neighbors have told Paul. So just adding that context to what we're seeing here at the first scene, which is the home of Senator Hoffman.
Right, and I did get it confirmed, just that SUV that we've been sort of presuming was the suspect vehicle is the suspect vehicle.
Okay.
So that they've been processing that vehicle all morning long, decked out to look like a police vehicle. It's not. But it could easily pass for, regular citizens who, aren't going to, scan it to make sure that it's a real squad car. So, yeah.
And that time of night,
right?
All you're going to see is the lights flashing. The lights were flashing. You could still see it in the driveway. The door was still open in the vehicle.
I would like to mention that, Dawn Stevens, a former coworker, said, she got the notice to shelter in place, and we have been saying don't answer the door. If it's just one police officer, there will be 2 or more, but also in that shelter-in-place notice, it does say, call 911 and verify that those are police at your door. As long as a suspect is out there, as long as he might be still dressed like a police officer, obviously we don't want to take any chances on this. All of this going while these No Kings protests were all scheduled for today all around the state, and there were a lot, dozens, just in Minnesota alone. Of course, those are across the country. They're essentially anti-Trump protests, anti-Trump administration protests. Those many have been canceled. The primary one where the governor was going to speak is now not going to speak, is still going on, but it doesn't look like after the governor had asked people not to go, it looks like maybe a lot of people maybe heeded that warning and did not go because the masses of people that were expected to turn out did not. So.
Yeah, that was scheduled to start about 11 o'clock, and it's been scarce pretty much all morning long, even at 11 when we thought there might be more people. Where our camera is anyway, which is at the bottom of the Capitol steps. I don't know if we still have that shot or not. There we go. You can see it's pretty scarce. There are still folks there. I just wanted to mention, as Karen said, it's happening. These No Kings protests are happening all over the state. St. Cloud, out of an abundance of caution due to the targeted shootings, are asking people not to attend any planned demonstrations or rallies in St. Cloud today. That's coming from the chief of police in St. Cloud as well. And again, the governor with his sort of, not mandate, but it's a strong suggestion.
Well, and state police too have said the same thing.
Senator Amy Klobuchar said, out of public safety, until we have someone apprehended here, it's just not a good idea. So just kind of bringing you up to speed on that. And again, this is happening right now at the steps of the Capitol.
Despite the shootings, this is happening. The governor, lieutenant governor were scheduled to speak. They are not going to speak. I'm unclear on A.G. Ellison because I did see one thing where it said he was going to speak, but then actually on the No Kings website for the Twin Cities, it seemed like that was taken down. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, we had
A.G. Ellison.
One of the organizers told our reporter, this was about an hour ago, so that may have changed as well, that an organizer had said that he was, but we'll see. I would be surprised, I think, if any of those dignitaries.
I think a day that was started out as all about politics, quite frankly, has, at least in our state, flipped to humanity and caring for individuals who have lost their lives and who also are fighting to survive, but expected to survive. And of course, they're talking about Senator Hoffman and his wife. I think across the board, across parties, everybody really feeling this one. Members of the media, especially those who cover politics, are struggling today. Because these are people that they interact with every day. They have good relationships with. It's hard. It's a hard day. This is just about people.
Yeah, there are lawmakers, and some of them come and go, and then there are lawmakers like Speaker Emeritus Hortman on the left of your screen, who are just sort of, I use the word iconic, and just, we've heard so many today on both sides of the aisle saying that she will be remembered as the most influential, impactful speaker we've ever had in the state. And she's someone that, even if you don't follow politics here in Minnesota, that you probably have heard her name or seen her give interviews over the years, very much front and center for the DFL. Very personable. Always very respectful and and gracious. And in fact, Governor Walz really sort of almost kind of bragging about that as he was giving testimony this week at Congress about Minnesota, and he actually brought up the fact that between Representative Hortman and on the other side of the aisle, GOP leader Lisa Demuth, who is the Speaker of the House, that between the two of them, and he specifically pointed out both of them and said between the two of them, they really were able to get the budget across the finish line and avoid a government shutdown. And he did actually go on even a little bit more about someone he knows, you know, even longer, which was Representative Hortman, and just spoke about how amazing she is, just not professionally, but personally.
And I was especially struck by that earlier while Leah was still here when you were interviewing Pat Garofalo. Probably one of the hardest interviews to watch today. His love for Melissa Hortman, you know, and they're on opposite sides of the aisle. Pat is a Republican and Melissa a Democrat. But his love for the friendship they had and the working relationship that they had, he was very, very struck by it. It was a hard one to watch, but that's where we're at today. It's a lot of people just remembering the person.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. There are several different, we call them storylines, several different storylines that we are following here today. One of them is remembering the loss we have, and that is still so very fresh, and we're still really trying to even digest everything that's happening. Right. A loss of a state lawmaker, a leader, someone who has made a tangible impact on the state of Minnesota, and her husband, someone who has been there by her side, supporting her as she was sort of shining, right, and doing what she needed to do. They have 2 grown children that we're thinking about today as well. We have that piece of things. And then we also have another lawmaker and his wife who have been through, have been to hell,
right?
Frankly.
Right, and you know, they will survive. We don't know what that looks like at this point. We're waiting to hear. They were in surgery this morning. They did come out of surgery. They have been shot multiple times. Yeah. So that's tough. I mean, I was thinking what the impact of this is long term, you know, the days and weeks ahead, and how many things will likely change as far as security for lawmakers, just really their vulnerability, how they feel, their own personal safety, feelings of that, and really everyone's own personal safety. Because as we said, that really just could have been anybody. Anybody would open up their door to somebody who looks like a police officer. It's just so scary. It's terrifying.
Yeah. If you're just sort of joining us, we appreciate you being here with us as we kind of just in real time digest all of this, and also try to watch all these different sources and bring you the very latest here. We just want to reiterate again that there is this shelter in place still. We have not heard word yet that has been lifted. So if you are in that area, 3 miles around Edinburgh Golf Course in Brooklyn Park, you are asked to shelter in place, although our Paul Bloom tells us it looks like their neighbors are kind of moving. He is, though, at a place where he may not be seeing sort of a wider perimeter, and we don't know what's going on beyond his small bubble that his actual eyes can see right now. So we don't know what's happening there. So just relaying that information one more time to folks to please shelter in place if you're in that area, because they do believe the suspect is in that area.
Right, and Paul's in the yard of some kind neighbors there to try to get a nice view of Melissa Hortman's home, where of course the shooting happened. So, and he's been out there all day, and so we will continue, of course, to follow all these different breaking things that have been happening. We've heard from the governor today. We've heard from police today. Chief Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Chief, really kind of laid out the nuts and bolts of what happened earlier today, and it was terrifying. The whole thing, just just the coincidence, I guess, or I don't know what you call it, with Brooklyn Park Police rolling up on the Hortman home as the suspect was there at the front door of the home, and exchanging gunfire with the suspect. And then, of course, you know, Melissa Hortman's husband was shot and killed right there. And it's my understanding that the suspect ran inside, then shot Melissa Hortman inside her home, ran out the back. I think before he ran out, though, or maybe after he ran out, they really weren't sure if he was inside still, so they sent in drones. The police had sent in drones into the home to take a look at the situation before they could safely go in and attend to Melissa Hortman. And they were able, though, right away to drag her husband out, and they tried to save him on the front lawn there, but obviously could not. So. Yeah,
we've been hearing from so many lawmakers today, those who are current and former, who, because Speaker Emeritus Hortman has been you know, in the legislature now. I think it was 2004, maybe was her first. She's been there a long time, and not only that, but held these really high-profile roles. And I believe we have, if we could, yeah, let's listen to a little bit of former Representative Pat Garofalo. You were just talking about it. This was sort of fresh after we just learned the news of her death, and we had a chance to speak with former Representative Pat Garofalo.
The kind of compassionate, giving person that she was. So after the 2020 election, excuse me, the 2018 election, no, excuse me, it was 2022. I'm sorry. The 2022 election, it was a really tough election for me because I was obviously very disappointed in the result, and it was very successful for her and her party. Melissa Hortman called me to see how I was doing, because she wanted to know that her friend Pat, was okay. Okay, this is at a time where, you know, this has been a big political victory. This is, you know, the things that she works towards, like, you know, as a leader of her caucus, this is a huge political success. She called me to think about what how her friend Pat was doing, because she knew, as a friend and as a competitor, how I would, you know, that's the kind of person that she was.
And our thanks to Pat, sincerely, for coming on it at a time when, you know, he had just learned this news. And
there are a lot of tears today from both sides of the aisle, from her, essentially what are her friends and her co-workers, a lot of folks getting choked up who we've been speaking with, and just really remembering her as the person, the great person that she was. So just a tough day for so many people. And we, of course, are still waiting to hear on how Senator Hoffman is doing, along with his wife. We know they survived surgery, but still waiting to hear on that. And, of course, as we remember, Representative Hortman and her husband.
We spoke a little bit earlier with Melissa Lopez-Franzen, former lawmaker, and she happened to be at a DFL dinner last night, and it turns out that both the Hortmans and the Hoffmans were both there, and she had a chance to chat with them, and had her, what she didn't realize would be her final conversation with her friend, Melissa Hortman.
I do know that there was a Republican gathering that was a big Republican gathering that was supposed to happen. Just some, I think, busy work or whatever. About 500. That was canceled this morning. We do expect to speak with Minnesota GOP Chair Alex Plekish a little bit later, around maybe in about 5 minutes or so, getting his thoughts on this and what has happened. You know, across the board, and just not only the loss of 2 people, but the shooting and just the overall impact to Minnesota, to the state, the people, the lawmakers, everyone.
Yeah, everything changes after this. Everything changes. So, again, a live shot here of the state capitol in Minnesota. One of thousands of rallies and protests planned today across the country. This is the biggest in Minnesota, but we know there were many others that were scheduled for today. You'll have to. The best thing is, I mean, just don't go, is what the governor and other public law enforcement officials are saying. Just please don't go to any rallies today, any political rallies, any protests, anything. This is just not the time. They say it's not about the rallies and your conviction. It really is public safety, because they just don't know where this suspect is. We haven't learned any information saying that they've found anybody yet. But also, I think, just out of respect for the loss that has happened today, for not only these lawmakers and clearly the families and loved ones of the victims, but just for the state of Minnesota, as everyone is just sort of in shock today. It's not it's just, I mean, unfortunately, we live in a time where you do hear about politically motivated violence. We just do. And we just, you know, have had so many people come on today who wanted to come on to say we cannot normalize this. We cannot normalize this, and so we have to keep talking about it for what it is, which is just, it's evil, and it's not something that we can allow to happen in this society.
You know, you know, the protests generally are peaceful. We know that, and it's always just a few. a handful, but of course, one is too many when you're talking about violence. And for someone to plan something like this and then carry it out, I just keep thinking how much worse it even could have been had police not been there at the right time to chase him off, and then find this manifesto inside his car with a list of lawmakers. We haven't gotten who was actually on that list or how many were on that list, but a list of lawmakers that were possible targets for this guy. And we don't know what's motivating him at this point either. There's these, no kings flyers that were in his car. Does that mean he's on board with no kings? He doesn't like no kings? We don't know. We just don't know a motive at this point, and we are waiting. I know that they are still obviously very, very actively searching for the suspect who has not been brought into custody. I believe that they spoke to a couple of people, or at least one person who knows the suspect. I think they know who they're looking for. They know who this is.
They do.
But they don't have him yet.
And just a quick update while you were talking, Ryan, in the booth, just let me know that we're close. We're getting close to possibly some information here that we might be able to share about a suspect. So hang with us here. As soon as we know anything official, we will let you know. But this is too important to just kind of go on any sort of to not have it official.
Because there are names out there. There are names, and you don't want to just throw a name out there, obviously, until we have some sort of confirmation that that is, in fact, the person that they're looking for, that they believe committed this crime, or crimes in this case. So when we get that information, we'll bring it to you, and maybe along with a photo, hopefully, so that people know who they're looking for.
Yeah, and I guess the good news in real time here is that hopefully folks in that area can have a sigh of relief knowing that someone has been captured. So
we need that.
Yeah, we know they'll let us know official word as soon as they know how many people are being affected by this. So as soon as we get that, just hang with us. It could be any time now. We'll get that to you.
I think it's interesting too to note that this isn't just impacting Minnesota. We have heard seen tweets and information coming from on the national federal level as well. Dan Bongino, FBI, he's been tweeting that the FBI is helping in every way they can. President Trump also tweeted thoughts and prayers, and of course concerns for the people in Minnesota. So it's really a lot of people are being impacted this, not just here in the state, but certainly on the national level as well.
Yeah, and we know nationally there, of course, is a big focus on sort of politics, the military with President Trump, and his the birthday sort of coinciding with the 250th anniversary of the Army, and so the military parade happening today, which is still going on there. I imagine they'll address this and talk about it, and we're seeing from all of these officials condemning what they're seeing. It's really important that to them they say that they come out and just condemn what's going on, so that people can start to hear that messaging, as opposed to what has just been sort of ratcheting up political tensions now. It's always there, but it's just, especially coming out of LA and things that have been happening in the recent week even. There's always something, but particularly,
I think we have on Zoom right now former State Rep Ryan Winkler. Yep, there he is, joining us right now. Thank you for being with us. The script certainly has flipped today from politics to just caring about humanity at this point, and remembering those who have been shot in this horrible situation. Your thoughts at this point about everything?
It's the loss of Melissa Hortman as a friend is devastating to me, and Mark, her husband. I've been very close with both of them for a lot of years. We served closely together, and when you serve in that way, you become like family. And I can't hardly process what's happened, and feel so horrible for their family too.
Can you tell us a little bit more about, I'll just call her Melissa. I mean, we're so used to saying Speaker Emeritus and calling, but also we want to remember her as Melissa. Tell us something you think we should know about her.
Well, I mean, she was funny. We love to share kind of our thoughts on some of the more ridiculous things that happened at the state capitol. And we both shared a commitment to try to make the state better. Melissa cared so much about the health and safety of people who were working at the legislature, whether it was members of the House or staff or the public. And she really went all out to protect everybody during COVID. She was up all night during the George Floyd protests, making sure that we could do everything we could to keep people safe. And for this to happen to her is just so deeply unfair. She was so dedicated, so concerned, and so thoughtful. It is just the most horrific tragedy.
Oh, it is. And were you familiar with Senator Hoffman, and what do you know about him?
Senator Hoffman, Yvette, their family, they were tireless advocates on especially disability related issues. John was gregarious. He loved to talk with people. He loved to connect with people. It was a real whole family enterprise serving in the state Senate. And I'm hoping and praying that he and his family will come through this. He certainly is a bright light, and people who are there, they're there for the right reasons. They're trying to serve. They're trying to make a difference. They're neighbors. They're family people. These are Minnesotans. These are not, political caricatures or, sort of your generic Democrats. They are people who serve are there because they care, and they're regular people just like you and us, you and me.
Mr. Winkler, if we can have you just hold on for a minute. We're going to go to our newsroom real quick. We have some new information on the suspect in this case. So for that, we're going to go to Fox 9's Tim Blott, standing by in the newsroom with what he can tell us about the suspect. Tim?
Well, yeah, Amy and Karen, the Associated Press is now reporting, according to anonymous sources, that the suspect that they're looking for in this case is Vance Boelter. He's 57 years old. He has a PhD in education, and interestingly enough, he's been appointed twice by Governor Tim Walz as a private sector representative to the Governor's Workforce Council, once in 2016 and then again in 2019, with that term expiring in 2023. Now, here's the interesting part. And if this is in fact true, the guy that they're looking for, according to the Associated Press, it is. He is the director of security patrols at Praetorian Guard Services here in the Twin Cities. So, according to their website, again, this is Praetorian Guard Security Services, as director of security, he is involved with security situations in the Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, and Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He has worked for the largest U.S. oil refinery company, the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and is the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. So an extensive security background, and that he worked for security guard services here in the Twin Cities. Things are starting to line up in terms of the security car that was found at the scene, in terms of what the suspect may have been wearing when Brooklyn Park officers confronted him coming out of the Hortman home here very early this morning. Now, apparently he's also had some contacts here with Minnesota Africans United. And according to their website, he majored in international relations at St. Cloud State University, has his master's in management along with his doctorate from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee. So that's what we know about the suspect at this time. Again, his name is Vance Boelter. He is a suspect, according to the Associated Press, that the manhunt is on for right now, still not in custody, but he is considered armed and dangerous. And in fact, in that entire area, Amy, as you and Karen have been reported on this morning, they were asking people that he is by himself, and if he approaches a door, do not answer, call 911 to verify that that it is a police officer that is at your door. So that's what we know at this point. Amy, Karen?
Okay. Interesting.
That was a lot, Tim.
Right.
Would you mind just kind of going back to the beginning and walk us through just like the couple of things that we know about him as far as, I don't know if we have that graphic still up, but there were a couple of things that kind of stood out to me right off the top here.
I was specifically about the security, his involvement with security.
Right, and that's why I said a lot of this will line up to you and our viewers, because it was a black Ford Explorer with emergency lights on top, very much looked like a police car. And then you had the chief, the Brooklyn Park police chief, in the news conference this morning saying that when their officers approached the scene, this suspect came out of the door wearing a dark police uniform, wearing a taser, wearing body armor, wearing a badge. And the chief said, if you and I were standing in this room, you would not know that he was not a police officer. So this tends to line up, if he does come from a security background, that this suspect would have access to those uniforms and that particular vehicle that was parked in the Hortman's driveway.
Can you talk about who he was working for?
It's Praetorian Guard Services, P-R-A-E.
And what is that?
It's a security guard company here in the Twin Cities.
But you said they did some work around the world in Africa?
He did work.
He did.
According to his bio on the site, he has been involved with security situations in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, and the Middle East, including the West Bank and southern Lebanon and the Gaza Strip. So apparently he has a very broad security background, not just here in the States, but in some of the hot spots around the world.
Okay, thank you, Tim. And then also just really quickly here, I know this is coming in fresh to you too, and you may not know, but if you could look into a little bit more, part of, in 2019, that would be Governor Walz at the time, Workforce Development Board?
Workforce Development Council.
What is that?
Well, what these do is they tend to advise the administration on workforce issues, whether it's recruitment, whether it's mostly workforce strategies, how to recruit people, how to train people, and he would have been served twice on this particular board. So I find that very interesting that he was a gubernatorial appointee who obviously had ties to the Walz administration in the past as a private sector individual, and that was made very clear on the governor's proclamations that are part of the public record.
And we don't know if he had, in his dealings when he was on that board, if he had direct dealings with Melissa Hortman or Senator Hoffman?
We have no way of knowing. A lot of times what these boards do is they meet, not privately, oftentimes in public, but they meet separately from the legislative issues that are going on at the Capitol.
Okay. All right, Tim, and I know we're working on a photo of this suspect, Vance Luther Boelter. 57 years old. I know we're working on a photo. We'll try to get that out to you, but certainly some incredibly interesting information. But really, we still don't really have any answers as to motivation here.
No, absolutely not. Other than, and Karen, you would speak to this too. It is very rare when the State Patrol or investigative agencies will release pictures of evidence at a scene. And the evidence that they released a picture of the pieces of paper inside the vehicle here this morning, with obviously it was handwritten in a magic marker. King's rally, that they disclosed that they had found this evidence in there as part of their reasoning. This it right here, no Kings. To disclose evidence from an active scene like this is so unusual for law enforcement, but it speaks to the urgency as to why they did not want people to go to these rallies here today, especially the big one at the Capitol, where the governor, the lieutenant governor, Keith Ellison, a lot of our leading elected officials in the state of Minnesota were scheduled to appear at noon.
Okay, Tim. Sorry, we're just processing here in real time. A lot of details there. I think maybe why don't we take a break, let you kind of get back to finding out some more information. Do we still have Ryan Winkler on? Okay, thanks, Tim. We'll keep in touch with you here if you get more information, but I guess we still have former lawmaker Ryan Winkler on with us. Sorry, you're learning this as we're learning this. Maybe you had some information ahead of time, but if we could just get your reaction here.
It sounds, based on the information just shared, that this is an individual who has a lot of professional experience and would be well positioned to understand vulnerabilities and carry out an attack like this, which is all the more concerning and worrying for elected officials who are not used to facing a threat like this. And I think it underlines how much this is an emerging situation today, and people need to be cautious today and be paying attention to what could happen. And I know that's why the governor has encouraged people not to participate in rallies. It's a day to focus on being safe. And
Okay, all right.
Thank you
Former
for
State
your
Representative Ryan Winkler, thank you for joining us. I think now we're going to go to the Minnesota GOP chair who is on Zoom with us, Alex Plankish. Oh, not yet. Okay, not quite yet, but we'll go to him in just a few minutes, get his reaction on what's happened and now the new suspect information that has just come out and been confirmed. We're talking about 57-year-old Vance Luther Boelter. He most recently works in security for a big security firm here in the metro. He was also on the governor's workforce development board. That was back in 2019 for Governor Walz. None of this leads to any kind of motive at this point. You can make some assumptions, but we don't know anything confirming anything as far as motive is in this case. But we do know that, yes, he was in security, which makes sense now because what was really parked in Melissa Hortman's driveway was likely his security vehicle and his security uniform. Looked very close to a police officer's uniform, but it was most likely his security outfit. So
yeah, and we are, at this time, now that we have a name, of course, our newsroom is working on pulling up as much information as they can on the suspect, who again is still at large, and so we want to let folks know, if you are in that area of Brooklyn Park, that perimeter of 3 miles around the Edinburgh Golf Course, it is still in sort of a not necessarily a lockdown, but a shelter-in-place type situation where they are actively investigating. And so I'm just waiting for word here to see what I can share and what I can't in our internal channel here, because I want to make sure we're doing everything we can here to stay.
I do know that they're searching other locations as well besides the Brooklyn Park area. I think it's believed that maybe he has gone to another area that police and law enforcement are looking at this point. That man that they're looking for, again, 57-year-old Vance Luther Boelter. Motive, we don't know, but it's believed that he is the one that showed up and shot Senator Hoffman and his wife, those two expected to survive, then moved on to Representative Hortman and her husband. Both of them were shot and killed. That happening just as law enforcement, Brooklyn Park Police, arrived this morning.
So I just wanted to pull up. So we've been screenshotting a couple of things here from different accounts. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Ryan. I just wanted to really quickly read this. It looks like some sort of a posting, possibly from his looks like maybe Twitter, LinkedIn. Anyway, one of his social media accounts. It says Dr. Vance Boelter. It says, I normally don't post much. This was, let's see. Well, I'm trying to see when this was. Hang on a second. 6 years ago. Thank you, Seth. I normally don't post much, but I just wanted to put a note out there to encourage everyone to vote in the election on Tuesday. I've been in several countries where people don't have the ability to vote for who their leaders are. I will just say they were not places that any one of us would want to live in if we had any choice in the matter. So I am very big on just telling people to be part of the process and vote your values and be part of this adventure. We are all a part of living in the United States of America. For those of you that I'm connected with that are not in the United States, if you believe in prayer, please keep the United States in your prayers. I think the election is going to have more of an impact on the direction of our country than probably any election we have been a part of or will be a part of for years to come. Thanks for listening, and thanks in advance for getting out there and casting your vote. Very sincerely, Vance Boelter. So that was a post from 6 years ago.
I think now we want to go to Fox 9's Paul Bloom. He's in Brooklyn Park, where he's been all morning. That is near the home of Melissa Hortman and her husband. We're going to go to him live with the latest there. Paul.
Yeah, hey Karen, I'm going to stay out of the camera shot just because we do have some developments down in the Hortman driveway. A flatbed tow truck has arrived. They have gotten this faux police car, perhaps a security vehicle of the suspects. Karen had described the black SUV, the flashing lights, strobe lights up on top. That vehicle is now up on a flatbed tow truck. You can see the investigators, authorities there on the block. That is the Hortman driveway in front of the camera shot there. The tow truck arrived just a few minutes ago. They got that vehicle loaded up, assuming it has been processed, and we'll send it right back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you for that update as we see the car being taken, the evidence there. Okay, so this is a live shot. Ryan just telling me in real time here. This is Green Isle, Minnesota, where the alleged suspect, the man they believe who is the suspect here lives.
Vance Luther Boelter. It's believed he lives there in Green Isle.
Okay.
That is all we know. You can see the gathering there. What they're going to do or what they're planning to do, we don't know at this point. Obviously, we have a camera there. We'll keep you posted on what's happening there.
As it just looks like maybe this might be a staging area too. Obviously, it almost looks like a ball field or something.
It does, yeah.
Behind it, and obviously a parking lot of some kind. So they don't appear to be outside a home, but.
We've got crews. Yeah, we've got crews there. Brooklyn Park and Champlin, another location that we believe is being searched for the suspect at this point. So we have crews spread out all over the place, trying to stay on top of this story as things come in and as things develop. The latest, of course, is the release of the name, this Vance Luther Boelter, 57 years old. Possibly from Green Isle. That's what we're hearing, and that's where that camera is right now, as it looks like some law enforcement is gathering to carry out some sort of operation, and we just don't know exactly what yet. So we'll keep you posted there. Do we have the Minnesota GOP chair on the line still? Okay.
While we're waiting for that, I just wanted to, I just had more questions about that Workforce Development Board, and I'm just looking at the definition here on the state webpage. It says the Governor's Workforce Development Board has a responsibility to advise the Governor on Minnesota's workforce system, represents key leaders from business, education, labor, community-based organizations, and government, has a statutory responsibility.
It is bipartisan.
Leadership. So it is, yeah, it looks like it is bipartisan. Okay. Sorry, Ryan. I believe Attorney General.
Yep.
Okay. Keith Ellison is speaking at the No Kings rally. Let's listen in.
Hortman, who knew that we would have to have a strong Attorney General's office, and she made sure we got what we needed. She would say to me, "How's it going, Keith?" I'd say, "We're fighting, Madam Speaker," because I never called her anything else other than just Melissa. She's a beautiful human being. I want you to know that. I want you to know that because I also want you to hear another important story where a movement lost a valiant leader. Did you know that Martin Luther King, when he lost his life, he was standing with sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee. April 4th, 1968. He was standing with workers who were treated so badly that they needed to lift up a sign that said, "I am a man." That's how poorly they were treated. Racism, discrimination, and hate against them in their job as sanitation workers in Memphis, and Martin Luther King stood with them. And when he lost his life, the people in that march, they knew one thing. The people in that strike, they knew one thing. They knew that they could not stop striking. They knew they could not stop marching. They knew they could not stop demanding justice, because to do less would be to ignore the memory of these great martyrs who have gave everything so we could have a better society. We owe it to them. We have to do it. We must be there on behalf of the people of this country in this hour, when a dictator who wants to be a king is trying to run over the rights of the people. We must be there. We must stand up. We must be strong. We cannot waver. We will not be intimidated. We are not scared of his jail. We are not scared of anything about this guy. We are not afraid, and we will not let fear rule the day. We will not let him weaponize fear against us. And I'm telling you now.
Okay, and if we can bring the volume down. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, this is the No Kings rally. The governor, state police had asked folks not to hold these today, not to go to this. The No Kings organizers locally decided to hold it anyway, and A.G. Ellison decided to speak. I think it's just the script is kind of flipped from a day of politics and partisanship to a day more of unity in this wake of this tragedy that's happened. However, that seemed very partisan there at the time when A.G. Ellison was speaking.
Yeah, we were trying to sort of move off of that, just some technical issues there, but just know he was speaking.
Yep.
And
he was there.
And people have been told not to go by the governor, by other public law enforcement for safety, because the suspect, which we're following that as well, as far as we know, is still has not been apprehended. But to Karen's point, today our focus is just trying to get our brains around the developments, what's been happening, inform you guys, especially those of you living in that area that still are under the shelter in place, and then also remembering the lives that were lost today and those lives that have been affected, even if they survived. We're talking about Senator John Hoffman, his wife Yvette, who are still in the hospital. We don't know what their condition is, but they have survived surgery after surviving multiple gunshots today, overnight, and then also Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who have been shot and killed tragically in their home overnight. And we just want to make sure we keep the focus on that right now.
Right. And we do have on the line, speaking of everybody being impacted, crossing party lines, we do have the Minnesota GOP chair, Alex Plekish, on the line with us via Zoom. Thank you for joining us, Alex. We appreciate it. We'll just start off your reaction when you heard the news of what had happened this morning.
Well, it was surreal, frankly. Interestingly and ironically, I was on my way to one of our big Republican meetings that we have annually, our state central committee meeting, halfway to the venue when I heard, and obviously they changed things. This was not the day to have partisan types of meetings, even if they are legitimate. So what happened for me is I went and I gavelled the meeting into order, and I made a statement. We said a prayer, silent moments for the families, and then I gavelled us back out and said we'll just carry on with this at some other point. So this is a time for us to show some kind of unity, to not play partisan politics. While I was waiting to get logged in here, I was really dismayed to hear, Keith Ellison out there being as partisan as can be with bombastic rhetoric, when this is really a time we should be somber and thinking about those families and not being, playing politics. It really is a time for unity.
Alex, can you tell us a little bit about, we just, as you were probably learning here in the last hour or so, we now have an identification on a suspect, someone that law enforcement is looking for. And there are some questions about, because as you know, people are going to, and they will continue to say, well, this was because it's politically motivated, this was a Republican or this was a Democrat. Tell us a little bit about this, the Governor's Workforce Development Council. We understand this is a bipartisan council here that the suspect was a part of.
Well, quite honestly, I know very little, if anything, about what that council is about. Yeah. And all this information is breaking for me, too. Okay. I don't know this individual. I'd never heard the name before. He was obviously someone that was appointed by Governor Dayton originally, and then Governor Walz. Beyond that, I think it's irresponsible for me to make any comment about something I don't really know.
Yeah. Can you tell just what would you say is the impact on lawmakers, on yourself, of something like this. You know, I mean, I think it's really terrifying for anyone, you know, opening up your door in the middle of the night. But I have to imagine that things will, you know, change for a while for lawmakers in terms of their personal safety or what they feel about being safe, and then possibly maybe some physical changes as far as protecting them.
Well, yeah, I think everyone is now very concerned, and I suspect there will be some kind of changes, certainly in the near term, maybe long-lasting effects, who knows. What it pointed out to me as I pondered it just a little bit is, you know, when we can disagree on politics and we can debate each other, but no matter what vote is taken by whoever makes that vote, a death sentence is not appropriate, and that's what happened here. And that is so tragic, and it's the world we're living in right now. We all have to be more vigilant, and all elected leaders or people in any sort of political leadership role, as I am here as a Republican Party chair, or even in my role as a city councilman here in Wayzata, we now have to be extra vigilant for people like this. It's really sad. I will say this, you know, thanks to the quick-thinking law enforcement, what I've heard is that because of them, more lives were saved, perhaps, because the guy apparently had a hit list and only got to the first two.
Right. You know, I know this is a big question, but any thoughts or ideas on what we can do to calm the violent rhetoric and the violence in general that's kind of going on, the atmosphere, just to kind of put a little bit of a temper on it to just get everyone to kind of calm down?
That's a great question. You know, it seems like things have been getting worse and worse over the years, going back quite a ways. I would come back to faith and our faith community. I think it's a time for prayer. I think it's time for all of us to reflect on what's truly important. And politics probably isn't it. It's family and friends and so on. If we can just settle back and know what the country was really all about, and that's, you know, faith, family, and friends. I know that that's what's been happening in my life, and you know, I've been reaching out to the faith community to ask people to pray. I ask people to pray, not for me particularly, but pray for wisdom and leadership, and that goes to both sides, all sides. You know, we could debate, but we need to exercise some wisdom here. And if we just start talking to each other, I think things will settle down.
How about among sort of your colleagues, you know, as they come to you and you have conversations about where we go from here? We heard from one lawmaker earlier who said, you know, you got to think about, is this worth it? Is this worth it? I mean, what will your conversations be like in the coming days with folks who you're close with?
Well, ironically, part of the speech that I was going to give today at our State Central Committee meeting talked about unity and coming together. Of course, in that context, it was more about within the party, but it applies across parties as well. And so I tell people, you know, my thoughts about how it is so critically important to know that we can agree to disagree, but still part friends. That's true between Republicans, but it's also true between legislators on opposite sides of the aisle. We have to just keep fighting for this, to bring unity back to the country. When I grew up, and well before I was involved in politics, it seemed like people could actually talk to each other. Early in my young adulthood, I remember the days of, you know, President Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill as Speaker of the House. They were on opposite sides of the aisle, and yet they got along and they got together afterwards. And, you know, why can't we be like that? You know, those are the kinds of things I would tell the people who approach me.
All right. Alex, thank you so much for joining us today on what has just become such a dark day for us here as Minnesotans, but particularly for those of you who worked with Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman, and of course we're wishing the best for Senator John Hoffman and his wife as they continue to recover from their wounds as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, certainly a lot to process for a lot of people. I think, Tim, you have some information to bring in?
No, I'm just giving you notes.
All right.
Oh,
He's the best. Always the best. Thank you, Tim, very much.
Appreciate it.
Yes, it's a lot to absorb and a lot that we've been processing all day. I think a lot of people processing not only what's happened, but what's still happening as we still search for Vance Boelter, the suspect in this case, 57 years old. I know there are several things going on to try to bring him into custody in several locations. We're trying to learn as much as we can. He was on, there's a lot coming out about him being on the governor's Workforce Development Board in 2019, appointed by, I believe, Dayton.
That's what
a long time ago.
Alex
That's
was
what.
just saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily. We still don't know what party affiliation he is because that is a bipartisan board.
Yeah.
So you can't assume that he's Democrat or Republican. We just don't know.
Yeah, and we only bring it up because we know that is top of mind right now.
Right.
And if you go on social media, of course, people are jumping to all kinds of conclusions.
Right.
But just trying to bring you as many sort of facts as we can to cut through some of that, if at all possible. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So we are hoping to get a photo of the suspect up in just as much as we can. But it's interesting that the suspect went to St. Cloud State. He's very much a local guy. He was most recently working for a security company, Praetorian Guard Services. And the squad car, or that looked like a squad car, and his uniform, I think were probably more of a security car and a security uniform. Yeah. But you can imagine why they looked like, and he probably identified himself as a police officer in the middle of the night there when he knocked on the doors. But he was most likely dressed in his security uniform, and then that looked more like a security vehicle as well. Yeah. So just a lot to process, still going on, still looking for not only the suspect, but also waiting for an update on the conditions of Senator Hoffman and his wife. They were shot multiple times. They went into surgery, but they have survived. We don't know what that means as far as what that looks like, that survival looks like at this point. So we are kind of waiting for some information there. We believe there's still a scene in Champlain. That's where the Hoffmans live. There's still a scene at Melissa Hortman's house in Brooklyn Park. And then we did have a camera down in Green Isle. We believe that is where the suspect is from, and there was some sort of law enforcement gathering down there. But I don't think we believe the suspect is there. I think that's at a different location. So much going on right now. And then through all of this, we have the No Kings rally still happening that the governor and state police had asked people not to attend. Some people still did, including Attorney General Keith Ellison, who spoke there briefly. So just a lot happening.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to get
it's hard to get with
batteries,
the text,
juiced,
the text,
and
batteries, that kind of thing, and
get everything going. Yeah. All right. But we've been covering this since very, very early this morning. As Karen, you may have been the first person in the media here.
I don't know
to get
what
that.
woke me up. Something woke me up, and I grabbed my phone and then I was
3 in the morning?
Yeah, 3:30 about,
3:30?
maybe 4 at the most. Yeah, and I sort of my mantra not to look at my phone in the middle of the night because then I stay up. Yeah. But I did, and lo and behold, it was like 3 minutes, and the tweets start coming out about these shootings, and I was just like, oh my gosh, And
at that time, we knew very, very little. But then, as we start to hear from sources, different things, then we start to mobilize and cover it. And of course, the sort of worst case scenario has played out in the case of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, who have been killed. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, we're just getting some notes here.
I think we have Representative Dave Baker joining us now via Zoom, kind of gathering his thoughts. This shooting obviously impacting legislators, former legislators, and beyond. Thank you for joining us. Your reaction to just everything that's been going on and developing as the day goes on here.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've been in the legislature for 11 sessions. Knew Melissa Hortman very well, both as the speaker and as a representative when we sat on the energy committee together. She was a huge champion, someone that I respected because of the way she did her work. She wanted to actually make good changes and not in radical ways. She did them in a way that was collaborative. She, as the speaker, she would sit down and listen to members if you had a concern. Again, we didn't agree a lot on political side of things, but she heard me. She knew I was a small business owner, and she knew even this year alone. We talked on Monday during the special session about how she knew I worked so hard on the business mandates and changes that I wanted to do to some paid family medical leave to just reform it better. But she knew I was working on that. And she also had to take a hard vote on, the undocumented residents here in Minnesota with the healthcare stuff, and it was very emotional for her. But she also knew my position was what it was, and she just was a person who would always listen to you, and she cared about what you thought of. And again, I heard the news. I'm heartbroken, shocked, super sad about this whole thing. You don't find many legislators like that on either side of the aisle that work so hard to do the right thing. And then her leadership style was, I thought, exemplary.
The suspect in this case is 57-year-old Vance Boelter. He was part of the governor's Workforce Development Board in 2019. Do you know anything about this council or this board and kind of what they do? I know you mentioned you were a small business owner. It sounds like some small business owners were on this board as well.
Yeah, so as the chair this last year, co-chair, I knew about this council, this advisory council. It was a large 50, 60 members of it. And I actually talked to one of my friends who was on that for 4 years, who knew the suspect who was on that council. Had just mentioned that he seemed very quiet, didn't say a whole lot of things there. Doesn't really remember anything remarkable about this man. But again, that council is sort of set up to kind of give some feedback, I think, to the Commissioner of Department of Economic Development and Department of Labor. And I think, again, nothing remarkable about that. They are just more of a listening board. But the person who sat on there with him suggested he didn't say much, the suspect or the person in question. So, yeah, it's just tragic news today.
And it's understanding a bipartisan group of folks from different areas, business, and things like that. I'm curious if you have any. Today, part of all of this, we're trying to balance, in addition to bringing people kind of the facts of what's been happening, is obviously just remembering Representative Hortman, and then also keeping in our thoughts the Senator John Hoffman and his wife as they are continuing to recover as well. But I'm curious if you can share any sort of interactions that you've had with either of them. You shared a little bit, but any stories that come to mind that would kind of shed some more light on them as people?
Well, two stories real quick. Melissa Hortman, my mom and dad were able to visit with me a couple years ago while she was speaker. My mother and father are much more DFL, and they lean on that side. But I knew that they would have loved to have met her. Melissa took my call. She said, please bring him down to the office, and they've got this amazing photo with the speaker at that time. And that'll be something that I will always cherish and remember. I shared it on Facebook today because it's something that is very personal to me, how she made my folks feel, and my brother too. So that was really special. Also, my good friend, he feels like a brother to me, Senator John Hoffman. He is somebody that we would have breakfast 2-3 times during the session. We worked really hard together on mental health issues and substance use disorder. We trusted each other. Excuse me. And when I heard that he was shot many times, to know that he maybe has a chance of surviving this and coming out of this, I'm just hopeful, praying for his fast recovery along with his wife. John has a huge, kind heart. He has never wanted to hurt anybody. He fights his own party for doing the right thing, harder than most people would ever imagine him doing as a chairman of the Human Services Committee. So John is a personal friend of mine. I wish him only the best. Nobody deserves any kind of actions like this. And again, public service is something that it can be extremely rewarding and obviously extremely difficult when you take a lot of the criticisms and how could you dare do this kind of a thing. And these two people, and again, I know there was others that were potentially targeted. This has to stop. This rhetoric, the violence, and just even the words of making people feel so uncared for or threatened is unacceptable, and we need to do that. I'm going to certainly be reaching out to a lot of our colleagues to continue this work. We have talked about this many times, but John Hoffman and Melissa Hortman were two really are two very good public servants that anybody in their district would be very proud that they represented them. And I just hope that John's recovery is good. I plan to hopefully serve a long time with John again as well. But not having Melissa Hortman there on the Minnesota floor is not going to be the same. That deal.
Representative Baker, as a current legislator, do you feel any less safe after this?
No, I haven't really given that real thought. I've never had anybody kind of come up or feel like I've been really threatened with a finger in my chest or something like that. I can't imagine what these two servants felt in the last 24 hours of that kind of a fear. So I have to tell you, I don't sense that here. My sheriff called me early this morning to make sure that I was okay after the news kind of broke. I was aware of this too, and he just wanted to make sure. But I've always felt protected, whether it's here or at the Capitol. Our Sergeant of Arms there always is looking out for members. So, and I know it's the world we live in. There's always some evil people out there, and this is not about Democrats and Republicans. This is about some evil that is trying to hurt people for really bad reasons. And so, I personally don't feel so threatened, but certainly this makes me look at my surroundings a little bit different, and as well as my family. So I can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, the fear that this is somehow could be normalized is terrifying. We've heard that from a lot of people today, and so really important just to keep reiterating. You know, this is the work of an evil person, and this cannot be normalized. As much as there's so much rhetoric out there and so much tension out there politically. Just, you know, it goes beyond that today. We really appreciate your time. Melissa, did you have anything else that you wanted to? Okay.
No,
thank you so much, Representative. We really appreciate
this.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you.
A lot to absorb. I think a lot's changing in the days to come as far as security and safety for lawmakers, and I think we're all going to have our heads on a swivel for a little bit.
Yeah.
This is something you always fear, you know, some sort of copycat or somebody's, horribly inspired by this or whatever. So I think there will be probably some increased safety measures put in place here. I mean, I would think as the lawmakers kind of take a step back and go, gosh. You know,
Lori,
this is scary.
Sorry, we were just saying, do we have that shot of Green Isle still? I just want to kind of circle back. Oh, it is playback. Okay, it's okay. Just as they're getting that queued up, it's not. I believe it's not a live shot. Okay, we're going to get some video there, but that's sort of the latest scene that we are keeping our eye on. I am seeing something down here. I don't know. Okay, we do have it again. The shot just kind of keeps going. Okay.
This is Green Isle, correct? Yeah, Green Isle. Obviously some law enforcement movement there. We understand that's where the suspect Vance Boelter is from. Whether or not he's there is unclear. I think it's my understanding. I've had sources telling me that they're kind of looking for him actually in other locations. But so we don't know what the operation is. As far as I know, they're only searching for one suspect. That's what we've been told.
Yeah, yeah. Early on, of course, it was. There were some people of interest, a list. They said that they were going through, and so very early on, it was unclear, some conflicting information. But it is one suspect, and he has now been identified as this man, and it looks like okay. Here's some Skyfox chopper video for you as well. Again, I'm not really sure exactly what we're looking at, but it looks like they're going to be honing in on some sort of area. What we just saw was the armored vehicle moving from kind of what looked like a staging area nearby, and we got sort of very close to where they were gathering, and then we saw them on the move now. So we don't have any indication, although I'm just trying to look at this.
Producer Lori just telling us that the Bloomington bomb squad just showed up to Green Isle. So if he's known to live there, they are probably looking, I think what would be standards for them to look at his home. So they're probably carefully going into the home or around the home to see what is inside or around there. This is Skyfox 9. This is a close-up. This is still Green Isle, correct, Lori?
Yeah, we're not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah, until we get confirmation as to what we're looking at exactly here, but we do know we're in Green Isle. I thought I saw at the end of the driveway what looked like a vehicle, like a Okay. Okay, so okay, so at this address there was a sheriff's vehicle
blocking the driveway, and then shortly thereafter, a lot of law enforcement started pouring in. So we have a camera, and obviously in Green Isle, we also have a crew, a reporter heading there as well. So we'll find out what's going on there and what they're searching, possibly his home. That's usually what happens in these kinds of situations. They go to the suspect's home, find out what's in there, what's around there, see if there's any evidence that can help them lead them to the suspect, maybe a motive, that kind of thing. So we'll certainly keep on this as well.
What's interesting too is that the suspect was last seen running out the back of the Hortman home in Brooklyn Park on foot. That's why that 3-mile perimeter was set up around their home. And so, you know, we all thought, well, you see the car he came in the driveway. He's now on foot. There's only so far he could get, unless, you know, other people are involved or someone is helping him. But so this is interesting. We don't know why they're looking here. It may not be for him. It just may be for his family members or other evidence, things like that. We just don't know yet. But it is sort of a suspicious scene there with the sheriff's vehicle blocking that driveway.
And of course we have the Green Isle scene right there we've been showing you. We've got the Brooklyn Park location where Melissa Hortman and her husband lived. We have Champlin, which is where Senator Hoffman and his wife live.
And I've been told that scene's been cleared.
Oh, is that
now.
right? Okay.
Yes. And I was wondering, because our photojournalist was able to get very, very close. In fact, we saw the front door of what we believe to be the home. We saw law enforcement around that home, and we were right there with a camera. So we got the feeling like that scene was being cleared as we were allowed to get very, very close in the front yard.
And that front door did look damaged, as if gunfire had gone through the door. So obviously that's not confirmed. I believe we're going to go to Paul Bloom now, who is live in Brooklyn Park for us with some updated information on that location. Paul.
Hey, Ken, we want to be really quick here just to kind of show you we've moved around the neighborhood from kind of the immediate scene where the Hortman house was, and just wanted to show you sort of there is still active presence of police in this immediate area, right? We think about where is the suspect, where is he? This team of 2, gun, K9, also on the other side of this block, they've moved out of our sight line, is a fully armed SWAT team that is on that next block, seemingly combing this area. Along again the golf course, the Edinburgh golf course. We've talked about where is this suspect. We don't know, but there are certainly efforts in this area, this immediate area, not far from the Hortman house, that they are searching in some way, shape, or form for him. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as we just sort of put all these pieces together. I know we have crews everywhere, we have cops, law enforcement, investigation everywhere, but it is still, you have to consider where I am in that 3-mile square shelter-in-place order. There is still a presence here. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, well, so yeah, obviously still an active scene there. Even though we're hearing there's, several locations where police are searching. Obviously, they're still searching that area there. They had police with their dogs out. They could just be searching for evidence at this point. We don't know. Yeah. So suspect, evidence, that kind of thing. Yeah. As the day moves on.
Green Isle, just for context here, it's a small community. It's about, from that location where Paul is, it's about 50 miles southwest of there. Gaylord is in that area as well. So just sort of southwest of the Twin Cities. We have an identity on the suspect. We are working on getting a photo to share with you of the suspect as well. But as you could see Paul showing you, there's still an active search going on in that Brooklyn Park area.
I think it's interesting. We spoke to Representative Baker a short while ago, kind of providing a little insight. This suspect, this Mr. Boelter, was on the governor's Workforce Development Board in 2019. There's like 50 on this board. It sounds like it's bipartisan, but he had a friend who served on that board with the suspect in this case, and there was nothing that really stood out about him. He was saying he was basically quiet, kind of unassuming, nothing that would, you know, startle anyone or raise any eyebrows, that kind of thing. He was sort of just another guy on the board. But that term, as you see there, expired in 2023, so that was a couple of years ago. And since that time, he's been working in security, I believe holding some pretty big position for Praetorian Guard Services. That's a security service here in the Metro, based here in the Metro. So just kind of some interesting insight into who we're talking about.
Police have not yet released his photo, I've been told, so you may see some things on the internet. We are just going to use whatever is provided to us by law enforcement at this point, because we're in such a sort of fragile, delicate situation right here. The stakes are very high, and we just want to kind of follow along with what law enforcement wants us to share at this point. So we will bring that to you as soon as we can, because they are actively looking for him, which is, Karen, I'm looking at you because you do enough of these stories to know that it is unusual for them not to share a photo if they are searching for somebody. But
that tells me that they know who he is and where he is. I think they probably have a pretty good lead on him, and probably hot on his tail, because if they didn't, they would say, you know, be flashing up the photo along with be on the lookout, that kind of thing. So I think they're pretty hot on the tail of this guy. And we're looking back at Green Isle. This scene kind of ramping up, I would say, over the last, what, hour, 2 hours?
I think so, yeah. Just one sort of vehicle there now. Was it Bloomington Police, I think? The bomb
squad from Bloomington was there. The sheriff's office was there. This is where the suspect is reportedly from, where he lives. Whether or not he's there, we don't know, but police are there, law enforcement is there, so and the bomb squad is there. So we usually in the situations they're just kind of searching the area. Our chopper, Skyfox 9, focusing on this house that at one point, or maybe still does, is blocked off by a law enforcement vehicle. So we're kind of waiting to see what happens around this home, because this definitely seems to be the focus at this point.
Yeah, we don't have any more information. We don't want to speculate. That's just that's all we have. You know, as far as that goes. I do. Sorry, I don't want to take us too far away from this, but I do want to just let folks know. Department of Public Safety has put out an important piece of information here. So the exit ramps from I-94 to the Capitol are closed because of large crowds in the area. Just want to bring that to your attention because, as a reminder, state officials, including the governor and other public safety officials, have said please do not attend any political rallies today of any kind in Minnesota, not just the one in St. Paul, the No Kings protest, but all of them. So I just want to let people know there are some that are still happening, including the one in St. Paul, but people are being advised to please not attend those today.
Just because it's at this point, it's unpredictable while they sort of gather all their pieces and chase down the suspect. I mean, you know, let's face it, there's still a murderer on the loose, and that's what they're dealing with right now. Back in Green Isle there, this is Skyfox, been circling this home for some time. It's blocked off by a law enforcement vehicle. Typically in these cases, we know the Bloomington bomb squad is there. There's an ambulance or sheriff's officials as well. A lot of law enforcement. These usually go pretty slow, though. They don't just kind of race in there because they don't know what's inside. So I think that's they're probably still getting all their pieces in place to possibly search this home that is likely, I guess, related to the suspect in some case, whether it's his home or somebody knows their home. We're not sure at this point. But that definitely seems to be the focus there in Green Isle. How far away is Green Isle from the metro?
About 50 miles, 50, southwest of here.
Yeah,
kind of near Gaylord. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to look to see what the other towns are nearby. But just about 50 miles from the scene of the second shooting here. I know that we had here Seth screenshotted some. South of Norwood, Young America. Thank you.
That was way out there.
Community.
I've been out there before. Now that I think about it, it's kind of way out there. Not all that populated in the area. You could tell from that Skyfox shot that, there's not a lot of homes in the area, a lot of farmland. but kind of sparse when it comes to residential homes and that kind of thing. Again, still looking at Green Isle there. We've got some law enforcement, EMS, ambulance kind of on standby, I would guess, right there in Green Isle as things start to kind of unfold in that area. We have a crew, a reporter heading there. We'll kind of bring you an update from that location when we can. We've got Paul Bloom. He's in Brooklyn Park. The Champlain scene is cleared, and there's still a couple of other scenes that we're kind of focusing on that we're not bringing to you till we sort of understand what's going on there in terms of the search for this suspect that is still out there, left on foot. So if he got to another location, it wasn't by the car he arrived in, because that has been confiscated by police. It was like a security type car.
Which is why I think, as you're looking at kind of the situation in Green Isle here, you have the staging area where everybody is, and clearly there doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency. And then it doesn't. Let's take a wide shot of the chopper, please, if we can, guys.
Oh yeah. So it looks like SWAT vehicles moving in, possibly bomb squad moving in.
And again, there is no indication that this is where the suspect is. This is believed to be his home. Again, he fled on foot in Brooklyn Park, about 50 miles away. So the likelihood that he is here is low. But we're just going to continue to watch what happens here as they move in on this home in Green Isle. We'll just kind of sit on this for a minute. I don't want to...
Right, kind of watch to see if any other cars or any other law enforcement moves in. But you can see it's going very slowly. That's typical, as they don't really know what, if anything, is inside or around there. So they do take it slow and take it in steps.
Just kind of for context here, taking a look at some of the suspect's social media posts, Seth was able to screenshot some things before they were maybe taken down, and it does look like there are some photos here of what looks to be his wife. There is also a photo of him with the same woman and a group of children. So presumably his family, don't know that for certain, but according to these social media posts, that's what I'm taking a look at. So just want to give some context to the family dynamic here as we're taking a look at the home of what is believed to be the suspect in now the shooting deaths of state lawmaker Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and also multiple shooting shots fired at Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who have been hospitalized and are recovering from surgery right now as we speak, and we don't have an update on their condition as well at this time. But we're just going to kind of sit on this and just kind of wait and watch here to see what we...
Well, pretty isolated, remote there in Green Isle. You can see obviously a lot of farmland around there. Some trees as well, kind of maybe a shelter belt, that kind of thing, trees. And this Green Isle is where we believe the suspect is from. Whether that's his home or not, we don't know, or how he might be related to that home. Obviously, it's somehow related to the case, as we've got maybe a SWAT team and or a bomb squad vehicle that just went in a little while ago. I don't think anybody's exited those vehicles yet, though. So we're still kind of waiting to see what happens in those locations. I'm trying to plug in my computer here a little bit.
And just pardon us while we go through some notes here and try to read through in real time some of the information that's coming in.
Just to kind of go over things, I think as they search for the suspect, you remember all the lawmakers that are not only mourning now that we've lost, Representative Hortman and her husband, who everyone seems to have known really, really well. There was a manifesto that was found, sort of a hit list type thing that was found inside the suspect's car. So I have to imagine, we don't know who was on there, but I have to imagine that it's a little scary for some of these lawmakers as they kind of process what has happened to their colleagues, but then also their own safety going forward.
Just really quickly here, Corin Hoggard, our political reporter, has just put in that they are aiming for another briefing here between 3:30 and 4 is the latest. So we do expect to hear from officials here in about an hour and a half.
And we have heard from them earlier today. Of course, the governor spoke, and several police departments, state patrol spoke as well earlier.
Okay, and sorry, Karen, to interrupt you, as I'm just, some notes are popping up here. So this is some new information that we haven't been able to really report yet, and I'm just looking through here and just confirm that I can, we can talk about this. But our Mary McGuire, who's also covering this for us today, says it is reportable that police are serving, law enforcement is serving a warrant at a location in Minneapolis at 49th and Fremont is the area. So that is something that we can confirm, that there is a warrant that is being served at that location. Mary says, for context, that neighborhood where they're serving that is basically a 7-mile straight sort of shot from the golf course. So that is all we know at this point, all we can report.
I do know they've been there in that area for some time, searching for that location, and I know that some homes in the area were told to sort of lock down and stay inside. Whether or not there's an official lockdown in place, we don't know at this point. But Minneapolis, now one of those locations that is being searched by police. So just so much going on. This is in Green Isle, about 50 miles southwest of Minneapolis, kind of a remote area where we believe the suspect is from. The SWAT team or bomb squad had gone in a short while ago. Looks like possibly another police vehicle there. It's unclear. Oh, it looks like that SWAT vehicle or bomb vehicle is now in the back by what looks like some sort of a barn, a work barn or a shed or that kind of thing, a garage. I don't know how it was used, but so maybe that's what they're getting ready to search or go into. It's unclear at this point. We're going to hang on this shot, see what happens, see if there's any movement or developments in that area.
Yeah, and folks in the booth too, feel free if we want to kind of double box this and move on to some other things as well, as we just sort of wait for any developments. And again, they could just be securing the scene. We may not see any movement here at all, but we can kind of start to go on to some other things as we keep one eye on what's going on in Green Isle. Right now, I guess we're zooming in just a little bit more here.
The Archbishop also releasing a statement just a short while ago, recognizing the victims in this case, says that he knew her to be an honorable public servant. Although we disagreed on some issues, we worked collaboratively to find common ground on others in pursuit of the common good, and that she was generous. Senator Hoffman was generous with his time, that kind of thing. And then he says, at this time of fear and uncertainty, we need to rely even more on our loving God, and that begins with prayer, both privately and communally. So Archbishop Hebda also releasing a statement, as have dozens of other people, both locally and on the national level as well. So certainly the impact is far and wide today as this situation continues to unfold. We had the Green Isle situation going on, that's where the suspect is from, searching that area, waiting to see what happens there. Another area being searched is Minneapolis. And then, of course, we still have Brooklyn Park, a bit of an active scene there. Not too long ago, maybe just looking for evidence. Doesn't necessarily have to be the suspect, but they did have police with their dogs searching grassy areas and tree-lined areas as well there.
Yeah, and as far as we know, still a shelter in place for those folks in that 3-mile radius of the golf course there in Brooklyn Park as well. Our Paul Bloom has been at the scene most of the morning and had a chance to talk to some of the neighbors early on. There was, I think we do have some sound that we can play in a second here, but early on he spoke with a neighbor prior to what we're going to hear here, who said that they heard what sounded like two sort of fast some gunfire that sounded like it came from a semi-automatic weapon, just very quickly. And that, they say, was even prior to law enforcement showing up, where we know there was an exchange of gunfire there. So that's some of what he's been able to pick up from neighbors there. He also had a chance to speak with another neighbor here who talked a little bit about living near the Hortmans, and I believe even had a photo with them. So maybe we can play that for a minute. Thank you.
And then I look at my husband next to me. I say, Dad, I hear gunshot. And then my husband's still sleeping. And then I wake up and I down my knee and I pray that no one get hurt. Yeah, that's the first thing I did.
Get down and pray.
Yeah.
And it felt close. You just didn't know where.
Yeah.
Where the gunfire was.
Yeah.
When did you realize? Did you start, did you then go to windows and see?
Yeah, I went through the window of my bedroom. Yeah, in my master bedroom. Because my bedroom is straight across from her house. So I can see it. Yeah.
And so you knew right away it was...
No, I don't know, knew that it's her house, but I was... I thought she lived somewhere.
No,
yeah.
You didn't know her exactly.
Yeah, no.
When you got that shelter...
You can keep that mic 6 inches lower.
When you got that order to stay sheltered, stay in place, what did you think of that? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't think of anything. I just recorded and I post on my TikTok and say, hey, something happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of years ago someone had told me there had been protests outside her house? Did you remember ever seeing that?
No, I remember. He remember, I don't.
Okay,
I don't really keep up the news. He do.
And you said for you, Melissa, I mean, it was kind of cool to have the Speaker of the House, or Speaker of the Minnesota House.
During, I think, 2023, I was trick-or-treating, and I went up to her house, and she was there. I was like, "Oh, really? This is where you live?" And then we took a photo together, and then, I don't know, but the day of the protest, I think it was like 2021, one of my friends who live also nearby her house, she told me that some people knocked on her door and then said they're going to do protests. I don't know what exactly they were protesting, but there was something there.
Did you hear the gunfire?
No, I wasn't. I was still kind of asleep. I heard sirens, but I wasn't sure what was going on because I thought it was like from the highway, but it was just right over there.
Really quiet neighborhood in general, I take it.
Yeah.
Of course. How are you? What's your mindset now? Are you sad?
I'm a little disappointed on why people are shooting politicians, and I don't know. It's kind of odd for this to happen.
Yeah, I think people don't necessarily know how to react. It is odd. It's odd, it's scary, it's upsetting, sad. I mean, there's so many emotions, I think, going through a lot of folks today, whether you're a legislator or just a resident, a citizen, and then even differently for those who live near the victims in this case. So just a lot to process. Still looking for the suspect that has not been brought into custody yet. He left on foot from Melissa Hortman's home early this morning. He left on foot. How he got anywhere from there is unclear. We don't know.
Yeah, Paul Bloom, who is in Brooklyn Park, just put in 204, so a couple of minutes ago here, that they just got another shelter-in-place bulletin in that area where he is near the golf course. All the phones just went off. Still 3-mile radius. He says the verbiage is the same. So again, shelter in place if you are in that area. It's not a lockdown. You can come and go, but they're asking people just to sort of stay put. There are obviously out there, we've seen them trying to look for any evidence. They just don't want things to be disturbed, or you just never know what small piece of evidence could be where, in a yard or that kind of thing. So just asking people just to kind of stay put while the investigation continues there.
And there's that location, the Green Isle location, and of course the Minneapolis location. A lot of stuff going on as they try to track down this guy. And then, of course, we have these protests that, the governor had asked and the state police had asked people not to attend, but a lot of people did anyway. These are no kings, anti-Trump type protests that in some cases are going on anyway. The big one was at the Capitol. That should be about over by now, I would think.
I would think so, although it sounds like there were still quite a few people there, according to our reporters. And then we have another reporter who says they're looking at one in Minnetonka that's pretty massive, easily hundreds of people there. So not everybody's paying attention to the news, and not everybody gets up and checks social media, and not everybody gets the message. But if you if you are hearing this and you are planning on going out anywhere to a political rally, you're being asked not to do that today.
Meanwhile, we have learned a lot about the suspect. Specifically, Fox 9's Tim Blotz has learned a lot about the suspect in the last hour or so. We're going to go to him now. Tim, can you there's a lot to know about this guy. Can you kind of run down the details for us?
Absolutely, Karen. There really is. And when I give you his background here, I think you're going to see a lot of things perhaps line up to the evidence that we've discovered at the scene that law enforcement is pouring through at the moment. Now, the suspect's name is Vance Boelter. This has been confirmed by the Associated Press through unnamed sources, but this is the person that they're looking for. He's 57 years old, and he has an extensive police security background. Okay, he is currently the director of security patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services here in the Twin Cities. Now, that company's website says that Vance is involved with security situations, or has been, in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, the Middle East, including the West Bank, southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He has also worked, according to their website, with the largest U.S. oil refining company, also the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. So he has extensive security backgrounds across the globe. According to his educational background, this is from another website that I found, the Minnesota Africans United website, and he apparently very well served with that organization, that he majored in international relations at St. Cloud State, has his master's in management along with his doctorate in education from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee, which is a very reputable university in the Milwaukee area. Now, here's another interesting point, gals. He was appointed by Governor Walz back in 2016 to serve on the governor's workforce board. That term expired in 2018. He was reappointed in 2019. That term expired in 2023. And you have to understand, in state government, various governors have a lot of advisory boards to help them on various issues that the executive branch of government has to work with. Every governor has these. You know, Dayton had them, Pawlenty had them, Governor Walz certainly has them. And what the governor's workforce board does, it advises the governor on issues with workforce development across the state. And he was a private sector representative appointed to be on that board. Okay, so but his background with this private security company would match to some of the evidence found at the scene. Number one, the black security car that was there that looked very much like a police cruiser, that Ford Explorer with the lights that were still flashing on board, the entire car in black. And also, he would have access to the types of uniforms and equipment that Brooklyn Park police officers described the suspect wearing when they confronted him when he came out the front door of Melissa Hortman's home. Now, the police chief there, Chief Burley, described him wearing a police black uniform with a taser, various other apparatus on, and a badge that he said that looked just like mine at the news conference this morning. In fact, he told all the reporters there at the time that if we were both standing in the same room, you would not know that he was not a police officer. And again, according to the chief, after he engaged with the officers there, shots were exchanged, and sometimes, and Karen, you can speak to this because you've covered so many police news conferences over the years and you're one of our most outstanding crime reporters here in the Twin Cities. Sometimes you have to pay attention to what's not said in these statements. And in this particular news conference statement this morning, he said that they engaged fire with the suspect. Now, missing from that was whether they hit the suspect. We do not know that yet. We do not know whether he is injured, and they have not confirmed that. But they did say that The suspect then fled out the back door and has not been seen since, and that's the subject now of this very intense search that is going on in the Brooklyn Park area. Now, we want you to look, you're seeing some live video right now. This is of the suspect's home in Green Isle. This is from Sky Fox 9. There has been a large police contingent there this morning. We do have cameras on the ground there as well. One of our photographers, Sean Skinner, is there showing the large police presence of his last known address in the Green Isle area. And you can see that area there, the boom camera shot there from the camera, very rural, very extensive. And there you can see some of the, back down on the ground now, some of the law enforcement presence as they gather there to conduct their search. But as far as investigators know at the time, he may still be in that Brooklyn Park area, that 3 square mile quadrant that's been blocked off, where people have been told to stay in their homes, with the important instruction that if someone comes to your door wearing a police-looking uniform, and they're by themselves, to call 911 immediately and verify that that is in fact a legitimate member of law enforcement. Now, the police chief has instructed, along with Sheriff DeWitt, has instructed all the investigators out at the scene that if they're approaching a home, make sure that you have 2 or more officers so that you can be identified by the homeowner there at the scene. If you do not see that and you live in that perimeter there, make sure that you call 911 and ask for verification of the police-like suspect or person that you see at your door. So very, very important security information that they're putting out there as this active search is still going on. Amy, Karen?
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Yes, he's right. The active search is still going on, and where they think the suspect is right now, we're not sure. They're still searching Brooklyn Park. They're still searching in Minneapolis, and now they're searching in Green Isle. So, but they do know who he is, and that suspect, as Tim has been saying, is, been information on him released, and that's that Vance Boelter. So.
Yeah, and Tim, just really quickly, you were, I think, on the air here when we just got this up. Someone put in here, apparently, the New York Times has spoken with the director of security patrols on the website of the security group that that he worked for, and it says, quote, "We drive the same make and model of vehicles that many police departments use in the U.S., according to them." So obviously, as Tim was saying, a lot of these pieces are starting to come together a little bit more here on the access, the knowledge, him being sort of in the flow of the legislature and understanding the vulnerabilities there on that end of things as well. So we have that Green Isle active scene right now, which again, we don't know what's happening there, but we just know that law enforcement is present in armored vehicles.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad
is there.
Yes, and so we have that scene that we were just showing you. The other really couple, Brooklyn Park, want to keep mentioning, as Tim was saying, shelter in place there, 3 mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course. The other scene that we don't have a shot quite yet, but our Mary McGuire is in Minneapolis, and this is 49th and Fremont, where she says there is some sort of SWAT operation that is happening. She has confirmed that a search warrant is happening there. And I don't know if it's what the location is, home, business. We don't know anything like that just yet. But that is what's happening in Minneapolis. And she says, just for context, that is about a 7 mile straight shot from where the Brooklyn Park scene was, where the suspect was last seen fleeing out the back of the Hortman's home.
Pretty incredible that they're still searching the Brooklyn Park area given the time that's passed. I mean, this happened, about 4 o'clock in the morning, and they're still there, and there's still a shelter in place, and they're still searching. We don't know if they're searching for evidence. They're still searching for the suspect there. As Amy just said, there's 2 other locations that are being searched that we know of, maybe more, but we know of those 2 in addition to the Brooklyn Park location. So this is a very fluid situation, and a lot of people, I think, not only processing the shootings, now they're processing their safety, certainly on a local level, and then nationally. Some national leaders have spoken out on this, specifically President Trump has spoken out, obviously, against the violence and praying for the citizens of Minnesota, and then Dan Bongino with the FBI. So there's a lot of help locally, but also on a national level with the situation. All of this, and you know, police are dealing with a lot around here because you've got this manhunt going on for a murderer. At the same time, you've got these rallies going on, these No Kings rallies. The governor and State Patrol had asked people not to attend. They attended anyway. A lot of people did. And so police are having to law enforcement making sure that those are safe and secure as possible. I mean, it's just so much.
Law enforcement coming into today thinking this was going to be this way, and we planned for this to happen, and so much preparation would have to go into you know, security for something like that No Kings protest, which was supposed to be thousands of people. We don't know exactly how many people ended up showing up, but we know quite a few still did, not knowing, still wanting to show up. But you know, imagine law enforcement now being spread this thin, and the stakes being so high, and trying to really, it's incredible what they're having to do right now.
You even mentioned a while ago that some ramps were closed because
along 94
of people, you know, gathering for these protests. Large groups. Yeah. These protests are happening all around the state. A couple of them were called off, but I think people probably gathered anyway. Even with the situation going on involving our legislators. So just an ever-evolving situation, a scary situation, emotional. Some people, both sides of the aisle, you know, our lawmakers are understandably saddened and emotional this morning. Former legislator Pat Garofalo, you know, really struggling through some tears. Republican who, you know, was still friends with Melissa Hortman, who's obviously a Democrat, but very outgoing and very friendly and a good person. And so just really hitting a lot of folks hard. It sounds like maybe we have some sound that we can play from that interview earlier today. Yeah, well, we're going to cue that up for you so you can listen in kind of to what he had to say earlier today as he was talking to my colleague Leah Bino and Amy here on the desk. And so let's hear from him now.
The kind of compassionate, giving person that she was. So after the 2020 election, excuse me, the 2018 election, no, excuse me, it was 2022, I'm sorry. The 2022 election, it was a really tough election for me because I was obviously very disappointed in the result. And it was very successful for her and her party. Melissa Hortman called me to see how I was doing, because she wanted to know that her friend Pat, was okay. Okay, this is at a time where, you know, this has been a big political victory. This is, you know, the things that she works towards, like, you know, as a leader of her caucus, this is a huge political success. She called me to think about what how her friend Pat was doing, because she knew, as a friend and as a competitor, how I would, you know. That's the kind of person that she was, Republican or Democrat. What a huge loss this is, not just for Melissa Hortman, but the loss of innocence for our state. That political violence is not acceptable. And again, Melissa Hortman is and will be the most consequential Speaker of the House in Minnesota history, in the over 160-year history of our state. The most consequential and impact Speaker of the House. Yes, personally, I lose a friend today, but this is a loss for the entire state of Minnesota, and this is a great woman that we lost today.
Yeah, and you can see the emotion there from him and several lawmakers as they kind of process what's happened and what's going on here. A very scary situation across the board.
Yeah, that was when we spoke to him, it was probably within 10 minutes or so of us getting the official word from Governor Walz that Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband had been shot to death in their home. Pat was somebody that definitely wanted to talk to because, as was Representative Hortman, he was someone who was known for working across the aisle, and that's frankly kind of one of the sickest parts of this is that the two people here who have been victimized and one who has been killed are two people who are known within the legislature to not have the sharp tongues and to not be the ones stirring the rhetoric,
right?
You know. And so that's kind of, that's one of the harder pieces of all of this as well.
We've been hearing from a lot of different people all morning long. We haven't heard from the governor in a while. We heard from him earlier today, earlier at a news conference. He had a lot of thoughts, expressing a lot of his thoughts as well. If we can cue up Governor Walz from that news conference earlier so we can let folks know what he had to say. Among many things, he had asked people not to go to the No Kings protest rallies. They did anyway, or at least a lot of folks did, and A.G. Ellison was out there as well. But we're going to hear from Governor Walz from a press conference earlier in the day today.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlin Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
All right, so that was clearly Governor Walz. Those were the first moments when we learned what had happened and the tragic deaths of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman. That was about 9:45 this morning, and we haven't really gotten another briefing from law enforcement yet. We are expected to have another one here in about an hour or so, about 3:30, 4 o'clock. We're told that we'll get an update. Again, we know that there's an active search for the suspect, Vance Boelter. And law enforcement still has not provided a photo yet for us to use, but there is still that 3-mile perimeter around Brooklyn Park's golf course, the Edinburgh golf course. So if you're in that area, it's a shelter-in-place still right now. We'll let you know when that is lifted. Karen is just taking a quick break to make some calls here. We are trying to bring you the latest confirmed information that we can. Just to kind of give us another second here to collect some more information. I think we want to share an interview that we did a little bit earlier with our Courtney Godfrey, who actually, oh, she's live. Okay. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Courtney, sorry about that, Court. Are you there? Hey. Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing me. Yeah, obviously these are not the circumstances that I would like to join you on, but yes, we spoke earlier, and you know, I knew Senator John Hoffman personally. I know his wife. I know his daughter, Hope. I came to know Senator John Hoffman when I became an amputee and a member of the disability community. I lost my leg in a boating accident in 2017. And as soon as I started getting into advocacy at the state capitol, I met John Hoffman. And before I even knew his daughter was also an amputee like myself, he took on the issues that I was advocating without question. John is known in St. Paul and across the state as being a staunch disability advocate. He has worked tirelessly over the years to advocate for individuals with disabilities, advocate for those in marginalized communities. Obviously, it's personal to him because of his daughter, Hope, who lives with a disability. But he's advocated for funding to expand disability employment services. He's supported vocational training programs and pushing for policies that would promote equal pay and fair treatment in the workplace. I worked with him just this last last year's legislative session to pass a bill that expanded access to prosthetics for amputees, and he was a champion on that bill, and I believe because of his advocacy, we were able to get that bill passed. In my relationship with him, I obviously take off my reporter hat. He's an incredible human being. He's someone who Republicans and Democrats alike would say he's there for the right reasons. He's been doing this for years, and he doesn't do it for any other reason but because he wants to help people, and especially people in those marginalized communities, Amy.
Yeah, it's rare that you get to know somebody like that as a reporter, but then also as a person. And we talked a little bit about his daughter Hope, and just to reiterate to folks that he and his wife have come out of a surgery. They were shot, according to authorities, multiple times overnight at their home, and they have survived. We don't have any more information on their conditions, but it sounds like his daughter, who I wasn't sure sort of her age range, if she was younger, but as someone confirmed to me, she's in her late 20s, like 28 years old, was really sort of the inspiration and driving force behind him, you know, getting in front of those issues.
Yeah, Hope's an incredible advocate herself. She's clearly following in her father's footsteps. Hope is speaking at the Capitol herself frequently. She just gave a moving speech in the last couple of months. I believe it had to do with disability rights. I don't remember exactly the campaign that she was speaking on, but she's an advocate herself. And, you know, she grew up in the halls of the Capitol. I shared with you this morning, but I remember John shared a story with me several years ago about how when Hope was little, you know, she would visit all of his lawmaker friends, and even those lawmakers that he doesn't agree with politically. Senator Jim Abler is a good friend of his, who's a Republican. This is not a political issue. John Hoffman may have been a staunch Democrat, but he had friends on the other side of the aisle, and friends that were considered family. So Yeah, Hope is an incredibly special person. I've reached out to her. I know she's probably getting inundated. I hope she's okay. I'm trying to confirm if she was in the home last night and if she's all right. Obviously, I'm extremely concerned about Yvette and John and Hope. They're incredible people, incredible advocates. And I think that if there's anything I want people to know about that family, it's just how important they are to the disability community in Minnesota.
Yeah. Courtney, reporter hat back on. Have you heard anything about any of the gatherings, the protests? As we know, the governor has said, please, in the state of Minnesota, do not attend any sort of political rallies or protests today. I'm just kind of asking you cold here if you happen to have, if you've seen anything or heard anything about gatherings.
Yeah, I mean, out here in the West Metro, I've driven past some. So there's easily hundreds on the corner of 101 and 7 out here in Minnetonka. So we know that people are gathering. We know that those protests are continuing. And of course, that's their First Amendment right to do so. We do know that law enforcement has asked people to not attend those gatherings. However, they are still continuing today. And it seems that a lot of people are still showing up despite the risk, despite what happened overnight.
Yeah, and you know, obviously people may not know, they don't follow the news like we do or jump on social media the way we do always, but thank you for spending some more time with us today. Really appreciate your insight into the Hoffman family, who we're also thinking about today and want to keep at the forefront of our conversations as well. So thank you. Thanks, Courtney. Appreciate it. All right, we are continuing our live coverage here as we have all morning. If you happen to be just tuning in and finding out kind of what's going on, we have a tragic situation that has unfolded here in Minnesota that will, in the words of many people today, change everything for us in one way or the other. We have 2 lawmakers who have been shot in their homes. Representative Melissa Hortman, Speaker Emeritus of the House, Senator John Hoffman as well, who has been shot, and their spouses were also shot. Unfortunately, Representative Hortman and her husband Mark were shot and killed in their home. Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette are recovering in the hospital as we speak, but we do not have an update on their condition other than to say that they have come out of surgery. That was earlier this morning, and so we'll continue to update you on their conditions as well. Several scenes that we're keeping an eye on here as well. We've been showing you Green Isle, and that is where we believe the home of the suspect, who has now been identified, lives. No indication that he's there. We understand that the suspect fled on foot, and so we'll continue to bring that. Karen is back here. So Karen, do you have?
Yes. Speaking to some law enforcement sources, anonymous sources, I think that we probably need to pump the brakes on this, maybe for sure being political. It appears there were other folks on this list. It was 4 pages long that were not lawmakers. So it's not a list of lawmakers. It's a list of a lot of people that were on this manifesto list that was found inside the vehicle. Another thing that I've learned is that when he knocked on the doors this morning, you know, for the lawmakers that were impacted, he was wearing a mask, like an old man mask, you know, those rubber masks. So he didn't even look like himself. And then I do know that in Brooklyn Park, they found a lot of his stuff in a swamp. So like the taser, the bulletproof vests, some other gear was found in a swamp in Brooklyn Park. How he's getting around at this point is a mystery. Where he is, we don't know. That scene in Minneapolis, cleared.
Okay, and that's the one at 49th and Fremont. Correct. That we've been following. That is a cleared scene now.
Yeah, supposedly he had property in that area, but that has been cleared. That scene has been cleared.
They had a search warrant. It sounds like they executed that, but now that has been cleared. Okay, so we can move on from there.
So, A lot going on. I know there's a new location that they're looking at this point. So the Green Isle location, I'm told, is the address that is registered to, that was showed up, registered to the vehicle that was at the scene. And that is, you know, the suspect vehicle. So that is apparently his location. And this is a shot of Green Isle, just some cars, probably law enforcement vehicles.
Area,
yeah.
It looks like, yeah, we've had the chopper up over, but I think that the chopper did have to move on from that area. That's all we can report at this time, but we don't have the chopper shot any longer. This is a staging area in Green Isle where we've seen law enforcement coming and going there. We know that at the home that we're talking about in Green Isle, there was a sheriff's vehicle that had been blocking that driveway. We saw about, what, 30-40 minutes ago, a couple of armored vehicles pulling in and stopping, but then there was no additional movement after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it sort of just became more terrifying to me. Just learning that, you know, so many people were on this list. I thought maybe a one-page thing, you know, but 4 pages of people on this list, this manifesto, this hit list, whatever you want to call it. Not all of them were lawmakers. There were other people on this list, and I also learned that a short while ago, this suspect was also outside the home scene, outside the home of another. In this case, it was a lawmaker, another lawmaker, but a routine patrol of an officer that was just happened to be driving by spooked him off, and he ran. Oh my goodness. So, thank goodness for our police forces. So, just a lot going on. Yep, the place in Minneapolis is clear. They're still searching Brooklyn Park. Don't know if he's there or not there. Still looking for evidence, and as I said, they found a lot of his stuff in a swamp in Brooklyn Park. And then they are going to search the family home, or go to the family home, which I'll probably not say yet on air until we know a little bit more and get a little bit confirmed. So it doesn't sound like his family is in Green Isle. It's actually his home, is what I understand at this point. So a lot going on.
And all of that, again, according to a law enforcement source. Right. We'll get another update here at about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Not sure exactly who's going to give us that update, and not sure what they'll be telling us, but some interesting information there. And by interesting, I mean terrifying.
Terrifying. Yeah, terrifying. We're just following this situation as we all kind of process the loss of Melissa Hortman and her husband, and then also the injuries to Senator Hoffman. At the same time, you know, looking for the suspect who did it. Just a lot to process as we get through the day. We've spoken to many lawmakers throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon here, who are also feeling all kinds of emotions, I think, recognizing too their own vulnerability, not only for themselves but for their family. But now we learn that it's really not even just lawmakers on this list. So it sounds like it's kind of all over the board as far as who's on it.
So one of the things that happened early on, one of the details here that is so important, and to your point, the work of law enforcement here that is so impressive, is that the initial call that came in just after about 2:30 to Champlin, to the home of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, as that was happening, Champlin police responded to that call. Also, Brooklyn Park went in to assist, and the sergeant who happened to be there also just thought, Melissa Hortman lives in my district, in my area. I know she's nearby. We should send someone, and they did. And they sent officers to the home, the Hortman home, and it was at that time that they were able to come in contact with this suspect. And we understand an exchange of gunfire. Again, as Tim pointed out earlier, we don't know if the suspect was injured or hit. We don't know any of that, but we know that there was that contact. And then just to think about the fact that they got there and were able to have that interaction and then find the manifesto. Okay, we're going to Paul Bloom. I understand Paul has an update for us. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Amy. So I just wanted to take over quickly. We've found the sort of the staging area on the periphery of the Hortman neighborhood up in Brooklyn Park. There seemed to be a moment like, yes, here comes the SWAT vehicle. I just wanted to get this for our viewers as this comes down the road. Another a van of SWAT team members just pulled out a minute before you came to me. There's some flashing lights coming the other direction. So we're just observing. I don't have insights on exactly where they're headed, what they're doing, where they're being assigned to. But this is the staging area on the periphery of the neighborhood. We're not 2 minutes from the Hortman home where we had been all morning, where, of course, the political assassination unfolded earlier today. The massive manhunt has begun, and if you've been with us throughout, I've kind of been moving around a little bit, noticing where SWAT teams, K9, where they are checking in and out of this neighborhood. Even to this point, about 40 minutes ago, once again, all of our phones lit up with that shelter-in-place order, the 3 square miles around Edinburgh Golf Course. That remains in effect. I don't have the sourcing Karen does. I don't know if she talked about where they think he is at the moment, where this armed gunman would be, but there certainly is activity here where they seem to be assigned or sent out in one area. They go through a street, they go to the next one, they're on foot, they get back in their vehicles. Again, the staging area behind me along Edenbrook Parkway, and then they dispatch. Karen had reported that some of the evidence from the gunman found perhaps in a swamp in this general area. We have not necessarily observed that on the ground ourselves, but clearly that is going on. We are talking about, again, a pretty good space out, 3 square miles. Some of the roads have law enforcement sort of blocking our progression, so we can only, get to where we can and see what we can. I'm hearing some sirens in the background. Just trying to kind of all process it. We noted that the vehicle involved, that police-looking security squad car with the flashing lights, that was towed away from the Hortman driveway hours after the shooting. We were there when that happened. Authorities had combed the front, the middle, the back of that vehicle. They processed it on location, and then we presume it was taken to a crime lab for further analysis and probably tear down from there. So again, just wanted to bring you sort of the activity that continues to happen in and around this 3 mile square area where we don't know if this armed man is still on the loose. We talked about could someone lay low for a little bit, trying to wait out the police presence that infiltrated this area. We just don't know. I see DPS is planning a 3 p.m. update with the very latest. So perhaps connecting the dots from what we see here with what we hear from authorities could kind of make a little bit more sense of what we're watching, but certainly significant manpower here in this park.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And I think it's, it's unbelievable. Nobody knows how he's getting around. So we don't know if he's left Brooklyn Park. Obviously, they are still searching. You saw that SWAT vehicle just going behind Paul there, still searching for him, for evidence. There's still the shelter in place that is in that 3 mile radius there. So just so many unknowns.
Yep, we know that the Minneapolis-St, where a search warrant was executed, 49th and Fremont, is now cleared. So that is no longer an active scene. We know that Champlin is cleared. That is not an active scene, and there's no shelter in place for that area. But again, that shelter in place remains for Brooklyn Park. And as Paul said, there is a press conference coming up here. So we're going to hear from Bob Jacobson, who's the Department of Public Safety Commissioner, Drew Evans, BCA Superintendent, Mayor Hollis Winston from Brooklyn Park, the Mayor of Champlain, Ryan Sabas, and then maybe police chiefs as well. So we'll see what information we get there. The governor spoke earlier, canceled his speaking role in the No Kings protest that started at 11 o'clock today, as did the other dignitaries aside from Attorney General Keith Ellison, who did end up speaking there this morning. Sabas, thank you. Mayor Ryan Sabas, thank you for that pronunciation, Corin. I appreciate it. Just popped in there.
So it looks like, so they're still in Green Isle. That is supposedly where the suspect lives, where the car was registered to that was in the driveway. I believe, too, that his family is from Sleepy Eye, and that is where he is originally from, it sounds like. And we're talking about the suspect, Vance Boelter, supposedly, graduated from high school there in Sleepy Eye. And so there is a location that police are either at or heading to there in Sleepy Eye as well.
Why don't we, I think we have Senator Jim Abler on the line, if he's still there. Sir, are you there? Thank you. Thank you for taking some time today to talk to us about what's going on. We're sorry that we're talking to you under these circumstances. I guess first and foremost, our condolences, and tell us a little bit about how you heard about things this morning, how you and your family are doing in all of this.
Well, and I'd like to just also commend to my friends Melissa and John before we get too far along here. But I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning by the Anoka police announcing that something had happened at the Hoffman residence, and at 3:30 they came in and woke me up again after saying, "Don't answer the door unless it's it's us." So I called 911, and it was them, and heard about what turned to be Melissa. But there's all these discussions about the process and how they're going, and God bless law enforcement. They were there at like 3 o'clock, and they've been here all day looking after me and many of our colleagues across the state on this really horribly unsettling day for so many people. But I think, if you'd like, John Hoffman is my friend. He's my very good friend, and I'm talking in the present tense, and I'm praying he survives, along with his wife Yvette, who are just fabulous people. And Melissa Hortman, there's just nobody finer than the woman that she was. She's dedicated, committed, hardworking, and very brave to the very end, with taking a very difficult vote that she had to end her career on. So that's the human side of all this. And God bless the law enforcement folks for trying to get it all sorted out and keep us all safe.
And what about yourself? Have police been at your home kind of in a protective way, or did they just let you know what was going on? What did that look like?
Well, they came at 3 and they said, "We're hanging around." And at 3:30, we talked again, and they changed the shift at 6, and we talked again. I talked to the police chief at 7:30. And they've been sitting around, and we've been touching base. They've been walking the perimeter from time to time. And so they're taking this very seriously. And from what I hear about with my colleagues across the state, everywhere is really on a big uptick on security. People are having 1 or 2 squads parked near their homes, and mostly they're in their cars, just kind of keeping an eye out. But it's really good, and a lot of it's just a whole different thing when you worry about elected officials being shot and it happens elsewhere, but it's pretty close to home all of a sudden for all kinds of us. I was texting with my colleagues at 4:30 and 5 this morning, and it's a time to pray, and it's a time to lean on the Lord, who is the source of my strength in all this and my life.
Yes, Senator, just so tough, and so many emotions to process, really, for everyone that's impacted by this. And it's lawmakers, but it's also residents in the areas and beyond, really. So just a lot going on.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, my goodness. And I don't know if you heard, but that Yvette Hoffman put herself in front of her daughter in the face of the gunman. So
no,
how about that?
We had not heard that.
We had not heard that.
Yeah, so that's pretty sweet and pretty amazing. And there's 201 of us, but there are 5.4 million Minnesotans who should be concerned. And and we're not that special. We're just people. But the law enforcement has really stepped up with all the work you were talking about and all the local stuff. And I hope at the end that people can continue to trust them for who they are, and that 1 or 2 people that did the ruse with pretending to be that help us be so confident in the quality of our people that serve us.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Senator Abler, thank you very much for your time and your perspective on all of this. We wish you the best.
God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to go now to our newsroom because it sounds like we have some more information that we can share, shedding some light on possibly the manifesto. Kelly O'Connell joining us now. Kelly, what have you got?
Well, good morning. We've been talking a lot about that manifesto since we heard that earlier in the morning that they found that. We've kind of trying to figure out what is in this manifesto. We can now confirm that from an official who has seen this manifesto found in the suspect's vehicle, that the list targeted prominent pro-choice individuals here in Minnesota, including many Democratic lawmakers who have been outspoken about pro-choice policy positions. That is from someone, a source who has seen the manifesto. Karen, I know you spoke with a law enforcement official too, saying this was a long manifesto, 4 pages long, including many different people, lists of different people, lawmakers, but also not lawmakers. So that is what we can tell you right now from an official who actually saw that manifesto, that hit list, if you will. Obviously, that is a huge part of this investigation, a huge part of what we've talked about with where they're going to now, who they've been talking to, who they've added security around. So that's just coming in again as we're learning more. Possibly we'll learn more about that at that 3 o'clock presser that we're waiting on any minute now from local law enforcement. So right now, that is what we know at this point. Of course, a lot of people are wanting to know who's on that list and what this means going forward.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. We really appreciate it. We'll see you in here in just a couple of minutes, Kelly. Karen, if you wanted to sort of reiterate some of what you were telling us here, it's been a little bit. We know people are kind of coming in and out of the coverage, but you also have law enforcement sources who are giving you some more information here as it pertains to the manifesto and other things.
Sure, and as Kelly just mentioned, 4 pages of that manifesto that were not only lawmakers but other folks as well. And I think what's interesting, or what's just sort of startling about that, is that just by the grace of God or pure luck or whatever you want to call it, when Brooklyn Park police went to Melissa Hortman's house and there he was, committing a heinous act, but also able to keep him from getting in his car because his car remained. And it sounds like we've got new information that Kelly wants to bring to us. Go ahead, Kelly.
Obviously, you guys, this is a fluid situation. You've been on it for hours now. We, again, just a little bit more clarification on that. We're learning it as we speak. More information about this. And this is, we can attribute a source close to the governor, of course, as an active situation. But we understand that Governor Walz has spoke with Vice President J.D. Vance about this situation, about the targeted attacks here today from earlier this morning. The governor expressing gratitude that we know the FBI is involved. We've talked a lot about that. We know the FBI is on the ground here trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So he is grateful for the collaboration at the federal level, the state level, and local level. We know that. But again, Karen, like you were saying, talking about that manifesto, learning some more information about potentially how this could have been. Granted, it is horrific. It is a horrible, dark day here in Minnesota, but potentially it could have been far worse. And again, we're waiting a press conference in 3 minutes from right now, hoping to learn more about potentially the suspect, any updates as to where maybe he is, or potentially more about this manifesto. Waiting to see that.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Kelly O'Connell, in the newsroom for us with some new information there. We are awaiting that news conference, which is supposed to start in just a few minutes. We don't know if it will. Sometimes they run a little bit late. But just going over, because you had mentioned some of this other information that I recently learned, the suspect was at the doors of these lawmakers, but he was wearing a mask. So there's a photo circulating around online and stuff. We haven't been showing that just yet. But on approach, he was wearing a mask. When I say mask, it's like one of those old man rubber masks that you slip over your head. And then some of his gear, and we're talking about because he had a bulletproof vest on, he had some gear, he had a taser, that kind of thing. A lot of his gear was found in a swamp in Brooklyn Park, so some sort of a swamp or pond there in that 3-mile radius where they are still searching.
Yeah.
So there's still this shelter in place. They are still searching that area there. Still looking for him at this point. In Green Isle, where his home is, or where the suspect's home is. Brooklyn Park still being searched, and it's my understanding some Sleepy Eye location as well.
And do we know what the connection is to the Sleepy Eye location?
So it sounds like family is there, and that he possibly grew up there in Sleepy Eye.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I don't know if we have a shot of the press conference. There we go. That's going to be happening. Yep, we'll keep this up just so you're aware. This is what we're going to go to immediately as soon as we see someone start walking up to the podium. We know that we're going to be hearing from the Department of Public Safety Commissioner, the BCA Superintendent, the Mayor of Brooklyn Park, the Mayor of Champlain, and possibly the police chiefs as well to give us an update. But I guess to your point, to what Kelly was saying, the big question right now still is, where is this suspect and how is he getting around? And that's something that that everybody needs to.
It's possibly still on foot. I mean, you know, you'd think, you know, he'd hop in a car somehow, some way, maybe a friend or whatever, but he could just be on foot. So we don't know. And if he's on foot, then he probably, you know, he can't get that far. So they've been on his tail, you know, all morning long ever since this obviously broke, but not in custody just yet. Yeah, and officials have not released any sort of photograph of him. We know his identity, we know his name, some of the basics, his background, you know, which is interesting. There's a lot of different pieces to that that's interesting, but they haven't released a photo, which you know, tells us, if we're kind of thinking that he, you know, they're not, if they thought it was sort of a situation where they needed everybody in the metro to know, for instance, that this is who we're looking for, that they would have shared that information. So we are still kind of hoping that it is within that area. And it's important to note that it wasn't 4 pages of lawmakers on that list. Right. There are people on that list who are not lawmakers. Maybe have to do with this man's beliefs on certain issues. So we'll have to wait and see. And I think Kelly did mention some pro-choice, like that he was possibly targeting some pro-choice people. That kind of thing. Yeah, and so you may be asking, well, why are people calling it, you know, politically motivated assassination? Those were actually the words that Governor Walz used this morning when he first spoke, when he announced the deaths of Senator Hortman and her husband. He actually used that term, and so that's what we've been sort of saying. And I think the question during that news conference of what else do you have that tells you that, other than lawmakers were targeted, and they didn't answer it right away. And then about 90 minutes later, we had a very quick update from State Patrol, actually letting us know that they're telling people not to go to the No Kings protests. But more importantly, they did something that they rarely do, which is they released a photo of evidence. They released a photograph from, I believe they said it was from the inside of that SUV of the suspect, and in it were pieces of paper that said No Kings. Sort of looked like it was written in marker, but sort of a stack of those here. That's the photo. So I believe it was State Patrol who put that. One of the state agencies put that out. Just unusual for them to do that, but I think they did that to let people know earlier on, please don't go to any sort of political rallies. They didn't have any direct evidence or direct threats saying that there was going to be anything that was going to happen. However, because of this, they showed that evidence, hoping to sway people away from going. And it sounds like we're getting very, very close to the press conference here. So, right. I mean, those No Kings flyer, they really don't mean anything at this point, other than, you know, what you see right there, that he took a magic marker and wrote No Kings on some white paper. But what that means exactly, we don't know. But again, this guy, Vance Boelter, still on the loose. At this point, he's 57 years old. He was working in security, and that was likely his security vehicle that was found at Melissa Hortman's home. And he was likely wearing a security uniform, but he also had a rubber mask on his face, like an old man mask on his face. So just a lot going on here.
The vehicle that was in the driveway, we saw it being towed out of there. We had it, our Paul Bloom was near the home. You know, you looked at it immediately and said that's clearly not a law enforcement vehicle. We have to remember this happened overnight. It was about 3 in the morning, a little after 3 in the morning, when this happened. Dark. All they would have seen if they looked out the window, the Hortmans or the Hoffmans, are the lights from the vehicle. It does look like the ASL interpreter has come out, and it looks like they're getting started here. So I think it's okay, guys, if we just kind of go to this shot, if you're all right with that, and just kind of wait here. I know we've got a raw situation here with open mics, but I think I think we're okay to go to it. If you guys don't mind, it sounds like they're ready to get going soon. Thank you. Thanks.
You can see some live pictures now as we await this press conference from police. This is what's on the screen there in this conference room. You can see they are looking for this person, officially now putting his name out there, putting his photo out there. Again, Vance Boelter. You see him right there, potentially wearing a cowboy hat at this point, a shirt, pants. You see it right there as we zoom out. A couple different pictures of him. 6'1", 220 pounds, brown eyes. Again, this is who we had anticipated they were going to release as their person of interest, and now officially showing photos of him. Again, we are awaiting a press conference with police. Also, let's listen in right now. Here they go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I am the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to serve in that position. We're here today to give some updates on the current investigation. First off, I would like to thank the law enforcement agencies and the public out there who are being vigilant, our law enforcement partners who are watching out for others in our community, the understanding and patience of the public as we work to find this individual and bring that person to justice. We know that it's been a difficult day for not only those who have worked with those legislators, but it's also a difficult day for those in the state of Minnesota who are working through this terrible tragedy. Today we have a few speakers who are going to, again, give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Boelter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inches tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now. But there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the Commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end. But again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. You know, there will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlain and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family. And so our prayers continuously go out to them. And it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family. And I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall. And we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again, if you have information, there'll be information behind me. Please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together and we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. You know, this individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community, from all different walks of life coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state, from all different ethnicities and communities as well, with an outpouring of support. So I want you to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through, and we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the Mayor of Champlin Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sabis, Mayor of Champlin, and on behalf of the City of Champlin, our Police Department, and our City Council, I want to extend a heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families. We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for their swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer involved. We ask everyone to stay attentive, report anything that feels concerning, and most of all, continue to show kindness, respect, and care for one another. This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well that Hoffman family and the Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities. And we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
As folks have said, we'll take a few
questions, please don't forget to, in your first question, introduce yourself, your immediate organization with whom you're with, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
Fort Hunter from Fox 9. Do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries, so we'll have to continue to monitor that.
You said person of interest, so not a suspect, or is...
He's a suspect. One and the same for this particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Buxer with WCCO News. You know this guy. It was at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to its own website, that has highly trained security individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, using a gun or, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that, and we'll explore all of that. We're aware of the connections that you reference, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state, the local, and federal partners that are working on that. Certainly, an individual will have some familiarity if that's the line of work that they're in with some of the tactics that you noted, but we'll be exploring that more fully.
One question about the photo that we're seeing in the cowboy hat and the jacket. Is that photo taken today?
That photo is today.
And is it from a ring camera at the residence of either of our lawmakers?
The question is it from a ring camera? It's not. This is from a business, so this is at a business location. We believe, as noted, that we believe he's was still in at this time. He was in the Twin Cities area, and that we are continuing to work and follow up on that. We believe he's working to potentially flee the area, and so that's why we're sharing that with that information now so that we can safely apprehend him.
Is there a way that you're in touch with the TSA? I know Governor Walz has been in contact with federal agents, as you have mentioned with the FBI.
Yeah.
Are airlines, seeing his pictures so he doesn't board a plane?
So the question is, are we in contact with TSA? We've been in contact with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share the time or location that photo was taken today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis. That's at this point, I think, all that we can share as we work to follow up on that.
Are there any surveillance or ring camera video from either of the residents where the shooting takes place?
The question is, there's surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on? Green Isle, maybe the 49th Fremont, and Minneapolis?
So, yeah, we can. The question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? Because our teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm going to give Ellen, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation it might be doing? We're told that there might be some socialist lawmakers on this manifesto. That has anything to do with motivation here?
At this point in time, it would be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received as their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
Mr. Walker, senior from the search committee, do you have a sense, did they know each other? Like, did this man know either Representative Hortman or Senator Hoffman in any capacity?
The question is, did they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, obviously this press conference just wrapping up there. We were just most recently hearing from Drew Evans, the BCA superintendent here, giving us a little bit of an update, of specifically who they are looking for. You can see his picture there on the screen. Take a look. They are calling him a person of interest, a suspect here in this shooting. Vance Boelter, of course. Interesting to note that they said this is from a ring camera from a business this morning. So after the shooting, now wearing a cowboy hat.
Right, obviously no longer in that security guard outfit or police type looking outfit that he had when he committed the crimes. Now, at least last seen in a cowboy hat, kind of a big puffy coat, light pants. And like you said, that's off a ring camera near a business. So he has changed. He seems like he was prepared. He's changed his identity a bit, but they are asking for the public's help in locating him because they do think, Drew Evans said, they do think he's trying to flee the area.
Sure, they talked about, obviously, if you see him, not surprisingly, do not approach him, considered armed and dangerous, but they wouldn't say specifically where this photo came from, because that's been the big question. Where has he been since 3 o'clock this morning, 3:30 this morning? We know that there is a crime scene, or there was one in Minneapolis, there's one in Green Isle. They said that is definitely connected, related to this, but where else is he? Was this still in that area? Is this in a different city? They didn't get into that because obviously they don't want to tip them off to potentially where they are.
It is my understanding, though, that he possibly is still on foot. So he's still running on foot. His car, of course, was left at Melissa Hortman's home, and police have it now. So he did flee on foot, and at last check, law enforcement sources telling me that he fled on foot. But interesting to note here, as they look for this suspect, Brooklyn Park still in a shelter-in-place situation there, 3-mile radius. If we can take a look at some ring camera video as law enforcement is still kind of checking yards, they've got the dogs out, that kind of thing. That hasn't changed. So I think we're about to get some of this ring video footage up as police continue to look through that area. It wasn't too long ago, Paul Bloom came to us from Brooklyn Park, and there was a big SWAT vehicle coming behind him. There it is. There's somebody's ring video, and you can see the SWAT vehicle in the background. And then, of course, law enforcement walking with their long guns there in front yards and with dogs, and, pretty scary situation, I would think, for a lot of residents in the area there.
Definitely, and you make a great point. I mean, the shelter in place is still in place, which is kind of surprising, might not be the right word, because to your point, this has been a long time since the initial calls were called out. So that is wondering, where are they looking? Are they looking for evidence at that point? They don't want people to kind of, potentially disrupt that situation. I know you had sources that talked about finding some of his belongings in a nearby swamp. Clearly, he has changed his appearance, which is not totally surprising at this point, because people have known he was looking like a police officer. So one would think, change what you look like.
One thing is surprising. I was just thinking about it. He did, as far as I know, he didn't show up at the door with a bag of clothes. So he left in his security guard outfit. So where did he get the cowboy hat and the other clothes? It's, I don't know, did he have it stashed? Did somebody give it to him? We just don't know at this point. But yeah, and then law enforcement did find his stuff in a swamp in Brooklyn Park, and we're talking about possibly the uniform that he had on, but for sure like a bulletproof vest, his taser, I think maybe that mask that he was wearing, because he was wearing a rubber old man mask when he approached these doors. So certainly a fluid situation as they check multiple locations looking for this guy who's being considered armed and dangerous. But last seen, in that cowboy hat and light colored pants.
Right, a dark bag, light colored, long sleeve collared shirt or jacket. It was kind of hard to tell in that picture exactly what it would be. But we know he's 6'1", 220 pounds, brown eyes. It was interesting to note too in that press conference, because obviously let's not also forget about the senator. We didn't get much of an update, but that he obviously, we know, has been out of surgery, but at that point still in the hospital, obviously, but getting an update a little bit on that, saying that there's significant injuries. We understand he was shot multiple times.
Right.
No update on his wife at this point, other than they both are expected to survive, but what that looks like aftermath.
And Kelly, you talked to us a little while ago and shared some information that was interesting, I thought, about the sort of hit list, manifesto list that was found inside the car. Can we go over that again? Because I think, this is I think the initial reaction was that, lawmakers were being targeted, but now it looks like it's a lot more than that.
Yes, and we've talked a little bit about this. Anytime you hear that, a manifesto or a hit list, or what are we looking at here? And obviously we don't know at this point. Even they were asked about it. The BCA was asked about it, and they said we're not going to get into that. Understandably so. They are still looking at that. What we have heard from sources who are close to this, and even an official who has seen the hit list, is that it was targeting, the hit list, the suspects list, was targeting prominent pro-choice individuals here in Minnesota. I'm reading this verbatim because this is serious stuff. I don't want to, including many Democratic lawmakers who have been outspoken about pro-choice policy positions. We understand the governor has spoken with the vice president, J.D. Vance, about this, talking about what can we do here. We know the FBI is involved. You heard a question from one of the reporters knowing the TSA is involved, because clearly they do not want this guy to get out of Minnesota. They do not want him to leave, but that is what we're learning about this manifesto. You mentioned it is not a one-page, a couple lists here, but again, not just lawmakers, which is terrifying in and of itself that there are lawmakers on there, but not just lawmakers. So who is on this list, and what does that mean? What does that give us? What insight does that give us? That's part of the investigation.
A little bit interesting too, just kind of sidebar. It's not like abortion's been in the news lately, so interesting that it appears that this is an issue for the suspect right now, when that's not even, been in the news or talked about lately among lawmakers or anyone else. So in any case, that 4-page manifesto, police still looking for this man, considered armed and dangerous. They believe he's trying to flee the area. They're asking folks to keep an eye out for him. Last seen in this cowboy hat. That on the far right there, you see him in that cowboy hat. May have taken it off by now, we don't know, in a light pants and a jacket. It's my understanding he's originally, although his home was in Green Isle and the police are searching there, but that he also is originally from Sleepy Eye. So I believe there's a location there. And then we have the Brooklyn Park search going on. The Minneapolis location has been cleared. I understand he does have some property in Minneapolis, I think on the north side there. But that scene has been cleared, and police are no longer there.
Right, and we've seen a significant presence in Green Isle. There was kind of a staging point at a nearby school, if I'm correct, or a church kind of more in town, and then obviously we saw some of the more remote, rural area of where potentially we believe at least of residents.
I have an update here. It looks like Brooklyn Park police are no longer requiring shelter in place. So that has been lifted. The suspect is not in custody. Reason to believe suspect is no longer in the area. So again, the Brooklyn Park shelter in place lifted as they believe the suspect has left that area. We're going to go now to Corin Hoggard, who was just at the news conference where they kind of gave an update on the situation. Corin.
Hey, Karen and Kelly. Yeah, I do have one update since that press conference, and that is from the governor's office, which they say that he is continuing to monitor the situation from this state emergency operations center. We heard from him briefly early this morning, and he kind of walked out pretty quickly after an emotional statement. And this is Melissa Hortman's a very close friend of Governor Walz, but he is still here and monitoring the situation. You mentioned he's spoken to Vice President Vance to thank the federal coordination and all of that. But yeah, the update here, you guys have given pretty much all the details here, but we do, we're looking at this photo, and I think, Karen, you mentioned it to me in a text, but it looks like Vance Luther Boelter there has something in his left hand. It's kind of hard to determine exactly what that is, and he gunned down at least 2 people at this point, and injured at least 2 more, but I'm not sure that looks like a gun. So still trying to figure out exactly what he's carrying around at the point that they take that photo, clearly from somebody's ring video or surveillance video around the house. They wouldn't reveal exactly where. They did, as you mentioned, speak about a couple of the other locations where they are searching, trying to gather evidence or trying to find him himself. No evidence that he has taken another vehicle or anything other than, getting away on foot. But that 3-mile radius, it's been at least 6 hours looking for him in a 3-mile radius and no sign of him to this point. So, at least an inkling that potentially he got outside of that radius, and now they're worried about, communicating with TSA and making sure he doesn't get on a plane, or, you know, if he does get a vehicle, drive out of the state, and out of the country, who knows, or try to carry out more of what he had intended to do with, you know, that manifesto listing, you know, people who support abortion rights, and maybe he had other lawmakers or other non-legislators in mind to target before he went somewhere. So again, like a lot of the Democratic lawmakers especially, I've talked to Republicans as well, but not as many, they're very scared and they're staying inside their homes. And you heard from Senator Abler about how, you know, he's had law enforcement outside of his house since very early this morning, and that's the case for a lot of them, but that's kind of, you know, putting them in a box and keeping them scared as well. So they're very concerned for their safeties, and rightfully so, given what happened this morning.
Corin, yeah, we've been talking about it all day today, that, you know, right out the gate, they reached out to lawmakers and, you know, said, reach out to your local officials. We will be there. Are you hearing that they are still essentially still being protected, still being covered, these lawmakers, where we know we've had, you know, lawmakers say, go ahead.
Just want to interrupt you, sorry.
Yep.
Was just told that the Brooklyn Park shelter in place has been lifted. Yep, getting a nod. So the Brooklyn Park shelter in place has been lifted. Don't know what kind of a resolution they reached to get to that point, but yeah, the folks in that 3-mile radius around Brooklyn Park are now free to move.
Yeah, and I think that's the big question of, you know, for those residents, I'm sure relief, but also now, well, where is he?
Where is he?
You know,
right.
I mean, a little bit of relief if you're in that radius where it's been an intense, what, 18 hours?
They do think he left the area, though. That's why the shelter
right.
place was lifted. So, yeah, but where is he? Where did he go?
Corin, if we can go back to you, was just curious if you've heard from lawmakers. Are they still having officers outside of their homes? Are people still staying, you know, in their home, not leaving? What are you hearing?
Everybody I've been checking with, they are not leaving their homes. They are still inside them, and at last word still had folks, you know, law enforcement outside of their homes. I think Jim Abler, the Republican from Anoka, which is just the next district over from Senator Hoffman's district, he was still, you know, had law enforcement outside his house, he said, since I think it was 2:30 or 3 in the morning, and they were still there, and they were, you know, doing shift changes, and he was occasionally going out there and talking to them, but, you know, a very concerning situation for law enforcement, and so at least as of about a half an hour ago, just before that press conference started, that was still a situation for all of them.
All right, Corin, thank you. If you get any more information, obviously let us know. I know you will, but for now we'll let you get a break and kind of catch up on things. So, you know, they're still looking for this guy, and I think that's what's important. The police are saying, help us, basically help us. Look at these photos. If you see him, don't approach him, call police, that kind of thing. They do consider him armed and dangerous. They don't know where he is. They do believe he's left the Brooklyn Park area where, you know, the murders occurred, where the homicides occurred. So now he's on the run, his stuff dumped in a swamp. So what his next move is the scary part. We don't know.
We can get his picture up once again, because I think it's important to your point. If they're asking for help, they are now asking for people to look for this man. If you've seen anything suspicious, we've heard from police since the get-go. If you have seen anything that seems off, we know that officers have also been really reiterating to their local officials and local, you know, constituents, just saying, hey, this is what's going on, and be vigilant, not to scare everyone, but just, hey, this guy is out there and we know he is dangerous. So if we can show his picture once again, we will continue to show it as much as we can until he is found, because that's the big question. We've talked a lot about that Green Isle location. We just got an update from our Rob Olson, who's there. He says they are hoping to have an update in about an hour or so. We know that there has been a huge presence there. Folks coming from, we know agencies from the Metro have gone there to help assist in whatever they're looking for, or whatever they're anticipating to find, potentially. So hopefully we'll get an update there soon, because there's been a lot of question of why are we so focused on this? What do we think is here?
I know there was much to be made about the Bloomington bomb squad going down to Green Isle. I was told that was more precautionary, not that they thought necessarily there was a bomb. So that was, you know, precautionary. Obviously you have to be careful. You don't know what you might find. Kind of thing. So that's a location that's being searched. Brooklyn Park now sounds like for the most part it's the all clear. So, and then I found out, I had heard that they were going to Sleepy Eye. So Sleepy Eye is where he is originally from. But again, we don't know that he's going there or anything like that. Interesting, you have to remember this guy, you know, he's been here in the state a long time. There he is, Vance Luther Boelter, been in the state a long time. He did serve on the government, or the Government Workforce Development Board. I told this is like a 50-person bipartisan board. Somebody said they knew somebody who worked with him, said he's relatively quiet at the time. Nothing that stood out, you know, wasn't loud or anything like that. And his term expired in 2023. Since that time, it seems like he's been involved in security, working for Praetorian Guard Services here in Minnesota, and has had some experience as well in other countries like Africa, other African countries. So, you know, just a mystery as to, you know, sort of what sparked all of this. The manifesto, it's not only lawmakers, but other people that are, I guess, presumably pro-choice, or that he targeted as pro-choice people, leaders, that kind of thing.
Interesting that you bring up the Workforce Development Board. So we've kind of been digging deep into this, obviously, and even the superintendent, the BCA superintendent, referenced that it does appear that Boelter had some sort of working connection or a working relationship with Senator Hoffman. Hoffman was on that board at one point. Now, not totally sure if they overlapped at one point, and even the BCA say we don't know how close that relationship was, that working relationship, but there was some sort of connection between the two. At least that was just released in that just most recent press conference. So that, obviously that is another part of the investigation. What was the connection between the shooter and the victims, and how close was that connection?
Right. And I think, you know, sort of, you know, switching gears a little bit, just talking about the impact that this has had, this situation has had on so many people, but we've had multiple lawmakers on this morning who know Melissa Hortman and Senator Hoffman, Representative Hortman and Senator Hoffman, and are grieving both sides of the aisle, talking about how these are wonderful people. Senator Hoffman, of course, surviving his gunshot injuries after surgery, still surviving. His wife as well was shot, but also surviving those injuries, at least for now. We don't know what surviving exactly looks like for them, but that is some good news. They remain in the hospital as they are attended to. But of course, still grieving the loss of Representative Hortman and her husband. So a lot to go through, a lot to process, and there's the victims in this case right now, along with their spouses that are not pictured. So just a rough day, and for a lot of folks.
Talking a lot about obviously the situation here, and we're learning a little bit as it unfolds, and we understand that Senator Hoffman's wife, who obviously was also shot, apparently dove, or, you know, basically protected their daughter, is what we were hearing. And I understand we spoke with a family member of him too, confirming that that is what happened, protecting their daughter, who seemingly was potentially home at the time, is what we're kind of trying to uncover here. It's just, it is hard to even fathom what that would be like. We've talked a lot about that. It's early in the morning. It's early in the morning, late at night. Someone knocks on your door. Seems like it's a police officer. Most people, now that we're looking at that vehicle, we've seen the suspected vehicle at play at 2:30 in the morning. It's a dark car with flashing lights, and you see someone even with a mask. If you looked quickly, they've got a badge and potentially something that looks like a uniform. Most people would likely open the door.
Absolutely.
You know, and probably not. Not think twice about it.
I have had an officer knock on my door because I left my garage door open.
Right.
And I opened the door. I opened the door right away. You know. Yeah. I mean, I think we all would. It's scary. But now, of course, they say, you know, call 911. Make sure it's in fact police officers at your door. It's some scary stuff happening, and I think this impacts just so many people across the board, you know, going forward, as lawmakers and others are being protected right now. What's that look like down the road, as, you know, their personal safety feels kind of in jeopardy? You know, are there going to be copycats, or are people going to be inspired, you know? And so probably new precautions will be in place going forward. But it's going to be different.
Yeah, we know Governor Walz will stay there in Blaine monitoring the situation. Obviously, they've been giving us updates as soon as they've gotten them. You know, and the governor said this, so did so many other lawmakers we have spoken with today of, you know, this is not just a national level situation, given that idea of officers, or I mean lawmakers feeling arguably so uneasy. They talked about this is at the local level, this is at a city level, even mentioning school board level, where this is now everyone who is in the public eye has got to feel uneasy at the least.
Vulnerable.
You know, yes, vulnerable of, okay, whoa, what is happening here?
And I think, you know, every time something like this happens, you know, there's always that, you know, uneasy feeling, and then we all get comfortable again.
Sure.
You know, and then something happens. And so, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Every time it happens, it's a lot. This is just tragic beyond words. And all of this, you know, going on while the No Kings rallies were going on today. The governor, the police had asked folks not to go. They went anyway. A lot of people did end up going anyway. And then A.G. Ellison also spoke at the one at the Capitol, which was pretty well attended. And I bring that up only because this suspect had these No Kings flyers, so to speak, in his vehicle. What that meant or what the connection is or why, we don't know. But you know, there was a call for folks not to go, but they did happen. I think they're mostly over because it was only scheduled for a couple hours.
Yeah, I think most of them are wrapping up, maybe some residual ones over highway passes, that kind of thing. And we talked a lot about this. It was very uncommon for officials to put out that piece of evidence that they found in the suspect's car. You are well versed in crime scene, you know, investigations and all of that, far more than myself. But you know, they hold that stuff very close to the chest when it's an active investigation. So clearly, they felt that it was important enough to put that out there, saying, again, this doesn't have anything to do with the actual event, but the security, and thinking of the law enforcement across the metro and beyond, frankly, needs to focus on this, not potentially crowd control or whatever may come when you have large gatherings of people.
Yeah, and there was a time period there where they're trying to catch the bad guy, but also trying to monitor the safety of the crowds that had gathered at these various locations for these No Kings rallies. So I'm sure it was a lot at some point, but yes, I think most of them have wrapped up, and so now, you know, the focus can, you know, be all back on finding this guy, finding this suspect, and where he's going, what he's doing, that kind of thing. And again, you mentioned TSA being involved because I don't want him to, you know, get on an airplane and head out of town.
Right, and at this point we don't know. You know, in the beginning we were assuming, okay, well, he's got to be on foot. You know, his car was still there in the parking lot, or the car, or in the driveway. The car that we assumed that he pulled up, and we didn't assume that there was a secondary car. Maybe there was. We don't know at this point, because we presume that he is no longer in that 3-mile radius if the shelter in place has been lifted, thinking he's now no longer there. So did he walk everywhere? Did he get into another vehicle? To your point, that's where we don't know exactly. They don't know where he is, so they want to make sure everybody is aware that this potentially could be, I don't want to say anywhere, but at this point we don't know where he is, and that was their point. We don't want him to leave the state. We don't want him to leave the area as they try to figure out where he is.
Right, and so at this point they're kind of tracking down, you know, where does he live? What's at his house where he lives? Where's his family live? What's at their house, if anything? And then they did clear the Minneapolis scene where he does have some property. So it's kind of like just going back, finding clues as to where he might go or what he might be doing at this point. So it's just. Okay, it sounds like we have Senator Amy Klobuchar, who's going to join us now with some comments and reaction to what's happening today. Hello, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Yeah,
thank you. It's just such a tragic day.
It really is. Give us your thoughts on what's happened and the developments throughout the day.
Well, my first thoughts are with my friend, Melissa Hortman, who was tragically gunned down last night with her husband. She's someone that people respected, whether they were Democrats or Republicans. She got stuff done, you know, taught Sunday school, Girl Scout leader, balanced raising kids while being in the legislature. We came into politics around the same time, and she was really a leader like no other, the most decent person. And of course, Senator Hoffman, who is just hanging in there. He came out of surgery, as far as I know, as did his wife. He got into politics because his daughter has spina bifida, and he wanted to make sure that people got insurance coverage. So these are the most decent, salt-of-the-earth people who got in their jobs because they wanted to do good. And so my thoughts are with them and their families, and making sure that their legacies, Melissa, who we've lost, will live on, and making sure people know what they were about, because now all of a sudden, understandably, we're focused on a lot of other things, but that's number one. And then my second is catching this madman.
Yeah, what can you tell us? Have you been briefed on potentially the concern beyond that what we all know? Have you heard anything about this manifesto? I mean, frankly, not to be callous, but do you know if your name was on that list?
You know, I am focused. They've added law enforcement to most of elected officials, certainly the statewide, more protection today for all of us in Minnesota. And whoever is on the list has protection, but I don't know every name on the list, and it's not my concern right now. My concern is just making sure that the people of Minnesota follow the advice of law enforcement. So there was a shelter in place that's off now, but they have put this suspect's picture out in a big way so people can see if they've seen him. To me, that means they're not certain that he's in that perimeter area anymore. They probably kept it under wraps for a while for good reason, because they were trying to get him there. And so that broadens it out. It's one of the reasons that both the governor and I have called on people, if they can. There's, of course, going to be people at these rallies today, and I'm sure it will be peaceful. It's not really that. But we've called on, particularly with Minnesota, that the less people we can have there, the better it is for law enforcement to be able to focus on finding this killer, because he is very dangerous.
Senator, you know, we've been talking about how the anxiety, kind of the fear of potential copycats, or even just the presence of someone who doesn't agree with you in whatever shape or form. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Have you ever felt really unsafe? Does this change anything for you? Does this, you know, I know you have security, but does this change anything for you?
I think, first of all, our delegation, including Representative McCollum and Congressman Emmer and Senator Smith, and every single one of us, Democrats, Republicans, spoke out today in a joint statement condemning this violence, condemning political violence, and doing what we can to say we have to bring the temperature down. But the second piece of this is I've long advocated for more security for judges, for members of Congress, for members of the legislature, just because all of us have experienced threats, and especially escalating threats over the last few years. And sometimes those are politically motivated, but a lot of times it's people who are imbalanced, and they hear things and they read things on social media, they get ideas, and so toning down all of that instead of throwing fuel in the fire right now, to me, that is the answer.
All right. Well, Senator Amy Klobuchar, thank you for your time today. We wish you and all lawmakers and everyone involved the very best. And
well, it's really not about us today. It's about those constituents who are out there who are scared, and we've got to make sure that they find this guy. And then it is about the families of Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman, treasured legislators.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And that's what's, you know, we've talked a lot about too, and we've heard from lawmakers too. It's not just the lawmakers, it's their family. And when this is a job where we heard from one state representative said it's a family affair. When one decides to run and then get elected, everybody's in.
It's the whole fam,
it's the spouse, it's the kids, it's, you know, even the grandparents, and you know, it is not a singular role. And I think that's also too what is so terrifying.
Well, they'd have not only the pressure of just keeping themselves safe, but now they're worried about their families and things like that. So, and Senator Klobuchar's right. You know, all the constituents out there that are scared now, and of course the victims in this case and their families, just a lot of heartbreak today, a lot of angst, a lot of fear. Nobody wants to live like that.
No.
We are hearing that, so the suspect in this case, this Vance, was it Boelter? Boelter. Yeah. He worked for this Praetorian Guard Services, so he was in security. That company was apparently owned or ran the security company. His brother ran the security company called Praetorian Guard. So just a lot to process. I'm sure, no doubt, he's being spoken to, the brother, about what's going on here and where he might be at this point. You know, there is this fear that he's left the area. They don't think he's in Brooklyn Park anymore, but certainly there's some fear that he's left the area. But where he goes and what his next steps may be, we just don't know.
And that was even, you know, a question during that most recent press conference. Clearly, this man has some background in security, has some skill in you know, in security, and what does that, how does that play, what role does that play in their investigation, knowing he maybe knows more than the average person, and potentially has you know, things at his service that the average person would not have.
Well, in that news conference, Drew Evans with BCA had said they don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual, talking about Vance Boelter, is the one that we're looking at as a person of interest right now. And this is interesting. He says there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time, so please connect with them. So it's possible he's not alone. And that he now has some help, or maybe they were involved from the beginning. We just don't know. So many unanswered questions at this point that need to be answered, that, you know, for safety and things like that. So,
and time is of the essence.
No, absolutely.
Exactly. I believe okay, we're still trying to get Paul Bloom. He's been in that Brooklyn Park location since the start, and obviously we've been mentioning that they have since open things up a little bit. The shelter in place has been allowed to be lifted, which has got to be a relief for folks there who, I mean, this is, can you imagine being in that neighborhood? Maybe some of the neighbors, as we heard, hearing the gunfire and then being told, you know, you got a shelter in place.
Right. We're going to go to Paul Bloom, who is in Brooklyn Park at this point where that shelter in place has been lifted, but he's going to bring us up to speed on what's happening there, if anything. Paul.
Hey, Karen, Kelly, good afternoon to both of you. We are along Windsor Terrace now back. This is the block where Melissa Hortman, the Hortmans lived for years in this neighborhood. You can still see some flashing lights and squads blocking any attempt to go further down to see what investigators are doing over there. The BCA crime processing, you know, big box truck is still down there. Of course, if you've been with us throughout the day, that security, that police-looking squad car that they believe this armed suspect was driving around in overnight, that has been commandeered. That was left in the driveway, lights still flashing. We watched that vehicle get processed. We watched it get loaded up on a flatbed tow truck, and we watched it leave this neighborhood for what I would imagine would be further processing and just really tearing apart what might be in it as they look for the suspect. But yeah, you mentioned the shelter-in-place order, and we've been here all day, and then, you know, at first I told you this morning it was quiet. People were respecting it. I mean, you could come and go. People, you know, there was a dog walker here or someone running out for an errand there, but it was quiet all morning long. And then just in the last 30 minutes, I know during Corin's live shot, he had mentioned it. I tweeted it out. I got it on my phone. We all did. Shelter-in-place order now over. And all of a sudden, I'm watching right now, garage doors opened up, dog walkers came out, gardeners stepped into their yard. People had respected that ask to stay inside, not to be bothered. You know, there was the orders about be on alert if only a single police officer comes up to your door. And we talked to people who are checking their window, what vehicle's out there. And now there is sort of this sigh of relief, at least in terms of quality of life, safety, feeling comfortable, doing those things that Minnesotans do on a you know, middle of a June Saturday afternoon. So life returning back to normal. I will point out, though, while there is this belief that the gunman is now long gone from this Brooklyn Park neighborhood where the Speaker Hortman lived with her husband, that there are still what I would describe as SWAT team deployments. So there is a staging area not too far away, and we watch as these heavily armed vehicles, these vans full of SWAT team members, step into their get into a train and then head out, and then probably following up on tips. We just don't know. Obviously, there is some emotion just playing out in the middle of the street along Windsor Terrace. I've I remember just as I arrived here this morning, 10 a.m., I mean, again, hours after the shooting, but the weight, the emotion. Melissa Hortman's not just a Speaker of the House or the, emerita Speaker of the House or former Speaker of the House or the Democratic Party leader, the most powerful, political woman in the state. She's a neighbor. She's a friend. She's a fellow dog walker. I don't know, obviously, the nature of that consoling hug down there, but just talking to neighbors today, I'm going to get myself upset thinking about it. But, that's what this neighborhood is going through at the moment. Clearly, the investigation at that house is going to continue. The vehicle may have been towed, but they are going to want to button up everything that happened in that house, how it happened, why it happened, the gunman's escape route. You think about, again, just the shock. You think about, details of a possible story you may one day cover. And you think about the guy dressed up in the police uniform arriving at, a top lawmaker's home in the middle of the night. There's a shooting, 6-7 miles up the road. Police are here. They confront the gunman at the time. There's an exchange of gunfire. He runs back into the house and then takes off on foot. Where is he now? We just don't know. Told you guys several times today that the Hortman home backs up against the golf course. So once he's out and kind of free into that golf course area, it's a very kind of rustic neighborhood of Brooklyn Park. You could go any which direction. And obviously, right now, the search for him is ongoing. It is a manhunt. But again, do want to point out that last check, 15, 20 minutes ago, near that staging area, we still saw SWAT ready to respond to possible tips. I don't know if these are, people think they see him. I don't know if it's maybe did something get dropped somewhere. Come take a look. But I am still seeing a lot of manpower deployed. Even as this shelter-in-place order. And then one final note before I send it back to the studio, just I think of just an interesting anecdote that me and my photographer got caught up in. We kind of got to the periphery of that 3-mile square shelter-in-place order as it was expiring. It was right at the Eden Brook Church. And a cop, I believe, Champlin or Elk River, one of the just outside of Brooklyn Park, stopped our vehicle at stoplights. He was stopping every vehicle there, and he was doing an eyeball check of our vehicle. Again, the shelter-in-place order had just been lifted. They assume he was long gone, but even so, law enforcement was still checking vehicles, like asked us to roll down our window. When was the last time your vehicle was checked? Have you been away from your vehicle? Oh, it looks like you have a lot of camera gear in your back seat. So they were checking manually with their eyeballs, checking, did a walk around of our vehicle, and then let us go. So just some of the sort of anecdotal experiences we've had up here. Neighborhood, again, returning to some sense of normalcy today, but clearly so much grief and emotion. And I think what you just saw on camera a minute ago was that playing out because these neighbors haven't been able to hug each other today. They've been, on the phone, they've been texting, they've been emailing, what have you. But now that the shelter-in-place order, people are kind of coming back. And now we're seeing that moment of community.
Yeah.
All right, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's just about 4 o'clock. I think we're going to kind of do a reset. For maybe folks who haven't been following the whole day, kind of start from the beginning of what happened. And what we know is that it started in Champlain, and that's Senator Hoffman's home, where he and his wife were shot.
All right,
we had,
thanks, guys.
Some video that when our camera was out there earlier today that showed the front door, and it appeared to have been hit with gunshots, with numerous gunshots, and we do know that Senator Hoffman and his wife were in fact shot multiple times, brought to the hospital, and so point as far as we know, and then it moved to Brooklyn Park.
Yeah, not far, 5 to 7 miles apart. Then you go to the house of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. And what was really chilling and interesting, in the sense of just interesting being terrifying, is that it was essentially a routine police officer, heard about what was happening on routine patrol, heard about what was happening at the Hoffman house, and said, you know what, I'm going to swing by the Hortman's house. I know that there's also a politician nearby. And actually what we understand from police is they encountered the suspect at her front door. And correct me if you've been on this longer than I have this morning, but from the get-go, but encountered essentially the suspect, and that is where they found obviously, Representative Hortman and her husband inside the home. And again, there's another look at this suspect, the person they are looking for right now. This is the person police say they encountered at her front door early this morning, late last night, dressed up at the time as a police officer. Right now, we're hearing that has shifted and changed. He has gotten rid of those clothes and is now, as you see, maybe in a cowboy hat. At last seen, a cowboy hat. Now, does he still have that on now? We don't know, but is no longer in that outfit that appeared to resemble or impersonate a police officer. But that was so chilling to know that they arrived on the scene and actually encountered the suspect, exchanged gunfire in some capacity.
Right.
We still have not really gotten down to, was he hit? We've assumed not, because one would assume that would have come out at this point, but we don't know.
They don't know.
We
Maybe
don't
they
know.
don't know because he ran.
Right. He ran out what we have learned to be the back of the home, the back door.
There is a photo that they've been showing with the cowboy hat, and he's got something in his hand. Maybe it's a bandage, maybe it's a taser. It's hard to tell what it is, but that's circulating. We've been trying to get get some sort of an idea what that might be, but nothing yet. But yes, there was an exchange of gunfire, and it's my understanding police did drag out of the house Melissa Hortman's husband. I think his name is Brian. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. Mark. Is it Mark? Mark Hoffman. They drug him out of the house trying to save him, and then they sent in drones, not knowing if the suspect was still inside. So they sent in drones, and that's when they saw that Melissa Hortman had been shot, and then that the suspect likely ran out the back door. And there's a golf course, the Edinburgh golf course is right there. So, so he ran out the back door. One more point, it sounds like, according to my law enforcement sources, that at another location, at another lawmaker's house, this suspect was there, and that it was just a routine patrol by a police officer who happened to be going through the neighborhood that's apparently scared him off.
Wow.
And probably prevented another shooting. So whether that was before, after, during, I don't know at what point that falls into this chain of events, but it looks like another shooting was avoided there. Now he's on the run. It's believed he's not in Brooklyn Park. They don't know where he is. Armed and dangerous, no longer in security guard clothing. That was dumped in a swamp, apparently, along with his bulletproof vest and a mask and taser and that kind of thing, in a swamp in Brooklyn Park. So where he's at this point, he has a lot of connections here in the Twin Cities. So whether he is still local, someone's helping him or not helping him, whether he's got people with him as we speak, we just don't know. Police don't know. They're just asking everybody to keep a lookout.
Right. There's been police presence at a home in Minneapolis. There's police presence at a home in Green Isle. We understand maybe a couple other locations. So to your point, there are a lot of spots that law enforcement are looking at right now. Are they trying to find him in those different locations? Maybe not, maybe. Also probably trying to find some information, some clues as to where potentially he could be going or where may be hiding. Again, this is what he looks like. 3 different pictures here. The most recent is the one far on the right. That is the one that police tell us they got today. At some point, this was from a business in the area after the shooting. His name is Vance Boelter. He's 57 years old. At the time, the most recent time, apparently he was wearing that cowboy hat, carrying some sort of bag. It looked like it was maybe an over-the-shoulder bag, dark-colored, long-sleeve collared shirt or jacket, light pants, and again, that dark bag. We mentioned, too, there was that picture where it looked like something was on his, I believe it was his left arm or left hand. Now, it wasn't totally clear in the picture what that was. We don't know at this point, but this is who they are looking for. They consider him armed and dangerous and do not approach, but they need your help. The BCA, the FBI, we know, is here on the ground, and they are pleading for people. If you know anything, and they've even said, if there's anything that seemed off, anything you saw something, you know who this is, to call them. They're trying to figure out where this man is right now.
You know, and this is a story as it's been unfolding that is not only impacting Minnesota, you know, Twin Cities and outstate, but also on the national level. We've had numerous lawmakers and on the national level who have commented. President Trump has commented on the situation. Dan Bongino with the FBI has commented on the fact that the FBI is helping assist in this situation as well. So, and obviously everybody condemning what's happened here today. There's no room for violence, you know, in political differences or differences on any issues. It's you know, just unacceptable. I think everyone can probably agree on that. Yeah. But as far as the manifesto goes and who was on this list, interesting to note that it seems like it mostly has to do with abortion and some targeting maybe some pro-choice lawmakers and others. It wasn't just lawmakers on this list. So,
and a long list, a long manifesto.
Right.
I guess I shouldn't say long list of people. We don't know that, but a 4-page manifesto, which is obviously a huge part of this investigation, and trying to figure out what was his intention, potentially to that point, who was maybe his next target. You mentioned that other lawmaker that was thankfully potentially not involved because of that officer who happened to just be driving down the street that given moment. Thank goodness for the officers.
And where's he going
that.
now?
Right.
What's his plan now? Does he, you know, does he want to commit more crimes? It's hard to tell. I believe we have Corin Hoggard now, our political reporter, live for us to kind of bring us up to speed on any developments there where he's at. He's coming, I'm told. Yeah, he just was sitting through the news conference. We had a 3 p.m. briefing with the BCA at 3 p.m. And Drew Evans, you know, enlightening us on some things. And we have Corin now. Corin, bring us up to speed.
Well, I just want to get some breaking news out to you right now that the FBI has just offered a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Vance Boelter, who is suspected of shooting the 2 lawmakers and their spouses. So that just came out. You and I have seen, you've seen plenty of that right there, but the FBI just put this out just seconds ago. Again, trying to figure out everything we can about Vance Boelter, but you know, the history on him is, you know, he is a member of the governor's workforce development board. I want to kind of explain a little bit about that. That's not necessarily a position where there's an interview with the governor. He was appointed by Governor Dayton back in 2016, was reappointed by Governor Walz, and that sometimes is just a matter of, you know, continuation of a position, not often really any kind of a personal connection as there would be, say, with a judicial appointee or something like that. This Workforce Development Board is pretty massive. There are dozens of people on it. There is an executive committee on that board of about 8 folks, and those people actually do interact with the governor, put out a report, and kind of recommend some laws to pass to help the workforce and the business community here in Minnesota. And so Boelter is a member of that board, but one of dozens, not one of the small group of executive committee on that development board. It was, you know, someone who they went to for input on how to make the workforce better here in Minnesota. Do know that about him. But yeah, kind of the rest of the day has just been spent for me talking to lawmakers and you know, figuring out what their status is. And in just about every case, I think, as we've mentioned before, they have been inside their homes, you know, with law enforcement contact most of the time right outside their home, and just kind of sheltering in place themselves as if they were in that 3-mile radius in Brooklyn Park, but wherever they are living, and they are, you know, living in fear where they are, not in that radius. Especially those, like you guys talked to several of the Republicans who said that they weren't all that concerned, and I think that they may have gotten that intel that, you know, this manifesto was mentioning folks who were supporting abortion rights, and therefore maybe they were not feeling the same level of fear because they weren't on that side of the abortion debate. And so, you know, the Democrats I've talked to are fewer, but those folks have been very, very concerned when I have talked to them. And, you know, they're you know, I mean, rightfully scared, knowing that they may be on in a manifesto and may be part of a hit list or something along those lines. And, you know, I'm looking through all of these messages I've gotten, but yeah, they're careening between every emotion possible. You know, they're just very, very much living in fear today. And, you know, that's probably part of, you know, somebody who writes a manifesto. That's oftentimes something that they intend. And, you know, at least in that, this you know, this shooter, unfortunately, has succeeded.
Corin, you make it such a strong point here. You think about these lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. What a range of emotions that they are experiencing. You wake up, you get a call in the middle of the night, for early morning, 4 o'clock, knowing that one of your colleagues was gunned down in their home. So your first is like just shock, sadness, distraught, you know, devastation, and then you have to flip to this, oh my goodness, this fear.
Am I in jeopardy? You
Right.
know, is my safety in jeopardy?
The
Yeah.
range of what they are trying to process today, and has been a long day. You know, this is not something that wrapped up within an hour or so.
No.
The fear that has drug out over the day.
Absolutely, and the fear continues into this late hour. I mean, this all started at like, what, 3:30 in the morning. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, we've got people that are terrified, not only lawmakers, but constituents and residents and everybody. Oh.
Corin, we understand you were supposed to interview Representative Hortman next week, Monday?
Yeah, you know, I talked to her Monday night into Tuesday morning as the special session in the House ended, and then, you know, kind of standard operating procedure for Capitol reporters after that is to put in requests to interview all the major players, and so in this case, you know, that would be Speaker Emerita Hortman, Speaker Dameth, and Senate Majority Leader Aaron Murphy. We already interviewed Senate Majority Leader Aaron Murphy on Thursday, I believe, and then we had set up to interview Speaker Emerita Hortman at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, and so that was, you know, I had every expectation of sitting down with her one-on-one 2 days from now. So yeah, a little bit disconcerting as a reporter to know that, you know, somebody you intended to interview in less than 48 hours is no longer with us because of an act of violence.
You know Melissa Hortman. I mean, you know her. I can tell that you're emotional when you speak about her. What can you share with us about her, like just your experience with her and the kind of person she is?
Yeah, you know, I don't really get to know these politicians so much on a personal level, but I can tell you she was a consummate professional as a politician. She was, you know, in the legislature for 11 terms. She took over as Speaker in 2018. She served, you know, three or four terms as Speaker of the House and then as Speaker Emerita in the tied House. And she was very conscientious about, you know, the way she brought herself to the press when what we were thinking about, you know, as this special session negotiations were dragging on. Both she and Speaker of the House Dameth, they have, you know, they had every intention of making sure we were updated as well as we could be without, you know, interfering with the work that they had to do. And so they were very much, you know, kind of, I would say, not on our side so much, but knowing what the rigors of our job is and trying to make sure that we could do our job to the best of our abilities. And, you know, also wanting to know through us how the public was feeling about the whole situation. And, you know, that's always kind of how Melissa Hortman was. She was, you know, she was very good at, you know, communicating to us. I do remember kind of a humorous moment I think would be okay to share right now, because near the end of the regular session, she was just talking about how difficult it was to kind of keep everybody in line and get, you know, bills passed and get through this budget, and just, you know, they couldn't really get to the finish line on time, and why not? And it's a 67-67 House, but that wasn't like the extent of everything. And she's like, you know, we can't waterboard everybody. And then immediately it was like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have said waterboard. Maybe I probably should have said something like, we can't give them all a colonoscopy. So, you know, she had a pretty good sense of humor as well, even with us in that professional capacity. And, you know, she's someone I've worked with since I started here at Fox 9, and you know, always was respectful towards us in the press corps. Probably had, I don't know, 100 conversations with her in 3 years, and you know, it's somebody like like I said, I don't have like friendships or relationships with these folks, but it was, you know, she's somebody that I very much had a collegial relationship with, and yeah, just from that aspect, I will miss her.
Yeah, Corin, well, thank you for that. And I think we've talked a little bit about that here this morning, too. Sometimes it's often to think, you know, you put the politicians, you don't always think of them as people, right. At any level. And at the end of the day, they are people. They
with
go
families
home to their families.
Yeah,
they go to their spouses, and they are trying to do what they think is best for their constituents.
You know, and Corin said he didn't have a personal relationship with Ms. Hortman, but you know, at the same time, you become familiar with one another for sure, and the way you work, and there's a camaraderie there, just as, you know, identifying both as having a job to do. And so you could see that, you know, not only him, but Paul Bloom, you know, even media and, you know, others very broken up at this news. I believe we have a U.S. Representative Kelly Morrison on Zoom right now to interview with us and find out her reaction. Thank you, Representative, for being with us. Can you just kind of, you've, I'm sure, been following the developments throughout the day today, your thoughts and your reaction to what's happened here?
Well, you know, I caught a little bit of that last segment, and I think he captured Melissa so well. We're just grieving in Minnesota today. This is a huge loss for the state legislature and for our community. Melissa was the best of us in a lot of ways. She was just a tireless public servant, a lover of Minnesota, and passionate about making people's lives better in our state. And I and the rest of our community are grieving the loss of her and her beloved husband, Mark. And we're, of course, praying for the recovery of John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. This is a devastating act of political violence. And this is a watershed moment for our country. We have to stand together and say, this is not how we want to proceed. Political violence is not the answer.
And I was just
can agree with that.
Yeah, I think everybody can agree with that. But how do we stop this? Any ideas on how we can temper the violent rhetoric and just some of the, you know, it feels like there's so much hate out there. What can we do? You know, not only as lawmakers, but, you know, as citizens.
You know, I've been talking a lot, it almost sounds Pollyannish, but I've been talking a lot about a kindness revolution. We need to take care of each other. We're in this life together, and we don't agree about some things, but we have so much more in common than we don't. We have to remind ourselves of that, and we have to be good to each other. We're all humans. We're all just trying to get through the day. Do something good, serve other people. I think service is the way to a happy life, and it's the way to make our communities happier and safer. I think it starts with little acts of kindness.
I know we've been talking a lot about Representative Hortman and kind of her just presence that she had at the Capitol for so many years. We keep hearing too about Senator Hoffman, just such a kind man. From so many people have really used that word of just like a kind person. And so many people are praying for him right now and his wife. Do you have any experiences or sharing, you know, stories that you would want to share about him with us right now?
Sure. You know, I served in the legislature for 6 years, 4 of those in the House, but the last 2 in the Senate. So I worked really closely with John Hoffman, and I admired his passion for making life for people with disabilities in Minnesota better. There is no better advocate for that community. And he did it with joy and good humor and passion. He's fun to work with. He's a character, and you know, it's hard to find someone who doesn't love him.
And I think we're all obviously, you know, pulling for his recovery and his wife Yvette's recovery as well, and at the same time mourn the loss of Representative Hortman and her husband. So just so much to process throughout the day. Have you been kept abreast of the search for the suspect in this case?
Yeah, I've been following along for sure, and I would love to just take a moment and thank particularly Brooklyn Park Police Department. Their quick action, I am certain, saved more lives. Local law enforcement across the state is stepping up in an unbelievable way. They are working so hard. They're working overtime to keep our community safe, and I am just incredibly grateful to all of them.
Understandably so, and we've seen the incredible response from nearly every agency, not just in the metro, but across the state. Representative, just I guess final thoughts as we now obviously still have this manhunt underway, but also trying to kind of process what happened today and process how we all move forward.
Yeah. You know, the first thing I would say is hug your loved ones today. Give thanks for the good things that we have in life. And please do not share bad information. Be kind to each other. We're going to get through this. This is tough. This is a tough moment for our country, for our state right now. But we're going to get through this and better days are ahead.
All right. Well, Representative Kelly Morrison, thank you for your time today. We really do appreciate it. And we'll touch base with you again if we can, for any updates. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And as we mentioned, obviously this manhunt continues. If you're just kind of following and you're just tuning in to see where things stand at this point, because I think people have kind of been in and out of wondering where this is. We have learned in the last half an hour or so that the FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward for finding this person, Vance Boelter. That is the suspect. That is the person of interest that they are looking for in this shooting. So $50,000 from the FBI. We know that crews are out all across the area, that shelter in place in Brooklyn Park has been lifted, but at this point we don't really know, other than a couple specific locations, we don't know exactly where the search is focused on, and that might be the biggest problem. Kind of the biggest concern is they don't, at least from what we're hearing at this point, they're not totally sure where he is.
No, they're not, and I think that's the point. They're sort of searching. You know, they're down in Green Isle. That's where he lives, or that's where his home is. He had property in Minneapolis. That scene's been cleared. And then he grew up in Sleepy Eye, apparently, and his family's there. So I think they're just looking for clues at this point to where he might be, and what's motivating him, and what could be next, if anything. You know, we just don't know at this point. Do we have Mary McGuire? I believe she said she had some sort of an update on something she wanted to share with our viewers today. Do we have Mary?
I think we're working on it right now.
Still working on it?
And as we wait on that, we do want to just keep people informed that obviously once we learn anything, we are expecting potentially an update from officials in Green Isle soon-ish. This is very fluid, obviously. We also know that we'll basically anytime there's an update, we have gotten several updates from the BCA throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon as information comes in. Obviously, we just put some pictures up getting information about this suspect. So once we learn anything, we will bring it to you. Again, there's been a lot of question, what's going on in Green Isle? What are they looking at? What are they finding? We are hearing potentially an update is on its way.
Right, and we have had crews in Green Isle for some time now watching law enforcement show up at that area there. Everything from, you know, the bomb squad, the Bloomington bomb squad, to SWAT teams, that kind of thing. If it's all precaution, you know, I believe it's all precautionary. I wasn't told that there was any reason to think there was actually a bomb there, but you know, I think you don't know in these situations. So there was a home there, rather large home there in the Green Isle area, kind of secluded. Sort of remote, some farm fields around there that they were focusing on for some time, and the sheriff's office had kind of blocked the driveway to any vehicles getting down that driveway. So we've been kind of monitoring the situation there. We were told the sheriff might, I think it was Sibley County, might have an update at some point, you know, soon, but we just don't know yet. We haven't heard.
We also know that there was a police presence, heavy police presence at seemingly 2 different locations in Minneapolis, and one has since cleared. One appears to have been cleared as well. It sounds like maybe there was some connection with the suspect at these homes. Mary is there live for us, I believe, in Minneapolis. Mary, what can you tell us?
Hey, Kelly and Karen. So I got a lot of new information that I want to share with you. So first I want to set the scene here. We are here at 49th and Fremont. That is where we have been for a couple hours, and the SWAT team was here earlier today using battering rams and flashbangs to get inside of this home. We weren't sure exactly what the connection was to the suspect at that point, but we came back here and we've been speaking with the people who live inside of this home. This is a rental property here at 4830 Fremont Avenue. We are told by the roommates that lived inside this home that Vance Boelter rented a room at this home for many years, that he would typically take jobs here in Minneapolis, so he was sort of a part-time renter. He would stay here for a couple days out of the month. Around 6 a.m. this morning, he came back to this home, and apparently he is connected to multiple vehicles, so he had maybe 2 vehicles here, I'm told, by one of the roommates who lives in this home. He came back, he texted his roommates, saying something to the effect of, "I have made some bad choices. I don't want to implicate any of you, but I may be dead soon." So that is what the roommate is telling me happened a little bit earlier this morning, and those surveillance images that are being released by law enforcement right now, that's from this home. He came back here around 6 a.m., visited a room, went to the back, and apparently broke out a window in one of the cars. The roommate speculated that he may have been trying to make it seem like he was having like a car break-in or something to that effect. But he was connected to several different vehicles, rented a room in this home for several years while he was taking jobs here. And so that is why law enforcement has been focusing on this home here in Minneapolis.
So, Mary, and I know obviously you were just gathering some new information, incredible reporting by you. Are we assuming that the picture that we're seeing with him, the most recent with the cowboy hat, which they said was from a location this morning, that's from this location?
That is what I'm hearing from both the roommate that lived here and then also neighbors who also caught him on their surveillance cameras as well.
Mary, just for clarity, did the roommates actually speak to him, or was there any conversation?
They did not speak to him this morning because it was too early, but they did say that they received this text message. He texted 2 of his roommates. Again, they had known him for a couple of years because he had rented a room here. And still unclear what jobs he was doing in the area, but he would stay here for like a couple of days. His main family home, they did say, is in Green Isle. They also said that he has several children, several animals, is married. So that was his main family home, but he would come here when he was working jobs in the Minneapolis area and stay here for a couple of nights.
Did they go ahead? I'm sorry. Did they say, like, in their interactions with him in the past, did they say anything about him as far as his personality? Was he pretty passionate on his beliefs or anything like that?
No, they just said he was a normal roommate. One more thing I do want to mention, they say that in one of the cars that was connected to him in the back, there were still receipts in the car for armor and for things that may have been used to carry out this attack.
You mentioned the cars and that he maybe had a couple of cars. Is it clear, did he get in one of those vehicles? Or are those cars still there?
They said, I did ask them that question. They said that their cameras cut off at that point, so they weren't able to see if he got in a vehicle or something to that effect. But they did say that he did have a car at this residence that he, had. Sure. So unclear if he got in that vehicle, but he.
Sorry, I think we just lost Mary.
We just lost Mary. Yeah, I was just about to ask her
if we still have her. I think we still do have her. If you've got a question, Karen, I think we still have her.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to get Mary back here in just a minute. Hi, Mary, we got you back now. Did the roommates say that they were shocked by this? Like, they can't believe it? They never thought he would do something like that?
Yeah. Well, I do want to step back again and show you what this home looks like right now. All of the windows are broken out. There's glass everywhere. So I think it's kind of a combination of shock as to, a SWAT team using a battering ram and flashbangs to get inside of this house. And then also what is all happening. To be honest, I think their heads were completely spinning. So a lot of shock at the scene today, and I think that they're still trying to process both what has happened to their home and what's happened in terms of this roommate. So
yeah, and potentially who they were, living next to, even if temporarily or at different times of the year. Okay, obviously it looks like the renter is the one who's cleaning up a little bit. Are police still on the scene, or have they since left?
There was representatives from the ATF, I believe the FBI, and then multiple, police agencies. There, it appears a command post a couple blocks away, and there, every law enforcement agency that you can think of was set up there. So it does not appear that they're on the scene right now. The renters are starting the cleanup process, so they have been let back inside of their home, and typically that means that the law enforcement presence is all done.
Wow. I know. That's a lot of new information. And I think the most startling is, can you go over again what the suspect texted to his roommate early this morning when he was around the home there at 6 a.m.?
Yeah, so I'll just go over the new information that I just learned. Okay, so the suspect, Vance Boelter, he had rented a room here at this property for several years while he was doing jobs in the Minneapolis area. Main family home, I'm told, is in the Green Isle area. Around 6 a.m. this morning, roommates say that they received a text message from him saying something to the effect of, "I've made some bad choices. I don't want to implicate you, but I may be dead soon," something to that effect. He then walked to the back of the home where it's an alleyway back there, so that's where the cars are parked, and there was some sort of vehicle inside there. They said that he had a hammer and that he broke out one of the windows to the car, so maybe trying to make it seem like there was like a car break-in, trying to divert something like that. That all happened around 6 a.m. this morning. That image that law enforcement has been publicizing of him in the cowboy hat, that, according to the roommates, is from the surveillance cameras here at the home. So presumably after the attacks on Hortman and Hoffman, he came back to this location, and now kind of a clearer picture as to why this was the subject of that SWAT operation earlier today is coming into focus.
Wow. Mary, can you tell us how far away that house is from the Brooklyn Park home?
So this is basically a straight shot, like 7 miles down the way from Brooklyn Park. So earlier today we were in Coon Rapids and we drove by the golf course. So it pretty much is, a couple turns, but it's pretty much a straight shot to Brooklyn Park from here. And he was there at 6 a.m., you said, around 6 a.m. this morning. That's what the roommates are telling me.
And I believe last shooting was around 4 a.m.?
Yes, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, and maybe the roommates don't either, since obviously they were asleep. Do they know, did he walk from that shooting location in Brooklyn Park to this home? Was he in a vehicle at that point? Do we know at this point?
We did ask them that. They weren't sure because they were still sleeping at 6 a.m., so they sort of woke up to that text message. But it wouldn't be, it would be a very long walk, but I guess it wouldn't be totally inconceivable.
Sure.
Again, they did say that he had access to several vehicles.
Okay.
Wow. Mary McGuire, incredible reporting. We appreciate that. I know you've been working your sources and talking to that neighbor and those renters too. My goodness. Can you imagine that text? And wow.
It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, thank you.
Super chilling for them.
It sure is.
Okay, Mary, thank you.
Mary, thank you. And now we want to go to a couple of photos. I believe they're from the FBI. And I had been talking about how the suspect was wearing a mask at the front door, and there it is. So you can see it's kind of one of those creepy man or old man looking type masks with the holes for eyes that he had pulled over his head. So obviously not the actual, you can't see the face of the suspect there because he is wearing a rubber mask. And these are, we can presume, Ring shots from the Ring camera video that was likely rolling when he went to the home of, I can't tell if this is the home of Senator Hoffman or Representative Hortman. We can't tell that at this point, but some scary stuff there all around. And we also on Zoom right now have former Representative Frank Hornstein joining us to kind of give us his thoughts.
Yes. First and foremost, how are you doing, and what's going through your mind?
Well, it's absolutely devastating. Melissa Hortman was a very good friend of mine and a very good friend of so many current and former lawmakers. She was just a quintessential public servant who cared deeply about the state and cared deeply about her colleagues. And so I think myself and so many of us are just absolutely in shock and devastated.
And I know we've been talking about this for so much. She was really the face of the Democrats here in St. Paul, in Minnesota for so many years. I know you worked with her. You're retired now, but you did work with her in her first 10 terms. Explain, how would you describe her? What was she like to work with, alongside with, but also across the aisle?
Well, she was warm. She was friendly. She was determined to make lives better in the state of Minnesota. She cared deeply about all of our colleagues and cared deeply about the institution of the House of Representatives. She guided us through the COVID crisis, and I think the Minnesota House received a lot of positive attention nationally for the way she was able to guide us through that. She cared deeply about a couple of issues that I work on, transportation and climate change, and was just studious. She did her homework, but she just cared so deeply about people on an individual level.
Did you know her husband at all? And if you did, can you share anything about him?
I knew Mark, and he was always there at critical moments. I remember when she got sworn in the first day that she was Speaker of the House in January of 2019. He was there with their kids, and I just feel so, I think about those kids, and it's just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, we know that they have 2 grown children, just awful. If you can, do you have any stories or anecdotes about Senator Hoffman? What's he like?
Well, he is, again, just such a warm and friendly presence at the legislature. He cared so deeply about people with disabilities. I saw him last night at a DFL dinner in Minneapolis, and he was in great spirits. And, you know, so he's a wonderful spirit himself. And I just pray that he and Yvette can make it through.
We understand that there were a lot of leaders at this event last night, including Representative Hortman and her husband, along with Senator Hoffman and his wife. You were there. Thousands, almost 1,000 people were there. What was the mood like? What was the event in and of itself?
Well, it was an annual event that the DFL party does. It's called the Humphrey Mondale Dinner, and there was a lot of good positive energy there. People really coming together in such a nice and meaningful way. We had a speaker, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, was there, and awards were given out to some very deserving people for the work that they've done over the years, and it was a very uplifting evening. Mm-hmm. And then just to think about what happened just hours after that is absolutely, I just keep using the word devastating because that's how I feel, and I think so many people feel.
And Mr. Hornstein, have you ever heard of the suspect, Vance Boelter? I know he's served on a board.
Not until the news came out about him just a few hours ago.
Mm-hmm. As a former representative, I mean, when you hear someone, you know, who had this manifesto, and we're still obviously working to figure out exactly what was in there, what was said, was it just names, was it just, you know, when you hear about that and just kind of the rhetoric that we've talked about, not just state level, local level, national level, how do we move on from this? How do we have faith in the process? How do representatives, senators, mayors, you know, how do we move on from this and heal, I guess, as a state?
And feel safe again.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I think that's the question of the moment. And definitely, I think the rhetoric needs to be toned down. You know, I think violent words lead to violent actions. And I think we all need to come together as a community and respectfully resolve our differences. And there's just no place for this kind of violence.
Okay. All right. Well, Frank Hornstein, thank you so much for being with us, former representative here in Minnesota. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just kind of want to go back to to Mary's reporting.
I know. I was just thinking about that
Kind
as
of
well,
processing a little bit, and you've been hanging with us. Our viewers have been watching this real time. It's very fluid. Things are coming and going. We're getting new information. Looks like this is an aerial view of that home. This is again at 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis, about 7 miles or so away from Representative Hortman's home in Brooklyn Park, or at least that area in Brooklyn Park. The house is the one right here that you're looking at, kind of that cream colored with the brown roof. Hearing from the roommates who say that this suspect, Vance Boelter, lived there, rented a home there at times, at different times. We understand a little bit of his history of maybe this is security contract work that he's in town for. We're not quite sure, but at times would rent out a room there, come and go, and that he had texted them this morning, "I made some mistakes. I may be dead soon." That's the text he sent to his roommates in that home right there.
And it's unclear, so Mary was saying it's about 7 miles between Brooklyn Park, where the shooting occurred, last shooting occurred, and then that home. And it's hard to know if he got there on foot or did he get help. I do know that while that was going on, he apparently had called for a ride from one of his friends who showed up and was like, and the police were like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I'm here to pick up my friend." "Who's your friend?" That kind of thing. But he didn't know what he was driving into. So when that friend didn't get there, it's hard to know, did he call another friend who ended up picking him up and bring him there? We just don't know. We don't know at this point. He could have walked. I mean, he had a couple of hours between the shooting and then when he got to the home around 6 a.m. But as you can imagine, the roommates were scared and startled because there were battering rams and things like that as police were trying to see if he could be in there. He wasn't. He had already left that situation, but yeah, then texted the roommates chilling information. And Mary's saying that the roommate said that he is married with children.
Right.
So many stories, sidebar stories, you know, people being impacted by what's happened here today.
And I think we've been talking about this the most recent image that we have received from law enforcement is the one with the cowboy hat.
Right.
And if we can pull that up again at some point, even the one in full shows that entire photo. This is one with 3 different images of him, but we also have one of just him, just that solo shot of the one in the cowboy hat. And we understand now that that photo, the one on the far right, was taken this morning from the Ring camera of that home in Minneapolis. So this is what he looked like. Again, the neighbor saying right around 6 o'clock or so is when he came back home to that home, and that is what he was wearing at that point.
Maybe he got the clothes there.
True, good
point.
point.
We don't know if he changed clothes there, if he changed clothes before he got there. He likely had clothes there. We had it up for just a second, the full picture of the suspect. There he is. He's got something on his left hand, or I can't quite make out what that is. If it's a bandage or some piece of equipment or something, it's hard to say. But you can see he's in light pants and kind of a bigger, puffier coat, and then of course that cowboy hat. You know, and I talked about like the impact this is having on people and now events in Champlain, where Senator Hoffman lives with his wife, both of them in the hospital but survived. They were supposed to have the big Father Hennepin Festival Saturday and Sunday, and it's all been canceled. So I know the folks there look forward to that, but out of an abundance of caution, you know, with the events that have transpired, they're just canceling their events.
Yeah, and of caution, but also just of respect and the mood is, you know, I'm not sure a lot of people would be wanting to do something like that. Now, again, we don't, communities want to come together after they've been through tragedy, but maybe not, today's not maybe the time to do it. We talked a little bit about that. That was interesting that he had called a friend for a ride. Now, the most recent update from the BCA, they did acknowledge, I'm just going to read this quote from the BCA, that we still don't know if additional people are involved, but this is the one person we're looking for. So that is the thing. They don't know if he's had contact with other people. Clearly had a contact of, can someone come and pick me up? But that is part of the investigation too, and that is why they have also stressed that we want to hear from anyone who may have may have contacted you. Maybe you didn't know what was going on, but you talked to him yesterday, today, later this afternoon, maybe even in this time of the evening. What is happening here? What's going through his mind, piecing together where potentially he is or is headed?
And here, This is a video shot earlier of the suspect's vehicle, his SUV that was a security vehicle. He worked for a security company that apparently his brother runs, but this was his vehicle. You can see obviously the yellow and white flashing lights and the tape on the back, but looks similar to a police vehicle. And I think that's how he presented himself, but as a police officer, but he's not. And this was his vehicle. It was searched thoroughly by law enforcement. They found those flyers in there. They were searching the back as well. And that vehicle has since been towed away from the scene. That was Melissa Hortman's home. It's been towed away from the scene, but that's what he drove there. And that's what he got out of when he knocked on the door with that mask, that weird rubber mask on. But he wasn't mobile. He ran out the back door after shooting Representative Hortman. He ran out the back door and was on foot, leaving his vehicle behind. And those are the papers that were found inside. The state police releasing these images as these No Kings rallies were about to gather, only for a precautionary reason, because they were afraid for folks' safety, didn't want them to go to these rallies, but clearly many people did.
And if we can, I know we've got a lot of different images of him, which is helpful, different angles, different looks of him, but we also have now an updated look from the FBI of what apparently he looked like at the door of these lawmakers, if we can. We don't know if this was from Senator Hoffman's house or Representative Hortman's house, but it looks as if it's a Ring camera or some sort of security camera. And this is what it looks like. This is the image from the FBI. Karen, you had mentioned from your sources that there was some sort of mask. He was wearing some sort of mask at the time.
Weird rubber masks.
Right, and this is what the image the FBI is releasing here this afternoon. This is what he looked like when he went to the lawmaker's home. Again, we don't know which house this is. But at least the initial reports is that there was some sort of knock at the door at 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and you look quickly out the door and depending on, you answer the door if they say police or whatnot. Again, in the earlier press conferences, police had referenced that he was impersonating a police officer and had obviously that vest with a taser, with lights. They said he had a badge, and even the officer, the police officer, the police chief of Brooklyn Park had said, look, if you looked quickly, you would not know a difference between myself and this person impersonating us.
Right, and you can tell he's holding a flashlight there. That's interesting. Yes, that's some sort of a tactical vest, bulletproof vest. And then he also apparently had a taser and, as we know, a gun. And that gear, that vest, that flashlight, that mask were all apparently dumped shortly thereafter in a swamp in Brooklyn Park, not far from that home where he shot and killed Melissa Hortman and her husband. So not far from there, he dumped everything, and then at some point got into a different set of clothes, that being the cowboy hat, the light pants, and the dark jacket. So whether he got into those clothes at the home where he rented a room and stayed now and then, he arrived there at 6 a.m., or he changed somewhere else along the way, we just don't really know at this point. Obviously, police still looking for this guy and asking anyone who sees him to call police and keep an eye out for him. There's a $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. They're asking anyone who may have had contact with him to come forward. And although they're looking specifically for him, the BCA did say, he could be with others. There may be others involved, but at this point, all we know for sure is that they're looking for that particular guy, that Vance Boelter.
And I know obviously everybody's going to want to know too, okay, so we see a picture, what car potentially should I be looking out for? And to Mary's reporting, at least multiple cars at that one location in Minneapolis, at least 2 vehicles. Now, did that include the SUV looking, squad car looking SUV? We're not sure. And we don't know if he got into a different vehicle. That's a big question too. We know that the TSA is involved. The FBI is on the ground. Agents are here. They do not want this man to get out of the area, get out of the state, get out of the country, frankly. So we don't know at this point. We don't know if he is still on foot. We don't know if he is in some sort of vehicle. We don't know where he is. We do know there has been that police presence in Minneapolis, and now we're learning why there was such a heavy police presence there. We also know there's a police presence in Green Isle, which is what we have come to learn is his primary residence or at least permanent residence. But what's happening there, we have not gotten an update really in a while. So we're not quite sure what's happening there.
It might be nice to know if he's communicated with anyone. We don't know that. Maybe his family. We just don't know. But yes, he did dump all that gear at some point, change his clothes, and now he's on the run. Police asking anyone with information to give them a call, $50,000 reward. You know, that is the half of the story, is this, of course, this manhunt. The other part of the story is the grief and the emotions a lot of people are feeling, a lot of lawmakers are feeling for the loss of Melissa Hortman and her husband, and then, of course, the shootings of Senator Hoffman and his wife. Just a lot going on. It looks like we have some Skyfox images of the home. That's the home where he rented a room, where he sometimes did some jobs around there, and he had some roommates who said that, you know, police had used battering rams and woke him up, and oh my gosh, what's going on. One thing I did find interesting, you had mentioned the cars that were that belonged to him that I guess are still at the home. There were receipts for that armor that he had purchased. So it looks like this was possibly a newer plan that he had. I don't know the date on the receipts, but the receipts were still inside that car for the armor and the gear that he had used in his attacks on the lawmakers this morning.
And I think you make a good point. There are two sides to this and two really lanes of this story. Is what's happening right now and unfolding right now across the state is the manhunt for this person, but then also the grief and kind of the shock of what happened. And I think it's important to talk about that too. At this point, we have not gotten an update, honestly, on Senator Hoffman's condition for a few hours at this point. We know that he and his wife went into surgery almost immediately, it sounds like, after police were on the scene. They did come out of surgery, indications that they are expected to survive, but we do know that both of them were shot multiple times.
And we could see that in their front door. It looked very much like bullet holes in their front door, so they were possibly, it was glass, glass or plexiglass, whatever, and it looks like the suspect fired right through the door at Senator Hoffman. Not confirmed, but that's definitely what it looked like, several bullet holes.
For sure, and obviously we now are learning more about potentially what happened. We know it started there at Senator Hoffman's home in Champlin. That's the first scene, the first crime scene, if you will, about 2:30 this morning, 3 o'clock this morning, and then that's when the focus then shifted to Brooklyn Park. And that is obviously Representative Hortman's home, and where she and her husband were shot and killed. And then it is all evolving as we've gone up to we've gone to Sleepy Eye, we've gone to Green Isle, we've gone to Minneapolis, we've gone to different parts. Brooklyn Park, we know that shelter in place has been lifted, so that was in play for
long time, hours and hours.
12 hours or so, at least. That has now been lifted, that people are okay to come out of their homes and okay to kind of move about. We saw a live picture from Paul Bloom of neighbors coming out and hugging one another, crying one another. Imagine the emotion, not only knowing that a neighbor, presumably maybe you knew, but even if you didn't know your neighbor, the fact that that happened in your neighborhood and the fear of what has transpired over the last several hours.
Yeah, several hours, and at this point, obviously, people, still scared as this man is still on the run. They're hoping that he hasn't left the area. They believe he's left Brooklyn Park, but hopefully they find him somewhere in the metro. It's unclear if he's alone or possibly with people. We just don't know at this point. We also don't know when he sort of decided to do this. Interesting, texting his roommates this morning that I've made some bad choices and I might be dead soon, something along those lines. So really some terrifying moments for a lot of people. The impact, I think, far and wide at this point as this manhunt continues.
Right, and the fact that he was at that Minneapolis home and texted that at 6 o'clock this morning. What has happened since then? Where has he gone since then? Who has he talked to since then? I might be dead. Where are we at with this situation, this active investigation? We don't know. We're just going to be up front. This is where we're at right now. We do have the pictures of him again because law enforcement is really asking for help, and I think it's important to show it over and over again. This is no longer well, we think this, we think this. This is the guy police are looking for. You see multiple different images of him. That third is terrifying. That is the image from a Ring camera or some sort of security camera outside of the homes of these lawmakers early this morning, late last night, when he shot and killed two, and shot two and injured, and shot two others and injured them. And then the most recent, we assume that looks like it's a different picture with the cowboy hat, or maybe it's just a different angle. I'm not totally sure. That is the outfit that they had been describing him, and with the bag and that cowboy hat, it's a little bit of a different angle, though.
I believe there was one outside a business.
That is what they had said.
Yes, and then then there was another one outside, taken by the Ring camera outside the home where he rented a room. So I think there are sort of two different things going on there. But we don't know where that business was. You know, was it in Minneapolis, Brooklyn Park? We don't know. So following that, obviously for sure. But you know, there's, like we said, two lanes of this. There's the grief and people trying to process, you know, the loss of people who were dearly loved, obviously, those who were injured, and then you've got the manhunt that's going on. And I think the fear is we don't know what his plans are now. Is he just on the run and he's hiding and he doesn't have any other plans, or is he still, you know, planning on carrying out some sort of awful, heinous act, another one? We don't know.
We don't know.
No.
And we know that there was this manifesto, this list found in his vehicle, the vehicle found at Representative Hortman's home. We understand from multiple sources that there were several people on that list, lawmakers included, but also non-lawmakers on this list, seemingly those who were pro-choice and vocal pro-choice Minnesotans.
Possibly some doctors as well, I'm hearing.
So what we don't know, again, to that point, what else did he potentially have planned? That's obviously a huge part of the investigation. We do know, obviously, the White House has been briefed on this. We know the White House, the FBI, the Attorney General, they're all very much in tune with what's going on here in Minnesota and offering their support to our local officials to what's happening here. I do, if we can, I think, again, it's important to look at the, you know, the victims here. Representative Hortman served as Speaker of the House, his Speaker of the House of Representatives from 2019 to 2025. She has been a face of politics, Republican, I mean, just in general, politics in this state for years. She was born in Fridley, first elected in 2004, obviously had a huge, prominent, important role for years, and this most current session as well.
Absolutely, and known for reaching across the aisle. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if Corin's listening, but I believe she was the lone vote, or one of the lone votes on the budget bill. It was very, very hard for her to go ahead and vote in favor of it because her entire party, most of them were in fact against it. So she did it what felt good in her gut, but she wasn't happy with everything in that bill. She just didn't want a government shutdown, and you know, and avoided that with the passage of that bill.
Right. It all involved men care and undocumented adults, and she said it was one of the hardest votes she's ever had to do. She didn't want to do it, but she felt that this was what we had to do to avoid that government shutdown, and she talked about it. It was very challenging, very hard. And then you're looking obviously at Senator John Hoffman, too, elected in 2012 in his fourth term at this point. We know he's married. Obviously, his wife was injured in this shooting. They have one daughter. He has been a champion for disability rights. His daughter.
Right, and his daughter Hope, I believe she's 28, isn't that what we heard?
I believe so.
And I think that we had heard that Senator Hoffman's wife, Yvette, who was also shot, stepped in front of her daughter Hope, trying to protect her, and you know, obviously took the shots and the bullets, shielding her daughter from any injury. Her adult daughter, you know, disabled in some ways, and so she did step in front of her daughter to protect her, but then sending both Yvette and her Hope's mother, and then of course Senator Hoffman to the hospital with those multiple gunshot wounds. They were in surgery. They came out. At last word, they did survive, and we're waiting for some sort of updated condition, which we haven't heard anything in quite some time on. But
yeah, speaking of that, just got a little bit of an update. Sibley County Sheriff saying that the Green Isle situation, they do have some sort of presser planned, but we just don't have a timeline on that at this point. Again, we've been talking about this is presumably the suspect's dominant residence, primary resident,
yes.
thank you. We had been out there all morning long and all afternoon long as folks were starting to gather. There was a staging area. It looked like at a local school parking lot there. It is the home itself a little bit rural, but we saw that there were sheriff's office, deputies there. So we know that they have been there. They have been presumably searching the property, looking for any clues, and we are hoping to get an update on that situation as well. But it sounds like, at least most recently, he's spotted in Minneapolis, not Green Isle.
Yeah, we just don't know where. And what we don't know about Green Isle, they've been focused on this rather large home there in that rural area. He's married with children, does have a family. So whether that family was there during this search or where the family was, if he's contacted his family, we just don't know at this point. Police not knowing where he is at this point, just so many moving parts. I think Sleepy Eye is also a location that police were going to search. That is where his family, like his parents, live, and that's where I understand that he grew up, graduated from high school there. So a lot going on as they continue this manhunt, continue to look for this Vance Boelter, age 57, who apparently did some different jobs, but I think his brother ran a security company, and it sounds like he also worked for that security company.
And that has been maybe kind of the raising of the red flag of knowing some of his past and knowing maybe some of his training, if you will. And that was one of the things that officers had mentioned, that he had access to gear that potentially would look like law enforcement, that his vehicle at a quick glance would resemble that of a legitimate police officer squad car. Even the company that he worked for, the security company, mentioned that they do have some of the similar gear that a local municipality would have.
Those black SUVs are pretty standard, when it comes to law enforcement. So
now, what that means, and police have said that too, we don't know what that means going forward of his training. How that plays into this investigation, they don't know, but it's of note. Some of his background.
Right, we don't know what his mindset is, and I think that's the scary part. It's the unpredictability of him at this point. Does he plan more heinous crimes, or is he just hiding at this point? We just don't know.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us here, I know it's been a long day, and it's been a tragic day. It's been a terrible day here in the state of Minnesota, but we do want to get you caught up on what we know and frankly what we don't know, because I think both are important. And of course the big situation here started this morning at 2:30 this morning in Champlain, when officers were called to Senator John Hoffman's home. He, along with his wife, had been shot multiple times. At this point, we know that they have both been in surgery and they are expected to survive. We have not gotten an update since about 9 o'clock this morning, really, on his condition at this point, but we know that both he and his wife were shot by this gunman in their home in Champlain, and everyone is praying, obviously, for the best and hoping to get an update soon.
Absolutely, yes, and we've been waiting for that update. And there you see the picture of Melissa Hortman, Representative Melissa Hortman. Both she and her husband were shot and killed inside their own home this morning. That followed the shootings of the Hoffmans. So, and it's continued to unfold from there. But at that scene where Melissa Hortman was, they drug her husband out, tried to save his life. They sent in drones, realized she had been shot, and the suspect ran out the back door. That all happening in Brooklyn Park. Brooklyn Park is where our own Paul Blooms is right now. He joins us live to kind of bring us up to speed on what's going on there. The shelter in place is gone, but still some activity in the area there. Paul?
Yeah, Karen, good evening to you. You can see behind me a squad car still blocks Windsor Terrace, the scene of this horrific, what the governor described as a political assassination, political attack in the early morning hours here in Brooklyn Park, the Edinburgh golf course. Melissa Hortman's home, she shared with her husband, 10 houses down, if you will. Obviously, the road is still blocked at this point. I want to bring you up to speed. We have been here all day. The shelter-in-place order was lifted. This neighborhood that had been quiet all day, you might be able to hear the whirring of lawnmowers are out. People are out walking. It has returned to a sense of normalcy. Grieving but a sense of getting back outside, getting back into the garden, that type of thing that you would expect. I want to go back through the video, kind of where we started our day. Again, outside the Hortman house, we've seen the medical examiner reports, both Melissa Hortman, top Democratic lawmaker, as well as her husband, shot multiple times. The medical examiner put out their official bulletin, both suffering fatal wounds, shot multiple times in their own home by this armed suspect, dressed as if he were law enforcement. And in our video, we see authorities scouring the vehicle that he allegedly came in. It's being taken away there on that flatbed tow truck. In that video, it had police license plates. And then as the day unfolded further, this is what we would see. SWAT teams moving from what would appear to be maybe one tip in one section of this 3 square mile area that they had cordoned off, that they had asked residents to shelter in place. They'd go here, they'd move there. We had our vehicle search at one of those checkpoints. You can see the manpower that was out there when they did not know where the suspect was, eventually lifting the order. I did have a chance throughout the day to talk to neighbors just to get a sense of what it was like here. Remember, Melissa Hortman, sure, she's top government official in Minnesota, but to them, they were neighbors, they were fellow dog walkers, they were friends. Once upon a time, their kids had grown up together here, so a lot of emotion here in Brooklyn Park. What did you hear this morning?
This morning at 3:35 a.m. and I hear gunshot, really loud. It's not like a usual, thing that you hear. I think multiple times, so maybe 4 or 5 times. Yeah.
Someone described it as 2 bursts, like one little pause and another. Does that your recollection?
Yeah, pop, 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 like that. Just like he's shooting.
How close did you think it was to your house?
Pretty close. Yeah.
What was your immediate reaction? Was it to take cover? Were you scared?
No, I was still in bed and sleep, and I down my knee, and I pray that no one get hurt. Yeah, that's the first thing I did.
Get down and pray.
Yeah.
How unnerving has it been today?
It was more unnerving getting awake into the middle of the night. So I had the windows open in the bedroom, and of course, police came flying down at about 3:30 roughly. I didn't know the exact time. Well, honestly, it's disheartening. I don't care where you are in the political spectrum. This kind of action against lawmakers, regardless of where you stand and where they stand, is unacceptable completely.
And again, going back to that SUV with the police license plates, the flashing lights on top, the flashing lights that perhaps would have been used in the suspect's security business. We watched as authorities combed over that, pulled material out of there. You think about that as where the manifesto was found, the No Kings scrawlings that would lead authorities to tell people to stay away from any political rallies today. But yeah, just a sense of what it has been like in this Edenborough Golf Course area neighborhood today. And if you guys had any other questions for me, happy to answer just some of the things we've been seeing on the ground here as, again, this massive manhunt continues to unfold now hours and hours later.
Paul, I thought it was interesting. You had you mentioned this guy, well, he had a security vehicle, and that looked like his security vehicle with the yellow and whites on top. You mentioned that there were actually police license plates, so a license plate that said police on it. And then those blue and reds were probably installed by him, because I don't think security guards can have blue and reds. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't want to get into anything that what security guards have, don't have. I really, when I kind of was right here, the flatbed truck came right out of the neighborhood in this direction. And when I was just shooting some cell phone video to put out on social media, those police plates, I mean, it just said police, the P-O-L-I-C-E. And the license plate. Lori is, we're sharing this video with you again. But to see that license plate and say it, have it say police on those, I would imagine are faux plates. He's not police. There were no other, police markings on that car, but those license plates really stood out to me as that vehicle came past. But yeah, the video there is them, surrounded by yellow police tape, investigators going in and out of it. Clearly, I would imagine would be a huge trove of evidence. What's inside there? You know, the manifesto was found there. Eventually it would be taken away on a flatbed truck to be, I'm sure, torn apart and, you know, any other piece of evidence in there to help authorities. But again, hours later now, we still have, as far as we know, we don't know where he is. We have no indication of where Boelter is tonight.
Right, it did look like that trunk was full of stuff. What that stuff is it pertinent to the investigation? We don't know. You know, police are looking at that. Paul, you've been out there since the start. Even at this hour, even though, you know, residents have been given the all clear, essentially, it still looks pretty quiet. What's the mood now? Is it just kind of sadness? I would assume.
I would imagine, yeah, mostly sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think the anxiety has subsided. Like I said, I mean, literally within eyesight of me, I'm seeing 3 lawnmowers going. When I was here throughout the day before that shelter-in-place order, it was a ghost town. I mean, there was one dog walker here, a couple of looky-loos. I know we kind of talked about, you know, is it a lockdown? Is it a shelter-in-place? And I did see 1 or 2 people moving around. But honestly, now that I see what a full activity of this neighborhood looks like, all day it was quiet. Yeah. All day people were inside. All day people heeded that advice to stay in place as those SWAT teams. You saw in our video, I mean there was huge manpower here. And those big MRAPs, heavily armed. And it is, I know I saw on social media, you know, it's not a rural area. Don't get me wrong. We're Brooklyn Park, you know, heart of the metro, an urban community. But we are on a golf course. It is what I would describe as a leafy subdivision, and there are places. So the Hortman house backs up right against Edenborough Golf Course. And once you're out that door, if that's what the suspect did, and that's what authorities are telling us, he ran into the house and took off likely out the back. You're in the golf course. You've got wooded trails around here. So I watched I mean, there were, you know, you've been with me all day. You know, here's a canine unit searching this shrubbery. Was he trying to lay low? They didn't know. And for a while, yeah, this neighborhood was on edge. And then, you know, there was a moment about an hour ago, and I joined you live right behind me. Once people got outside, they had stayed inside all day. Sure, they were texting. Sure, they were watching the news. But getting outside and sort of having that human contact with those neighbors that knew the Hortmans, not as Speaker Hortman, not as a top political official, but knew her as dog walker or neighbor or national night out pal. You saw the emotion there. There was just this like really touching hug between neighbors. They didn't want to talk to me afterwards. I asked if maybe they'd shared just how they were feeling. But she said that we're just friends and we're heartbroken by what happened. So you could tell people's pent up emotions right here. Because again, Hortman, to so many of us that we've talked to today, speaker, top official, government, longtime lawmaker, public servant. But here she's just Melissa, right? She's a neighbor. Everybody knows her. And to have that, you know, what's been described as a political assassination right in your backyard, it's unnerving. It's sad. It hurts. And I certainly felt that and saw that today.
And Paul, you know, I know I was hours before they cleared and said, okay, no shelter in place, that's lifted. He's not in this area anymore. But you kind of touched on this, just the extent of this search for the suspect and for evidence. The dogs were out. And you and your photographer, I think you're with Doug today, kind of got caught up in that as well at the perimeter of this.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, and that was right at that time where they were lifting the shelter in place. Or Doug and I, we ride around in an unmarked SUV. It didn't. I mean, they were stopping every vehicle. It was at that Edenbrook Church. It felt like kind of a spot where, kind of an entry point, or you know, where law enforcement was just in place. And they stopped every vehicle at that stoplight and asked us to roll down our windows and just wanted to check the back seat. He remarked about, oh, you guys have a lot of camera gear in back. They were checking to see if this suspect was in one of these vehicles, if perhaps he was having some cooperation to get out of the perimeter. But yeah, our vehicle was stopped and we had to roll down our windows. He looked around, he did a lap, he talked to us briefly, but they were doing that with every vehicle at that stoplight as it was leaving this so-called 3 square mile shelter-in-place perimeter that was set up since the early morning hours finally lifted. I mean, we've lost track of all the timing, but I think it was right around maybe 3 o'clock, 3:30 this afternoon. probably about 12 hours after that shooting. You know, the shooting happened here around 3:30 this morning.
Paul, you talked about them searching your vehicles, looking at anything. We know that the officials released a picture of at least one of the things they found in the suspect's vehicle, and it was these pamphlets, flyers, pieces of paper, I don't know how you want to describe them. And we do have a picture here. I know you've seen this picture from officials saying no Kings, obviously we assume in reference to the planned protests today here locally, but also nationally. What's your take on releasing this, and do we expect to see more from this? We know a manifesto was also found. Just kind of wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously, I think in this fraught political times, you know, right, left, Republican, Democrat, what you thought about what happened. 2 Democratic lawmakers were targeted. The authorities did not want people going to rallies. They did not want big crowds. They did not know how to translate what that said. So in this day and age, I think, you know, authorities know they have to produce proof. And that was their proof to say, look, the governor's saying it, our DPS commissioner is saying it, our BCA superintendent is saying it, stay away from these political rallies, and here's the proof. Here's what we found in this guy's car. We don't know what it means, but it's here, and here is the photographic proof of it. I think that's what that effort was.
Okay. All right. Paul Bloom, live for us in Brooklyn Park. Thank you for that update. We're now going to go to Mary McGuire, who's in Minneapolis, covering that part of the story where the suspect, after leaving Brooklyn Park, ended up at a home where he rented a room in Minneapolis. And Mary spoke to his roommates and some of the neighbors there about what went on there. Mary, bring us up to speed.
A couple new pieces of information, and then I'll go back to kind of the full picture of what we've learned here this afternoon. We just saw 3 Minneapolis police squad cars pull back to the scene. They said that they were checking the perimeter again, so that's happening here. I did have a chance to sit down again with the roommate that I spoke with before. I learned a little bit more information. David Carlson has known Vance Boelter for 40 plus years. They met in the 4th grade, so that's how Vance got kind of connected to this location here in Minneapolis. He said that he didn't really hold a lot of really strong political beliefs, but he was staunchly anti-abortion. So that is a view that he really knew of. Okay, so here's how we kind of got here. Around 1:30, 2 o'clock, we did hear about a SWAT operation that was happening here at 4830 Fremont Avenue in the Camden neighborhood of North Minneapolis. When we arrived here, we saw 2 SWAT vehicles with battering rams and also using flashbangs to get inside this residence. We have since learned that Vance rented a room at this home. I'm told that there was like 5 different tenants, and what you're looking at here, this front window, that was actually his room. He had converted the front living room to his living quarters. He had his main family residence in Green Isle, Minnesota, but he came here for a couple of days throughout the month to do jobs here in Minneapolis. This morning at around 6 a.m., his roommates received a text from him, something to the effect of, I did something bad, I may be going away for a while, or I may be dead soon, and I don't want to implicate you. So they got that text message around 6 a.m. from him and had no idea what was going on, and then quickly learned what had happened to the lawmakers. Didn't know that there was a connection until all of this news started breaking, and of course the SWAT team showed up. That surveillance image of Vance that you were seeing being published by law enforcement, that was taken from the security cameras here in this neighborhood. He was wearing a cowboy hat, and I am also told that he had access to several different vehicles. Some of them were like that security vehicle that Paul Bloom has been reporting on over in Brooklyn Park. But I am told, I also have new information about that security company. His roommate tells me that that was really idea. It wasn't a fully formed company at this point. It was something that he wanted to work on, but it wasn't necessarily in motion at this point. So around 6 a.m., he came back to this location. Unclear if he went inside the house, but he was around the area. His roommates were still sleeping at that time, so they didn't have a chance to speak with him. But he went to the back, Apparently he was holding a hammer. His roommate thinks that he wanted to make it seem like there was a car break-in, so he smashed a window of one of his vehicles, and then from there they have no idea where he went. So that is why the SWAT operation was focused on this home here in North Minneapolis.
And Mary, I know we talked about this earlier, but I thought it was interesting what the roommate said was found in one of those vehicles. Can you talk us more about that?
Yeah, he said that he saw some receipts for armor. I asked him if there was a fascination with, military style weapons or violence or anything like that. He said, sure, they liked it just as much as any other guy, but there wasn't like an intense fascination with violence or weapons of any kind.
Mary, before we leave you, kind of tell us again, it sounds like police have returned to that location there in Minneapolis.
Yeah, let me just check out the street. I think they've left, but it was 3 vehicles kind of came quickly. They came back, they sort of checked the perimeter again, and then they left. So maybe just doing some crowd control. There is, a crowd of neighbors out here, understandably wondering what the heck is going on. Right. And with a lot of questions. So they've been just checking out the scene. It appeared nothing to an emergency level.
And did the roommates seem real shaken by what had happened and what occurred?
Yeah, I mean, he was hysterically sobbing at points when we were speaking. Again, he has known Vance for 40 plus years.
Yeah,
he said that this is not the man that he knows.
Sorry, Mary, we're looking at some video
that,
from the scene there.
To
see, can you imagine that being outside your front door?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think kind of the combination of, having this happen to one of your longtime friends and then also having this happen to your home. I mean, the front of the home is completely destroyed. Yeah. A lot of glass. The front lawn, that's typical with SWAT operations. You see the big tire marks and things like that. But just totally destroyed, and the inside looks really, really messy as well.
A quick question for you, and again, I don't know if you know the answer. I mean, there's so much talk about this suspect, and everybody wants to, get into his mind. Like, what's his motive? What is he doing? Other than the fact his roommate knew him for so many years and said he was very, anti-abortion. Anything else? Did he give you any indication of just his general demeanor? Was he friendly? We understand maybe he's married. Anything else you can tell us about him?
Yes, he did say that he was married. He has 5 children. He has several pets as well. The roommate did indicate that Vance was going through some sort of financial stress right now. Again, I mentioned that security company was an idea that he had, but wasn't yet off the ground. It looks like he had taken some steps to make that a reality with the vehicles that we've seen. He perhaps had 2 of those vehicles that looked like police vehicles, but did indicate that he was going through some sort of stressful period. And they had a conversation last night where Vance pulled him aside and kind of told him what his friendship had meant to him over the years, and may have been saying his goodbyes to him.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's a lot. And but this man who's known him for 40 years, surprised, shocked that this has what it's come to.
Yep, David Carlson is his name, and very shocked, shaken, crying through much of our conversation. Very, very shaken about what has happened, and had no idea that this was going to happen, and no indication or warning signs.
Yeah, just awful. All right, Mary McGuire, thank you for us there at 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, and I know that situation there really was, the neighbors were really worked up and not knowing what's going on while they're doing the battering ram and that kind of thing. So just imagine living there and the roommate's not really understanding what the heck's happening, right. Have no idea the roommate's off doing what he's doing. And then you got a battering ram and cars in your yard, you SWAT vehicles in your yard. I mean, terrifying.
Just processing all of that. I believe we've got Rob Wilson live for us in Green Isle, which has been the scene of another seemingly pretty significant investigation point. What can you tell us at this point? What do we know?
This is the command center in Green Isle. It is the parking lot here of the town baseball field, Irish Yard. A number of police entities here, several sheriff's department. You got Carver, Sibley, McLeod. We have the River Valley Tactical Team truck that earlier this afternoon we saw it leaving. In fact, there it goes again. And earlier when it had left and headed east out of town, I was told it was going out to the home of the suspect, which is to the southeast of here. It is now heading east on the highway out of Green Isle. And again, the suspect's home is to the southeast of town by car about 5 miles. And we did have Skyfox 9 up earlier today, and you could see some of the tactical units, Bearcats, around the home. We don't have an update exactly about what the procedure, the process, or the timeline was out there, except that they were out there earlier, and then our chopper was asked to clear the airspace, which would potentially be an indication that some operation was going to happen. They don't want anyone to see what's going to happen, but that's unclear. But that was several hours ago, so we've been waiting here for an update. The sheriff out here, one of them, told us a couple hours ago that he hoped to have some updated information for us. He didn't know exactly when. He thought maybe an hour. The last check with him, he's like, yeah, we're still waiting to be able to give you an update. But a number of law enforcement standing by out here in the staging area, command center. Well, again, law enforcement is southeast of town at the home of the suspect here. So again, we're just waiting to see what's happening. But again, they're just continuing to kind of stand guard out here. There are, you can see the command center from McLeod County behind that out of view. Several ambulances standing by as well, which is pretty standard procedure when they're doing any sort of tactical or SWAT type operation, to have ambulance crews standing by as well. But again, waiting to see what they tell us, but clearly they're still out at this home southeast of Green Isle, and again, waiting to find out what they're doing there, what they found, when that is finished, what they can tell us if they've found anything out there.
Rob, a quick question for you, too, just for reference. Green Isle, about 50 miles southwest of I guess, Brooklyn Park, the initial the home of Representative Hortman. Where you are right now, so this command center, as to where the home is, what's the distance? How close is that?
Well, again, by car, it is about 5 miles. There's two different routes, kind of roundabout ways to get there, not directly, but both of those are roughly 5 mile drive to get there. And the whole area around it is cordoned off by police, so we can't get anywhere near it. But again, Skyfox 9 over the scene earlier this afternoon before the Department of Public Safety asked us to clear the airspace. You could see them responding to this scene with some of the tactical gear, Bearcats, etc., around the scene, but unclear exactly if anyone was there. Clearly, they're taking all the precautions as if there's somebody might be there, but this has been going on for hours now, and still waiting for an update about exactly what that operation has done out there, and what they may have found or not found.
Rob, are any of the residents, I know that home seems kind of isolated. Anybody around there who actually lives in Green Isle milling around or seem nervous at all about what's happening?
No, nobody that I've encountered seems nervous. You know, there's been some people coming by here, you know, and we're right on the edge of Green Isle, which is very small, and they were not really familiar with him. Some people I talked to were not at all familiar with him. Some other people said they had relatives that lived out there and kind of knew the name, but that was it. Beyond that, it's, you know, life is normal in Green Isle, except for a lot of people coming by, taking a look at this scene, because certainly this is far from normal.
Right, and definitely at the ballpark, at a park, you don't see that. You wonder what's going on, and you know, there's so many questions. We don't know if this is this the home where potentially his wife and the kids are, or you know, just again trying to figure out, piecing this together. All right, Rob, thank you. We appreciate that. Let us know if anything comes to where you are.
I think let's take a look at some of the photos of the victims in this case. We cannot forget, as a lot of people still grieving as they sort of process that and then look look to the manhunt as well. But let's remember the victims of this case. If we can bring their photos back up. Of course, we're talking about Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and then Senator Hoffman and his wife, all shot. The Hortmans were killed. The Hoffmans shot multiple times, went into surgery at this point, as far as we know, have survived. We don't know exactly what that looks like or what that means. If they're going to be okay in the long run, we're still waiting for information about his condition and his wife's condition. But at this point, I think a lot of lawmakers and people who knew Representative Hoffman are really, grieving, and you can hear it in their voices when we've been speaking and interviewing them all morning long and all afternoon, just how sad they are. And this is, a person that reached across the aisle, represented the Democratic Party, however, reached across the aisle, very friendly. People love to work with her.
Right, a mom. She has two
mom,
adult children. Obviously, she is a wife, and same with Senator Hoffman. He's a husband, and he has a daughter. They have an adult daughter as well. We've heard a lot about this, and again, just kind of piecing together what happened. The first crime scene, the first shooting was at the Hoffman's home in Champlain, and then about 7 miles down the road in Brooklyn Park is the Hortman's home. So not close or not too far apart. Right. Different jurisdictions, different areas, but close, relatively speaking.
Do we have that video of the Hoffman home? I think to see the front door with the holes in the front door in the glass is rather startling, but interesting given the circumstances. I don't know if we have that video.
We're working on that. As we work on that, we do have Corin. I believe Corin is standing by. He has been in Blaine all day, all morning. This has kind of been the command center for updates from officials. Corin, get us up to speed. What have you learned? We know the governor, of course, has been watching this, maybe even still there at that command center.
Yeah, absolutely it is Kelly and Karen. He's just in the back here monitoring all the goings on here. I can tell you I did just get an update about Senator John Hoffman, and that was he is still alive and is expected to recover. A little bit of background on the scene there coming from a nephew is that, Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette were at home, and so was their daughter Hope, their adult daughter Hope, who does have spina bifida. And as the gunman opened fire on them from this nephew, they were hit 6 and 5 times. But Yvette Hoffman literally diving in front of the gunman to make sure that Hope Hoffman did not get hit, and so literally probably saving her daughter's life. And the two Hoffmans are in the hospital, went through surgery. They are expected to survive, unlike the Hortmans. Mark and Melissa were both killed there. I've been giving you some personal reflections, I think, on Melissa Hortman. I've covered her for 3 sessions now, and we're looking at Senator Hoffman there. I can tell you a little bit more about Senator Hoffman. He is, from Champlin up there. He was the head of the Human Services Committee in the Senate. I worked with him on kind of a humorous story about a bill that he put up about trying to stop wake surfing on the Mississippi River over there between Champlin and Anoka and Coon Rapids. Kind of amusing thing because, wake surfing on a river is, didn't seem that serious, but he took it seriously when one of his constituents came to him and told him it was a problem that was eroding the shores along their homes. When it comes to Melissa Hortman, again, I've worked there for 3 sessions. I've probably had 100 conversations with her. She's just, like I said before, a consummate professional, but she's also a humorous person. She knew when to crack a joke, and she seemed very genuine when she did it. She was also one of the warmer people that you could meet at the legislature. She didn't just kind of talk with talking points inside of a box, and so she kind of, had this more human nature than a lot of politicians you talk to might. She could be hot, she could be cold, she could be warm, she could be, cunning, she could be clever, but she, really knew all the levers to push and pull. And it was a Republican former Representative Pat Garofalo who mentioned she was probably going to be the most significant speaker in the history of the legislature. That's like 94 sessions, and she was the Speaker of the House for 3 of them, and Speaker Emerita in the Tide House this year, and someone I was planning to interview just in 2 days to kind of get her thoughts on how the entire session went. I talked to her as the special session ended in the House just before midnight on Monday, and she was her typical self, and I never thought that the photo that I took of her at the podium that day would be the last one I ever took, but it looks like it will be. And I know, I've spoken to a lot of people who were at the Humphrey Mondale dinner last night, and same kind of sentiment is, they're taking pictures with her and her husband Mark, and at no point would they suspect that that was the last one that they would take.
Yeah, Corin, we can tell obviously this is hard. These are people. These are people that you interact with. Our political reporter, you know these people better than us, than most people. You have conversations with them. If you can, could you also talk a little bit about, if people haven't been as locked in as maybe you and others who are kind of more politically inclined, walk us through how the last couple of days unfolded in this session. It was a different session, the regular session, but also this special session, and the critical role that Hortman played in avoiding a government shutdown.
Yeah, as we reached kind of the end of the regular session, everything kind of was coming about late. Like the February budget forecast came in March. And then as they reached, nearly the end of the regular session, they finally came up with global budget targets, which is essentially, all the leaders telling all the different bill writers, this is how much money you have to spend. And at that point, figure it out. They couldn't. And I think I related a story about Speaker Emerita Hortman talking to us at the end of the regular session when she was asked basically why couldn't they corral all these people and get all these bills done. That was one of those times where she was humorous and maybe too much. She said she can't waterboard all these people, and then realized maybe waterboarding wasn't the right thing to invoke, and said we can't give them all colonoscopies. But so then in the time frame between the 3 weeks between the regular session and then finally getting to the special session, it was always the leaders of the legislature meeting with Governor Walz and especially his budget team. So that's, Speaker Emerita Hortman and Speaker Demuth in the Tide House. That was Majority Leader Aaron Murphy in the Senate, occasionally Minority Leader Mark Johnson. The 4 of them or the 3 of them always meeting with Governor Walz, trying to hammer out all the details. These individual working groups were working on each individual bill, and some of them were able to come to agreements and figure things out and, get down the path to where they could have a full budget for the state of Minnesota. Some of them weren't even close. And so they go back there and, try to hammer things out with the leaders. This is kind of comparable to what they had a few years back before I got here, but in 2019 they had what they called the tribunal. But that would be, the leaders at that time would just tell the people, hey, this is how you're going to do it. They tried to be a little more friendly this time and let all the individual representatives, write their own bills and give them guidance. But near the end, some of the leaders had to step in and figure out a few things, and included among the things that they had to figure out was how to get these, the biggest thing that the GOP wanted and that the governor and the DFL leaders had agreed to was this cut to MnCare for undocumented immigrants. And I remember the press conference where they announced the global budget deal just before the end of the regular session, and immediately knew that Speaker Emerita Hortman and Majority Leader Murphy were in trouble with their caucuses, because right outside the governor's cabinet room where we were at the press conference where they were announcing this deal, we heard members of the Posse Caucus, the people of color and indigenous folks within the Senate and the House, pounding on the door, trying to get in, chanting, one Minnesota, kind of mockingly using the governor's own slogan against him. And we knew that they were going to be in trouble with their caucus, and that would create a whole new way that they had to negotiate these deals, because clearly, you know, the health deal where MinCare gets its funding was not going to get enough Democratic support, if any Democratic support, to pass. And so, you know, over those 3 weeks between the regular session and the special session, they figured out a way where they could pull that out of the health bill. And, you know, Speaker Emerita Hortman and Majority Leader Murphy agreed that they would cast the decisive votes to make sure that those cuts, getting undocumented adults off of MinCare, they would cast the deciding votes to do that. I saw both of them cry over that. I'd never seen Melissa Hortman cry until she discussed that vote Monday night, right as the House went out of session, the special session. It was the hardest thing she's ever done. Majority Leader Murphy said it was the hardest thing she had to do as well, but she made the agreement, and it was what she had to do to make sure that the state of Minnesota had a budget and there wasn't a government shutdown, and she kept true to her word on that, no matter how she hated that vote. And, you know, that was the kind of leader she was. She was, you know, just pinpoint when it came to negotiations. And again, like I said, she knew how to pull all the levers in the government, but she also knew how to negotiate. And she was, you know, at least in my experience, a woman of her word.
Okay, thank you, Corin. You know, we know you're there with the governor who's monitoring the situation and the manhunt as it unfolds there at the command center. Thank you for that update and your experience, sharing your thoughts about Melissa Hortman and just your experience with her. Really heartbreaking. I think now we're going to go to Nathan O'Neill in the newsroom.
Right, our investigative reporter taking kind of a bigger look at the violence that we've seen. Nathan, what have you uncovered at this point? I know it's still very fresh, the investigation's still very much active, but what can you tell us?
You know, I've been digging through years of data of the rise of politically charged violence, specifically threats and attacks targeting public officials all across the country. And if it feels like it's gotten worse, you're not wrong. The Bridging Divides initiative at Princeton University has been tracking threats and harassment against local officials. Nationally, they tracked more than 600 incidents just last year. That's up more than 74% from 2022. Now, during that time frame, the group tracked 36 incidents in Minnesota alone, ranging from death threats to gun violence and stalking. In 2022, an Owatonna man made threatening posts about killing law enforcement and politicians. He was ultimately sentenced to prison for having an unregistered firearm. And just last month, a Minneapolis man was indicted for threatening to murder a member of Congress, leaving the threat in a voicemail. Now, political violence is not new in this country, but today certainly brings up a lot of emotions for people all across the country who are survivors of this type of violence. We in fact heard today from Daniel Hernandez, who is running for Congress in Arizona. Now, you might remember that name because he was the intern who helped save the life of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords following a mass shooting that was politically motivated, that shooting in Tucson. And just this week, another shooting outside of his Arizona home.
I'm standing in front of my home where 2 days ago, a gunman shot out the door of one of my staff's doors on their car, broke the window. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but it happened just feet away from our dining room table. We still don't know all the details of what happened in our incident, but I can tell you this, as a gun violence survivor, as someone who has received death threats, not just now, but in the past, it's really important that we tone down the political rhetoric, that we do everything we can to focus on trying to solve gun violence and trying to reduce the amount of incidents of political hatred. So I call on everybody to tone down the rhetoric, make sure we're focusing on solving problems like reducing gun violence. And my thoughts and prayers are with the folks of Minnesota today who have lost friends and leaders who were attacked because of the work that they do representing their constituents.
Certainly a lot of emotions there. Meanwhile, here in Minnesota, we know state lawmakers are getting extra security protection, and we can likely expect that to remain in place in the near future. But certainly in the coming days, there will be a lot of questions surrounding the safety of elected and appointed officials in Minnesota and across the country, and how that's going to be managed moving forward. Back to you.
Yeah, a huge discussion going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to kind of get through what we're dealing with now to even get to that.
Exactly.
So, yeah, a lot of changes, no doubt, on the way, as lawmakers and others kind of make sure that themselves and their families are safe.
Right. We were just obviously talking about Gabby Giffords, who survived, an assassination attempt, and she posted this early here this morning, saying that she's devastated to learn about her friend, who she calls friend, Representative Hortman, and her husband, who were killed in this shooting. There's the picture of the two of them right there. Obviously, she knows very well what could have happened, and obviously we've talked a lot about this, Karen. When that happened, there was a lot of talk of, oh my gosh, this cannot happen again, and this needs to change. And then, like life, we get comfortable and we kind of move on. Frankly, not everybody, but if you're in a position where you're not impacted, you kind of move on. But just wanted to share that with you, since we were just talking about, Arizona and talking about. And in all fairness, people want to think good in people. Sure. You sort of put your guard down, because your natural tendency is think that you're fine, you're safe, people are good, they're not going to hurt you, and then something awful happens. And so, yes, I think going forward, as Nathan mentioned, as we've been talking, there will likely be some changes in place for lawmakers. And I do know that we had, I believe it was a senator on earlier, talking about how he is still being protected by police. They are still at his door, checking in with him, every so often, and letting him know that, we're out here, we're keeping you safe, that kind of thing. And that was in Anoka. Do you remember that? So right, Republicans and Democrats, they were added security to our state lawmakers, because again, this guy's still out there. Right. I do want to talk about, we were saying earlier, just that sense of fear for folks who were in that area, in the Brooklyn Park area, in the Champlain area. We got some video from a viewer who lived in that area. This is in the Champlain area, I believe. So the first crime scene, and this is what their neighborhood was like this morning. This is from their Ring camera. As we know, I believe this is from Brooklyn Park, not Champlain. But this is what was happening. This is something they saw all day today. Crews going in, you see the canines, heavily armed officers, SWAT vehicles, searching for anything. For evidence, obviously trying to find the suspect, but then once they've realized he's not there, now trying to figure out some clues to maybe find him somewhere else. Right,
absolutely. And that was the situation. And Paul, we had some video that Paul Bloom had sent in and was showing us earlier, with the suspect car being towed away, looking very much like a police vehicle. It was one of his security vehicles, most likely. He was had some sort of work as a security guard, but then he had police license plates that actually said police on the license plate. We believe identified himself at the door as a police officer, decked out in probably a security uniform, but identifying himself as a cop with a badge and some tactical gear, flashlight, the works. And so, these people open their doors
and
to what they think is a police officer.
In the morning.
Right. And but he did have one of those creepy masks on that can be rather deceiving. There's his vehicle you see right there. That is the suspect vehicle. You can see the yellow and white lights, which I think are pretty standard, and then there's some tape on the tailgate of that vehicle, and then we have law enforcement going through the vehicle looking for any kind of evidence or anything like that.
I see the license plate here quickly,
yeah.
which you just referred to.
Yeah, you just barely saw it there. You can tell it's a word. Well, that word is police. I'm not sure if viewers can make that out or not. And then they've got the blue and reds flashing as well. So no wonder that you would think, yeah, it's a police officer at my door. He did have that creepy mask on. There it is. But those can be pretty convincing, especially in the middle of the night. So you're not looking necessarily at, oh, it's a guy with a creepy mask, but rather that's a police officer in a police uniform with a police car outside. But yeah, he did, and then he ditched all of that in a swamp shortly thereafter.
Yeah, and I think it's important to show some more pictures of him, because again, this is still an active manhunt for a very dangerous person. Police calling him obviously armed and dangerous, telling people if you see him, if you encounter him, do not approach. These are the images we have from the FBI. You can see obviously the two clear pictures on the left, and then obviously the one with the mask we just referenced. And then there's the one on the far right with the cowboy hat. And and this is the most updated image we have of the suspect here. And again, his name is Vance Boelter. This is what police say is the most recent look. He had a cowboy hat on at some point. We've seen 2 different images of him from today after the shooting. He's wearing kind of that dark colored jacket or heavy shirt, can't quite tell. And he had a bag, a shoulder bag over his body. But again, I guess the interesting part is the cowboy hat. And obviously we don't know if he is still wearing that cowboy hat. We don't know where he is right now. We know there was at least one image like this from a home in Minneapolis from early this morning, kind of 6 o'clock-ish.
Where he stays from time to time.
And then presumably also another business somewhere in the area. Officials are not telling us where. They have not specifically said where that location was, but this is the most recent look at the suspect.
And I think it's important to note, you know, this guy's on the run. We don't know what his next steps are. This morning, we learned, according to our Mary McGuire, who spoke to his roommate, his sort of on and off roommate, that he had texted his roommate at 6 a.m. saying, "I've made some bad choices and I might be dead soon." So he's, I'm guessing, nervous himself of being caught or police finding him, that kind of thing. So he is armed and dangerous. He's likely, you know, he's on the run trying to evade police at this point. They don't know where he is. And you see there that $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest and conviction. So a lot going on with the manhunt as we, of course, still grieve the victims in this case.
And I think it's important to note, too, they have talked Mary mentioned this, but also we know that he has access to multiple vehicles at that. We don't know if he has current access to those vehicles, but we know that he had at least 2 vehicles at a home in Minneapolis. This is the video that you're looking at as SWAT moved in. This was a home that he rented a room from, apparently on and off at different times when he was, I guess, here in the metro or in Minneapolis for work. This is at 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis, and the officials moved in quickly. You can see, look at that. Obviously, that's the front yard ripped up.
Torn up.
We know that the glass was broken. The roommates telling us that about 6 o'clock this morning, they got an alert from their Ring camera, as well as that text that Karen, you were just talking about, that apparently he came back to this home after the shootings in Brooklyn Park and Champlain, came back to this home where he rented a room, and we don't know if he grabbed some things. He came back for some reason. We don't know why. We do know that there was a vehicle there that his roommate assumed he smashed out the window. Why? We don't know. We know that there were receipts found in that vehicle, receipts for ammo and other things that were likely used in this attack. But again, we don't know. We've talked a little bit about that, Karen. Like, did he change then? Did he change into that cowboy hat, the non-tactical outfit, and move in there? Did he get into one of the vehicles? The roommates weren't totally clear because they were sleeping. It was 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning.
And it's unclear what he got in terms of gear, food, survival equipment. I mean, we don't know. Does he just have what's on his back? We really don't know. This is a chopper video of what we believe to be his Green Isle home, his primary residence. He is married, we're told, according to the roommate, with 5 children. It's not clear if his family was at home, is at home, or where they're at this point, or if they've spoken to Vance at this point. We don't know. We had SWAT team earlier there, a bomb squad earlier there, and police have been kind of swarming this area here in and around this remote home, somewhat remote home in Green Isle for most of the day. There's kind of a command center or a staging area off to the side in a parking lot that's not too far away that our crew has been at. But earlier, it was hours ago, there was a SWAT team brought in and things like that. It looks like that SWAT vehicle, though, has since left the area, at least in that video.
I think we also, too, were referencing, obviously, we've learned a lot about him from his neighbor. Mary interviewed his neighbor. Apparently, they've known each other since 40 plus years.
Yeah, 40
they were
years.
in elementary school together, and the neighbor, the roommate, had told Mary that Vance admitted to his friend that he was having some financial stress. Apparently, they had a sit-down conversation last night, and the roommate now realizing maybe it was his final conversation,
goodbye, yeah.
and felt that there was some weight to that conversation of kind of a, kind of opening up, things are not great, and who knows. And then obviously we get this text now. So that's something of note, of interest too.
He actually told the friend how much his friendship meant to him. So the friend didn't think of it, think a whole lot of it at the time, but now looking back, he thinks possibly that was kind of his goodbye to him as well. So. Yeah, a lot to unpack here. We do have a crew still in Green Isle waiting for an update. We're from that area. We're told the sheriff will give one at some point. We don't have a timeline on that. A lot of people, of course, impacted not only locally, but on the national level. President Trump tweeting earlier today. I think we have his tweet if we can bring that up. He says, "I have been briefed on the terrible shooting that took place in Minnesota, which appears to be a targeted attack against state lawmakers." And he goes on to say, "Our Attorney General Pam Bondi and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law." That's from President Trump earlier. Here's one more. "Such horrific violence will not be tolerated in the United States of America. God bless the great people of Minnesota, a truly great place." So really recognition, condolences coming from local, state, region, and of course on the national level from the president as well.
Yes, from all across the board, everyone talking about that this is not okay. No. This is not okay. I do want to do a quick update here. We've been talking about how there's this active police search. Obviously, the Brooklyn Park shelter in place, that has long been expired. Right. But we do know that some folks, maybe you just got an alert in the last 30 minutes or so, just another alert from folks in the Minneapolis area, just confirming and letting people know that there's still this suspect at large. I know a lot of people got a text earlier, depending on if you were in the Brooklyn Park area and then a different area. So we understand some folks are getting those alerts from Minneapolis as well. And that is why, because they are still searching for this person, this suspect, this alleged shooter. And again, at this point, from what we're hearing, they don't know where he is. No. So,
or if he's on foot.
Or if he's on foot.
Or a car.
So just a heads up there that they, of course, are telling you not to approach him, obviously so.
Let's take a look at the photos once again of those the most impacted by the situation so far. We're talking about the victims in this case. We have Representative Melissa Hortman there on the left. She and her husband, Mark, were both shot and killed almost instantly right there in Brooklyn Park inside their own home. On the right there, we have Senator John Hoffman. He and his wife shot multiple times, but miraculously have survived. They've been in surgery, survived, and we are hearing, I think Corin told us earlier, that they are expected to be okay. What that looks like exactly is unclear. Also, Senator Hoffman's wife, Yvette, reportedly stepped in front of their adult daughter who has some disabilities, their adult daughter who's 28, to prevent her from getting injured, and took the shots herself. So we pause to remember those injured in these attacks and these awful attacks, as we also recognize there's a manhunt going on.
Yeah, and we're hearing that the Hoffmans were shot anywhere to 5 to 6 times each. And to your point, the mom shielding her daughter. I mean, it's heroic at that, and obviously there are so many prayers going out to that family that they can recover, and it sounds like they will. Now, obviously, there's a long road to that recovery.
Right. Law enforcement, not only local, but a lot of local departments are involved in this. Regional, state police are involved in this. The FBI, the ATF was at the Minneapolis house. I think they're involved as well. So it's just is a huge, huge effort. This isn't just a couple of departments out and about, but it's a huge effort to find this person. No doubt, mostly because of his unpredictability. We just don't know if he's going to do something else, or if he's just on the run, or what his intentions are at this place. I mean, you can see how creepy and awful it is. He shows up at the front door in the middle of the night at these lawmakers' home wearing this weird rubber mask, this scary rubber mask. It looks like the mask of an old man or just a man, I don't know. But and then, of course, dressed like a police officer with the tactical gear, the flashlight, a taser. He had the works, but then he switched at some point, dumped all that gear and switched into this cowboy hat outfit. So very volatile situation. I think at last check they believed, and they were trying to make sure that he didn't leave the Twin Cities. TSA involved, so he doesn't board an airplane. So they're hoping that he is still in the area here, and I believe they think he still is at this point. No longer, though, in Brooklyn Park. They think that area has been clear. He is no longer there. I think that's pretty telling because he ended up in Minneapolis, in North Minneapolis, at a home where he had rented a room off and on.
About 7 miles from the initial
7 miles,
crime
yeah.
scene, or the second crime scene. So we don't know if he walked to that home in Minneapolis, if he somehow got in a vehicle. I know you referenced a source telling you that he had called a friend to pick him up. The friend didn't know what was going on. So we don't know if he has had help. And the BCA is talking about that. This is our guy, but we don't know if he is if he had help, is currently having some help with people. And that is the big concern too, is where is he? And what maybe is his state of mind?
Right.
What is next for him? We know there was that manifesto found in his vehicle listing names of lawmakers, but also non-lawmakers, other folks. Primarily, we are hearing from our sources that primarily Minnesotans who were pro-choice, actively pro-choice and vocal about that. We heard from the roommate that he was very pro-life, and that was one of the things the roommate said. Not a lot more I could say, but that was one of his big, feelings and his big emotions there. Again, we don't know who else is on that list. Right. What else he has with him.
I think they're all getting protection, though, is my understanding.
Yes.
It was 4 pages of people, but I think they're all getting protection from law enforcement and other people to make sure that they're safe. You referenced his state of mind, that we don't know what his state of mind is, but the roommate telling us last night that he seemed like he was under stress as he was talking about he was had some financial difficulties. So there was that stress, and he was telling the friend that his friendship meant a lot. And then, of course, now you have what's transpired, the stress of being caught, and no doubt his family, that kind of thing, as he is on the run. So we don't know his mental state. He's under a lot of stress, and that, of course, is scary.
Very much so, and it's a scary day for all of Minnesota, for all of the entire country. And again, we don't want to lose sight of who was lost and who was the victim here. Early this morning, late last night, once again, we lost a state representative.
A very, very well-known state representative.
Who had a huge role in our state politics right there. Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband shot and killed in their home early this morning in Brooklyn Park alongside Senator John Hoffman. He and his wife were shot in their home in Champlain. They have survived that attack. They went into surgery early this morning, and we are hearing that they are expected to recover. They are alive, but clearly still in the hospital there as this manhunt continues for the person who shot them and killed them.
I think we're about to sign off here on Fox 9 just for a bit, but we will continue to stream on fox9.com and Fox Local, so we'll continue to bring you updates and information as it comes in. We'll kind of check back in with our reporters, but for now we are going to sign off. I'm not sure how much time we have left. Okay, so we're going to sign off here in a minute from Fox 9. We'll come back to you, of course, I think around 8 o'clock, but then we're going to also continue to stream online, fox9.com and Fox Local.
Of course, if anything big comes and develops, we will have it. Stay with us with Fox 9. Again, or is it?
All right, welcome back. We continue our live coverage of the shootings and killing of Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband, and then the shootings of Senator John Hoffman and his wife. The Hoffmans surviving their injuries but shot multiple times. We have team coverage. We've been following this since about 4 o'clock this morning. And but we're going to start things off here with the photos of the victims involved in the case. As I just mentioned, the Hoffmans and the Hortmans who have been victims in this. The Hortmans killed, Hoffmans surviving their injuries, and their families, though, obviously grieving this morning, along with a lot of lawmakers, a lot of friends, neighbors, constituents. I think both of them impacting a lot of people.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about them and just how both of them really were pillars in their community, but also reaching across the aisle.
Right.
Kind people who wanted to do what was best, and realizing that their job is sometimes difficult and sometimes can be contentious, but willing to talk and willing to communicate. Hortman first elected to the House in 2004. She served as Speaker from 2019 to 2025, so has been a face there in St. Paul for years. Hortman was, and Hoffman, we know, was elected in 2012, currently in his 4th term out of Champlain.
And now we want to take a look at the suspect. This is the focus of the manhunt. His name is Vance Boelter. He's 57 years old. He most recently looks like there in the cowboy hat. That was his last known clothing that he had on. You can see him at the door of one of the lawmakers in that rubber mask and then carrying the flashlight, identifying himself apparently as a police officer. And then the 2 photos on the left. We don't exactly know what he's wearing right now, but he was last seen in this cowboy hat outfit, the dark jacket, light pants, with the bag slung over his shoulder. He is on the run. Police are looking for him. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest and conviction. That is put out by the FBI. But he is no longer in Brooklyn Park, according to police. He stopped by his Minneapolis home. And there's a search at his Green Isle home, which is his primary residence, and then possibly in Sleepy Eye, where he grew up and where his folks still live.
Considered armed and dangerous, and do not approach. If you see him, call 911 immediately. We do want to get to our Paul Bloom. He has been in Brooklyn Park in the neighborhood of Representative Hortman and her husband, their home. Paul, I know that shelter in place has been lifted. It's been lifted for some time now, but still just an uneasiness, I would assume, from a lot of the residents, and sadness. What can you tell us? Get us up to speed.
Yeah, good evening to you, Kelly, Karen. We are along Windsor Terrace here in Brooklyn Park. You should be able to see the squad car behind me, flashing lights. That is as far down the block that you can get. A few more houses beyond that is the Hortman home. I did just eyeball it. They want us staying this distance away. But we went down, looked at the house. It's still, you have the yellow crime scene tape around it. Investigators are on scene there, still continuing to process, comb through. The big BCA crime scene processing lab is on site. So while the neighborhood is back open and there's plenty of gardening, lawn mowing, walkers out and about at this point, which we hadn't seen this morning, that block of Windsor Terrace remains blocked off. We have seen the official medical examiner reports that have come out on the Hortmans. Melissa Hortman and her husband both shot and killed multiple times in their own home. The story now familiar to those of us who've been covering and following our news coverage all day. The shooting initially at the Hoffman, Senator Hoffman's house, about 6 or so miles from here in Champlain. Authorities kind of rush over here when they kind of start putting the pieces together, like, oh, maybe we should take a look at a nearby Lawmaker. We understand the Hoffmans and the Hortmans are friends. The cops arrived here to see this, what we would come now to know is basically a faux police car in the driveway, and there is an encounter with the alleged gunman on the doorstep. Gunfire is exchanged. Police take cover. The suspect runs into the house and disappears out the back and the Edinburgh golf course. Here now we're looking at the video of that faux squad car, perhaps part of this suspect's, Vance Boelter's, person of interest. He has a security firm. Perhaps that vehicle is used in that type of work. You can see the flashing lights. And if you look closely as it's pulled away on this flatbed truck, we were there. There's our video right there. You might be able to see the front license plate as well as the back license plate say police, P-O-L-I-C-E. It's not an official police license plate, clearly, but it did say police. We know he was dressed, the alleged gunman was, in what appeared to be tactical law enforcement type gear with a badge that the Brooklyn Park police chief said looks an awful lot like what he wears. This is what the neighborhood had to deal with all morning long until the all clear was given mid-afternoon. SWAT, heavily armed officers going through the neighborhood, taking up tips. We would watch them sort of be dispatched to different pockets of this 3 square mile area that had a shelter in place order. They were responding to scenes. They had checkpoints set up where officers were looking inside vehicles to make sure nobody connected to the shooting was there. And then this is how the day sort of came to an end. The hugs, the emotions, people cooped up all day in the shelter-in-place order. Once finally lifted, the hugs were many, the emotions overwhelming. What did you hear this morning?
This morning at 3:35 a.m. and I hear gunshot, really loud. It's not like a usual, thing that you hear. I think multiple times, so maybe 4 or 5 times. Yep.
Someone described it as 2 bursts, like one little pause and another. Does that your recollection?
Yeah, pop, 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 like that, just like he's shooting,
How close did you think it was to your house?
Pretty close, yeah.
What was your immediate reaction? Was it to take cover? Were you scared?
No, I was still in bed and sleeping, and I hear the shot, right? So I wake up, and then I look at my husband next to me. I say, "Dad, I hear gunshot," and then my husband's still sleeping, and then I wake up and I down my knee, and I pray that no one get hurt. Yeah, that's the first thing I did.
Get down and pray.
Yeah.
How unnerving has it been today?
It was more unnerving getting awake into the middle of the night. So I had the windows open in the bedroom, and of course police came flying down at about 3:30 roughly. I didn't know the exact time. But, well, honestly, it's disheartening. I don't care where you are in the political spectrum. This kind of action against lawmakers, regardless of where you stand and where they stand, is unacceptable completely.
And I would just wrap this up by telling you here in this neighborhood, it's not Speaker Hortman necessarily. To them, she's dog walker, Melissa, familiar face at, barbecues, and years ago raised children with some of the neighbors here. And I had a neat encounter with a teenager who he was kind of gobsmacked, starstruck that the Speaker of the Minnesota House lived in his neighborhood. He was out trick-or-treating a couple years ago. He knocked on their door to trick-or-treat at the Hortmans, and lo and behold, the Speaker of the House is there, and he had to snap a selfie. And there it is, Halloween a couple years ago, shared with, again, one of the neighbors, the teenage boy on Melissa's left as you look at your screen there. And he still has the picture in his phone, quickly called it up for me. Was so proud that she was here. One more sort of anecdote I wanted to share from my first arrival in this neighborhood. I talked to a neighbor whose home faces, the backside of the house faces the Hortman house. They had their windows open overnight, so around 3:30 in the morning, they did report hearing 2 bursts of gunfire, and in sort of short succession. So they heard an initial pop, 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 semi-automatic, automatic gunfire. They thought about a minute, middle of the night. They might have been groggy, not sure about the exact timing, and then another burst of gunfire. The way they perceived it, based on what they heard from authorities at that sort of late morning news conference, was that the first shooting would have been the tragic shooting, assassination, if you will, of the House Speaker, Emerita, and her husband. And then just a short time later, that gunfire exchange with law enforcement who came from the Hoffman house thinking it was in their best interest to come do basically a welfare check over here at the Hortmans. And that is where they would have encountered the alleged gunman. And he has fled. He has not been seen since. This neighborhood on edge all day. Finally got the all clear probably mid-afternoon, 12 hours or so later. They are returning to life as normal, but it is an emotional time here.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Paul Bloom live for us tonight in Brooklyn Park, where that scene has literally been unfolding all day long since about 4 o'clock this morning. I know you've been there all day. Thank you for that update. Now we want to go to Rob Olson. Rob Olson is at the Green Isle site, and that's where a search was underway there at what we believe to be his primary residence, the suspect's primary residence. Rob, bring us up to speed as to what's been going on or what is going on there.
Manned post for the multiple law enforcement agencies here in Green Isle. It is in the parking lot of the Green Isle baseball field known as the Irish Yard, and they have been here all afternoon. Several different sheriff's departments. I've seen Sibley, McLeod, Carver. I saw a fire department here earlier. There's 3 ambulances back there that are kind of hard to see at this point, standing by. State Patrol had been here at one point as well. This is now to behind me is to the south. So the home that they're on the scene of is to the southeast of town. By vehicle, it's a 5-mile drive to the southeast that direction. There's a River Valley tactical team, kind of a box truck back here. It is not here currently. It had gone out to the scene. It had come back. It has left again. The sheriff here had told us hours ago that he was hoping to give us an update. He didn't know exactly when. He thought maybe in an hour or so, but those hours have stretched on, and still no word exactly. But the fact that they're still here at this command post would tell you that they're still out there at the scene of this home, where earlier with Sky Fox 9 we saw the vehicles pulling up, Bearcats going into the yard. The whole area was blocked off, road blocked around this whole area, so you couldn't get close to it. But they have been there all afternoon. So what has transpired out there? Again, we're still waiting to get an update. But clearly, what is ever happening out there is still happening out there, because the command post is still here. So kind of a wait to see what's happening here, but clearly a police action, a law enforcement investigation that has been going on for hours at what, again, we believe is the primary residence of the suspect here to the southeast of Green Isle. As soon as we get word and they update us on what they have found or what has transpired, we will certainly let you know. And we will keep guard on that right here. Until then, back to you.
Rob Olson live for us tonight in Green Isle, where we await more information as far as if they found anything in their search. What we do know, Rob just said that they are still out there. Their command center is still set up, so something's going on.
Sure, presumably. They still need that there. And we've been talking a lot about how there have been so many different locations here, so many different setups. And one of the other locations was in Minneapolis, 49th and Fremont, at a home in Minneapolis, focused on a home, a rental property. Our Mary McGuire has been there for us all afternoon, getting new information, learning a fair amount about this suspect. And I believe we are working to get her back there on the scene, learning a little bit maybe about the suspect's state of mind last night into early into this morning, as he apparently went back to the home this morning after the shootings in Champlain and Brooklyn Park, went back to that home that he was renting a room from. And we don't know what happened there, but we know he was there in that 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, a real critical a piece of this puzzle happening at that Fremont home. We're going to go live now to Mary McGuire. She's been there all day long. Mary, bring us up to speed. A lot went on at this home behind you.
Yeah, it sure did. And just to set the scene a little bit, we are almost 7 miles exactly, kind of a straight shot from the golf course that Melissa Hortman lived on. So really this would have been a straight shot for Vance to travel down when he came back here at 6 o'clock a.m. after those attacks. I want to give you a look at this home. Vance lived here. He rented a room here for many years, I'm told. This was a home owned by one of his longtime childhood friends who rented out the room to him. The room that he rented actually is the front picture window. He had converted the living room into the place that he was staying. He had his main family residence in Green Isle, Minnesota, but he would come down to Minneapolis and do various odd jobs. I'm told that he was a manager of a food restaurant in Bloomington at one point, but he would stay here for a couple days, then go back to Green Isle and be with his family. So this morning around 6 a.m., he sent 2 of his roommates a very concerning text message, something to the effect of, "I've done something bad. I don't want to implicate you guys because I love you and I might be dead or gone soon." That text message, when the roommate woke up, David Carlson, it concerned him, so he called police, but at this point, Vance was already gone. Security cameras, they did capture him coming back to this residence. He was in new clothing from the suspect pictures that we've seen released by the FBI. So these security cameras on the home, they caught him going to the back alley of the home. I'm told that he had several vehicles here, and he smashed the window of one of those vehicles, perhaps to make it look like there was a break-in one of those vehicles, and then he left and the camera sort of cut off at that point. Did you have a question, Kelly?
No, sorry about that, Mary. We're just kind of trying to figure out what we have and what we don't have. We are looking at those pictures, and we're looking at the images of that home. You mentioned, obviously, the security camera from the home, and that is one of the newer images we have, the one that we have been showing all throughout the afternoon, the one in the cowboy hat. As far as the roommate goes, I just want to clarify. So the roommate did not talk to him, did not see him. It was once they woke up later in the morning, they saw the text, then they saw their security camera. Is that it? They didn't actually directly talk to him?
Yep. Nope, they didn't directly talk to him, but they got that text message. Were understandably super concerned about it.
Yeah.
So that's when they alerted authorities, and kind of all of the puzzle pieces started to come together. David Carlson has known him, like I mentioned, for 40 plus years. He did say that Boelter didn't express a lot of strong political views, but he did have strong views about abortion. But he hadn't really talked to him about it recently. But that is a little piece of the manifesto. Perhaps some people who have been proponents of pro-choice legislation were on there. I'm also told that in several of those, or in one of those vehicles that was behind the home here, receipts for items that may have been used in the attack were found, like armor. So that's another component that investigators will certainly be looking at.
And to be clear, David Carlson, the man that you spoke to, he never expected anything like this from Vance, correct? I mean, this was out of the blue.
No,
seemed.
Totally out of the blue. You know, he said, we asked if he had expressed any like intense interest in weapons or like military style stuff, and he said that, yeah, like we liked that sort of thing, but no more than any other, you know, guy would. He had known him since 4th grade, so of course like a lifelong relationship with him. But he was sobbing during points of our interview. He was very, very shaken up, I think, first of all, by what has happened to his friend and what his friend is being accused of, and then also what happened to the place that he lived. I mean, it's totally destroyed, and I've gotten sort of a peek inside of the house, and it looks like the contents of the house it's very messy in there. So just kind of reeling from both of those things.
Just quite the day of all the emotions and just the sheer panic of what's happening. As of right now, we know that obviously the suspect was there early this morning. We know the police presence was there in this afternoon. Right now, is it calm? Are police still there? Is there any assumption that he might still be in that general vicinity? Where are you hearing about that?
The scene is totally clear of law enforcement at this point, and that is, I've been out at some SWAT raids during my career, and that is typical. Once the authorities move in and they get what they need evidence-wise, they leave. They don't stay and sweep and clean up. They leave things and they kind of get their evidence and they move out. So when we first arrived here, right around 1:30, I believe, we did see battering rams and 2 SWAT vehicles, one at the front of the home and one at the back. We did hear flashbangs, and then they were here for much of the afternoon collecting evidence. But then they were out of here. So they have what they need at this location, and I have to assume that they don't believe that he's here in this neighborhood at this point. But obviously a very critical time this morning after those attacks happened, that he came back to this home, may have grabbed something, don't know if he went inside the house at that point, but and may have checked out the vehicles that he was here. Don't know if he got into one of those. The security cameras didn't capture that, but a critical point in the investigation is centered around this home in North Minneapolis.
Yeah, a lot went on there. All right. Mayor McGuire, thank you so much for that update and for all your work today. Let's take a look once again at these suspect photos. I think we can't really put them up enough, just so people are constantly reminded of who they're looking for in case this guy crosses in front of your path there. On the left, obviously, pictures of him without his hat on, without any kind of a costume or whatever. Then you see him in the mask, the bald, creepy rubber mask that he wore as he approached the lawmaker's home. And then you see him there on the far right in his most recent, with his most recent attire on, this cowboy hat, this dark jacket, a bag slung over his shoulder, light pants. So that is what he looked like most recently. He probably, you know, he could have taken off the cowboy hat by now. We don't know, or if he's just changed again. But that is what he looked like most recently.
Again, 6'1", weighing about 220 pounds, brown eyes. Again, the appearance could change a little bit compared to the pictures you're seeing here at your screen, since we know he has changed his appearance even from the start of this whole thing until the most recent photos. Again, $50,000 reward leading to his arrest. Police want him off the streets, rightfully so, considered armed and dangerous. We do not know where he is. We've talked a lot about this here today, Karen. We don't know, does he have a vehicle? Is he on foot? The presumption in the beginning of this whole thing is that he was on foot. He left he left the scene in Brooklyn Park. He left the Hortman's home on foot, is what we understood. But we don't know if that has since changed. Did he walk the 7 miles to that home in Minneapolis? Possibly. It's possible. But where did he go from there? Does he have transportation? We don't know.
Which makes a big difference, obviously, as far as how far he can get. You know, you can get a lot further in a vehicle than on foot, and that's what we just don't know. I don't know if police know that at this point or not. I believe we have Corn Hoggard now, who is kind of in at the command center. That is where the governor is monitoring the manhunt that's ongoing here. I believe the governor's kind of in the area behind you there, Corn. Bring us up to speed.
Karen and Kelly, he has been just over there getting updates throughout the day, but as of 5 minutes ago, he just took off. You guys know I'm the Capitol reporter for Fox 9, so I feel like I should probably reset the political nature of what happened here. This gunman had a manifesto when he went to Brooklyn Park. As Karen was first to report, there were 4 pages there. There were 70 names or so listed on there, and those were almost entirely Democratic lawmakers and people involved in the abortion issue on the side of abortion rights. So that is kind of the background on who this guy apparently decided to target. Also had some of those No Kings flyers that looked handmade written around in his car. The suspect is also a member of the governor's Workforce Development Board. That is a board of a few dozen people, about 60 folks who are appointed by the governor. I talked to his staff members. This is not a cabinet position. It's not a position involving interviews. In fact, it's a position where it's typically a recommendation from the business community that gets you placed on that board, although the governor eventually is the one responsible for appointing them. The governor has no interaction with this person, and as far as his staffers know, he's never had any interaction with the suspect. And so this is not a board like a cabinet. It is not something the governor controls. It is something the legislature has created, and the governor theoretically puts some folks on there. There is, I think I mentioned before, there are like 60 members. There's an executive committee of about 8 members. He's not one of those members. Those are the folks who come forward with a report from all of their meetings and make recommendations for what the legislature might do to help the Minnesota state workforce and the business community. But again, Vance Boelter was not a member of that executive committee. He has been on that Workforce Development Board since 2016, appointed by Governor Dayton, then reappointed by Governor Walz in 2019. His time on that board, though, from folks who were on the boards, his time there was not really noticeable from what they have said. Talking again about Senator Hoffman and Speaker Emerita Hortman. I wanted to mention something I mentioned before about the Hoffman situation there in Champlain at the house there, where he went and targeted Senator John Hoffman, who is the Senate chair of the Human Services Committee, where they cut about $270 million out of the budget that they just passed. Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette were at home. Their daughter Hope was with them, and according to a nephew, they were shot 6 and 5 times respectively. Mrs. Hoffman apparently shot more because she literally dove in front of their daughter Hope. Hope is an adult, but she has spina bifida and was at home with her parents there. And maybe her life was literally saved by her mother, Yvette Hoffman, in this shooting. But both of them have been in surgery and have gotten out. Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, unfortunately did not survive the shooting. Melissa Hortman, speaker since 2019, right up to this year, so that's 3 sessions. She was Speaker Emerita this session, so she's the top Democrat in the House. It was tied, but Speaker of the House was Lisa Dameth, the Republican, because of the complications at the beginning of the session, where the Democrats actually didn't even have a 67th member at first because of a man who ran and won despite not living in a district. And so that led to the 23-day standoff. Speaker Emerita Hortman led her caucus in a walkout and kept them away as they negotiated the power structure of the House. She eventually gave in and agreed to have Lisa Dameth, the Republican, as the Speaker of the House. But then throughout the session this year, Melissa Hortman's voice was nearly as important as the Speaker of the House, Lisa Dameth. Throughout her career, just 21 years in the legislature, just widely recognized as just a superb legislator. I witnessed her for 3 years as a superb communicator, a great negotiator, a strong leader, occasionally a humorous person, but very serious as well. Sometimes, very cunning, but sometimes just warm as could be. And, over the course of maybe 100 conversations, I don't have a friendship with her, but I definitely had a relationship with her. And she was definitely somebody who cared about the job that she did. She cared about, the media, making sure that they could do their job. And she cared about her community, and I think you heard that reflected in the voices of Republicans we've talked to throughout the day, including former Representative Pat Garofalo, who said she'd probably be, she'll go down as the most influential speaker in the history of Minnesota, and that is saying something. Over the course of 94 legislative sessions, with her as Speaker for 3 and Speaker Emerita for 1, that's a huge compliment to her work in this legislature. And I don't know what more to say about her. She was everything that you probably wanted in a legislator, especially if you're a Democrat. But even if you're a Republican, you respected the work she did.
Corin, I know you're at that Blaine Command Center. You've been there for hours now. Are we expecting another update tonight? Is it only if there's an update to give? What are you hearing?
Yep, there are no planned updates. However, they're still here for the most part monitoring the situation. As I said, the governor left about 8 minutes ago, but if there is a major development, they'll come back out here. They will give us about a 30-minute heads up. And I think you can guess what a major development is as far as they're concerned. Okay. So that's the only situation in which we're going to get a press update here, but not planned to do anything else here. They kind of came out here a couple of times, once to set the scene and one more time because they had some critical information that they wanted to share about the suspect and try to get him out there with that identification, some of those photos. And then later they'd come in and out, just like not on camera, but to give us mini updates like, hey, the FBI has set up that $50,000 reward, or hey, Senator John Hoffman is, expected to survive. Mm-hmm. Little tidbits like that. But, even the press conferences that we had were relatively brief, and some of us in the media were commenting on, wishing we had a chance to ask more questions. But, it's one of those situations where, the investigation by the BCA, DPS, et cetera, they probably don't want to reveal too much. So, in case, this guy is watching somewhere and figuring out how to better hide, or if people are helping him potentially, they don't want that. I did find his phone number and tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail.
Well, yes, I imagine that he wouldn't be open to media phone calls, but thank you for trying, Corin.
Obviously, you know, Melissa Hortman will be remembered as a wonderful human being, a wonderful lawmaker that it seems like everyone loved and adored. Thank you, Corin, very much.
Across the board, and let's not forget a mom.
Yeah.
And a wife.
Yeah.
She has two adult. Her and her husband are leaving behind two adult children as well. And we know that Senator Hoffman also, he and his wife, they have a daughter, an adult daughter as well. Again, the good news update there is that they both are expected to survive. We don't know the extent of their injuries. We know they are significant, each of them being shot 5 to 6 times.
Incredible.
You know, you don't recover from that quickly, so hopefully we'll get some more information there. But let's not forget that they're not just lawmakers.
Right.
They're not just, you know, Republicans or Democrats. They're people.
People with families.
Right.
We want to bring up to speed on the manhunt at this point, which obviously is still ongoing. And let's take a look at some video for a picture of the suspect. Let's take a look at the suspect photos if we can. Just reminding everyone what we're looking for as he is still out there, armed and dangerous, according to police. They're asking for everyone to just kind of keep your eyes peeled. Be careful, don't approach him. It's the cowboy hat picture that is the last picture of the clothing that he was last seen in. This is coming from like Ring Video and things like that. So I believe it was there was one taken outside his North Minneapolis house where he rented a room. There was also a similar photo taken outside of a business. This ring photos I'm talking about. So that's what he was last seen in. You see in the picture to the left there with the bald mask on. This was like a rubber mask he used when he approached the lawmakers and shot them. That's what he was wearing, identifying himself as a police officer. And then you see those two pictures on the far left. He could look like that too right now. So as law enforcement continues their search for him, they're asking everyone to just kind of keep your eyes peeled. There's a $50,000 reward. We've got the search in Green Isle where his primary home is, and he's got a family, a wife and 5 children apparently. And then Sleepy Eye, where he's from, his parents living there. Brooklyn Park's been cleared. Minneapolis is cleared at this point.
And we do understand, just to that Green Isle, Rob Olson, our reporter there live, we're expecting to get an update in the next 15 to 20 minutes there from Green Isle. We've been waiting on that, wanting to see what's happening there. But again, important to show these pictures often because, again, he is still out there. We've talked a lot about where is he headed next, what is his plan. We know the TSA has been alerted. Obviously, the FBI is here. We know that they do not want him to leave the metro. They do not want him to leave the state or the country, so the TSA is on alert, making sure he cannot get out of the area.
Yeah, and an important component of that is he on foot or is he in a car? Obviously, it makes a big difference. Much easier to keep a person who doesn't have a car here in the area, but we don't know that for sure. There's a chance he may have picked up a car at his North Minneapolis home. He had several cars there, but that's very, very unclear, and we really don't know that he's in a car. So one of the cars did have receipts from some of the items that he used in his attacks this morning, like armor and things like that. So he must have recently purchased those items. I believe we have Tim Blotz in our newsroom now.
We do, kind of diving deeper as much as we can learn about the suspect.
Yeah, you've covered a lot of it so far. He goes back years in having extensive experience in security protection. In fact, he was listed as the director of security patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services here in the Twin Cities, and has apparently also served in other boards and other nonprofits. In fact, there was another nonprofit here called the Minnesota Africans United. He was listed on their website too with a number of credentials, having majored in international relations at St. Cloud State University here in Minnesota, obviously, with his master's in management and even a doctorate in education from Cardinal Stritch University. That's a very well-known university in the Milwaukee area in Wisconsin. And this is also curious from his past as well, because he also served as a private sector representative on the Governor's Workforce Council. Now, he was a private representative. He was first appointed by Governor Dayton back in 2016 and then reappointed by Governor Walz in 2019 for that term to expire in 2023. Now, I know some people will probably read into this and say, well, okay, if he was on the governor's council for workforce development, that means he would have had close relationships with the governor. Not necessarily so here. These bodies are typically people who put together advisory opinions or advise the executive administration on policy goals, in this particular case with workforce development in the state of Minnesota. Karen, you know that in a previous life I had some public sector experience. I worked in a gubernatorial administration out west, and we had one particular person in Governor Richardson's office whose job it was to find individuals like this and appoint them to commissions and boards. It was a big job because in state government there are so many of these boards and commissions, and they're always looking for people to volunteer and serve, right? It becomes a big job in any state government to find people like this who are willing to give it their time to advise state government on policy issues. In this particular case, it would have been workforce advisement here. So that's kind of what we know about the background of Vance Boelter at this particular time. We do know that he's still at large, right? As you and Kelly have been reporting, they are still looking for this individual, last seen this morning. The business camera surveillance video of him in the cowboy hat, still walking around in Minneapolis, and then the other surveillance video that they have of him outside of one of the homes very early this morning as he was making that entrance there. Here you can see the latest 4 photos that the FBI has put out, okay? So the 2 on the right are older pictures, the 2 on the left are older pictures. The 2 on the right were taken within the past 12 hours, okay? So the one in the far right with the cowboy hat, that was taken from, according to Drew Evans, from a business here in Minneapolis with their security camera. And the other picture just to the left of that, in the skull cap that Karen has been talking about here for the past couple of hours, we presume that this is from one of the scenes of the shooting this morning. We didn't know if this is at John Hoffman's house or if it's at Melissa Hortman's house. But there is an intense search for this individual right now. The FBI posting a $50,000 reward for any information that would lead to his arrest. Now, this is the closer picture. If you're in another room in the house and have this on as background, come on over your TV set and take a look at this, because this is what they would have seen approaching the door this morning. Him in that face cap, that skull cap, to kind of conceal a little bit of his identity, but you can also see the tactical gear that he is wearing, all in black. He's got the tactical equipment on. He's holding up what appears to be in his right hand a flashlight device of some kind. And that's what he would have appeared at as he walked presumably up to the doors of one of those homes this morning. But the intensive search, it's still going on here tonight, and again, we're waiting for any word from police if they're getting any closer to this. Again, the FBI putting out a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to his arrest. Kelly, Karen?
Quick question here. I know we've been talking about this Workforce Development Board. My understanding, we know it's a bipartisan board. You mentioned that. My understanding is that Senator Hoffman may have been a part of this board at some point, potentially maybe having some interaction with this suspect. The superintendent of the BCA talking about pretty vague terms of there may have been some sort of working relationship or some sort of connection. Do you know any more about that?
I do not know anything more about that at this time. Again, these boards, you know, it's kind of up to the chairman as to how often that they meet and report. They do meet. I mean, these boards exist for a reason, and they get together. But the kind of relationship he may have had with Senator Hoffman, we just don't know at this point.
And we don't know if they overlapped at any point, but interesting to note, and obviously part of the
Right.
investigation. Thank you so much. We appreciate your insight and digging deep into his past. Obviously, everybody wants to know, you know, what's his state of mind and potentially motive. We're still trying to figure that out.
That's the big question at this point, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
And bigger, maybe even bigger question, where is he? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We do kind of want to just, again, set the scene a little bit of what it was like earlier here this morning in the Brooklyn Park area, as we've been talking, just panic and sheer sadness for these neighbors, not only knowing something was happening in their own backyard, but to one of their neighbors. This is what it looked like in the Champlain area. This is the Senator Hoffman's home, and this is what we've been talking about. This is the door. You see the red door there. It's very clear. I am no expert here, but it is very obvious that there were shots fired here. Now, again, what we have heard about this situation is that Senator Hoffman and his wife were both shot multiple times inside the home. His wife apparently shielded their adult daughter, essentially, you know, jumped on top of her, protecting her from this gunman who came to their home about 2:30 in the morning. We understand maybe rang the doorbell or knocked on the door, impersonating police. One would argue, why wouldn't you open the door? You see a vehicle that looks like a squad vehicle, and there's an officer or a person saying they're an officer. So that is what it looks like at the senator's home in Champlain. That scene has since cleared. Then about 30 minutes later or so, 7 miles down the road, they end up at Representative Hortman's home in Brooklyn Park, and that is where we now know she and her husband were shot and killed inside their home as well. Again, this is the situation that we have learned, that's so close, these homes about 7 miles or so apart. And what was interesting learning and the developments that came through out of the home, Representative Hortman's home, is an officer went to her home because he or she heard about what had happened at the senator's home and realized, I might want to swing by another one of our lawmakers' home who is in the area, and they actually encountered the suspect. This is the car police say he was driving, the vehicle that looked quickly and at 2:30 in the morning looked like a police squad car, a SUV.
It did have the blue and red lights on the front. You can't see it in that photo. It looks like mostly yellow and white, but on the front, it appeared he had installed numerous blue and red lights, kind of strip lights across the windshield and on the front of the car, in addition to license plates that said police, like police have sometimes with the black lettering. So it's easy to understand why it was very believable that he was in fact a police officer. He was dressed like a police officer in terms of tactical gear. He had the big maglite flashlight, and then a taser, and obviously a gun as well. So it's no wonder that you may have opened your door to this person. There you see his vehicle being towed away. You can see real quick there the license plate that does say police and the blue and reds that are flashing across the windshield there. So wow, yeah, he very much intended to present himself as law enforcement, which of course he is not. You obviously see SWAT vehicles. There was a manhunt there for hours. Police, law enforcement combing that Brooklyn Park area in a 3-mile area, combing it for hours, looking for any sign of the suspect, but then finding ultimately some equipment, some items that he had used in the attacks that he had ditched into a swamp. We're talking about a tactical vest. We're talking about a taser, probably the mask, the flashlight. He wore that rubber mask. That all appeared to be ditched in a swamp in this Brooklyn Park area. He had fled the area, and that shelter in place was lifted long ago because they don't believe he's there anymore. But he ended up, of course, in his Minneapolis place where he rents a room inside a home, has a couple of roommates, that kind of thing. So from between like 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, somehow, whether he walked 7 miles there or he somehow got a ride between Brooklyn Park and that North Minneapolis residence. He ended up there at 6 o'clock. So it was like a 2-hour or so time span.
And we do have video from that scene. This is at 49th and Fremont in the North Minneapolis area. And again, we've been learning that he apparently had rented a room, a bedroom in this home, and had done so on and off, apparently, whenever he was in the metro, in the area, in the city for work. He would stay there as opposed to his home in Green Isle. Obviously, that's 40, 50 miles away, so he would stay there in Minneapolis. This is what it looked like in that neighborhood as SWAT teams moved in, police moved in, trying to figure out maybe is he still there, what evidence they could find. We heard a lot from a roommate, not only a roommate, but a friend, apparently knowing Vance, the suspect, for 40 plus years, and said he rented that room to him when he needed to be closer to work. We've learned from that roommate that apparently he is married. He has 5 kids and was under some sort of financial stress. That is what the roommate told our Mary McGuire, that he was under financial stress, and kind of expressed how thankful he was for their friendship. Apparently had kind of a sit-down conversation just last night, talking about how it was a meaningful friendship, and now in hindsight, the roommate realizing maybe that was the final conversation and he was maybe saying goodbye in some form.
Right. Now we see video from Green Isle. Now this is believed to be his primary residence. Earlier on, there was the bomb squad, a lot of law enforcement in the area that kind of swarmed around this home. It was blocked off by a sheriff's vehicle, so no one could get down the driveway. Now it's unclear if his family was inside the home at the time or where they're staying. Did police talk to them? We just don't know. We are expecting an update from the Sibley County Sheriff's Office here in about, 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. We've been kind of waiting for some time to find out what exactly is going on in Green Isle. But that's believed to be his primary residence. We do have a crew there who is monitoring the situation and will certainly bring us new information as we get it. But going back real quick to the roommate, at his North Minneapolis home, I think it's interesting. There's a lot of, evidence that points to some sort of issue he had with people who were pro-choice. And those were folks that were on that 4-page list, were people who kind of expressed their support for abortion. And that was the only issue that the roommate, the 40-year friend, said he ever really expressed any passion about. Other than that, he really didn't have big politically charged views.
And that was interesting, and that was kind of an interesting tell. And we've been talking about this manifesto. There were lawmakers on this list, but then there were also non-lawmakers, but people in that sector that were vocal about pro-choice here in Minnesota or had some role in pro-choice. And then the roommate kind of talking about that is one thing, he seemed very passionate about. But other than that, saying he was kind of quiet. We heard that too about when he was on the board. Other people had said, not bad interaction, but really not much to say about him, my interaction with him.
No one has ever said, and all the people we've spoken to, that he seemed volatile or on the edge or, about to have some sort of a mental break or some sort of a break. And that he, any indication that he would do something like this. So very out of the ordinary. And I think Mary mentioned that his friend was in tears as he was describing his friend and what had gone on and remembering and can't believe what has happened.
Right. We know obviously that local law enforcement officials, everyone locally here nationally, are watching this unfold and trying to figure out the latest on where this person is. We have not heard from the governor for several hours. We know he was at that command center in Blaine. We did hear from him earlier today, and we do want to take us back to that moment when we first heard and got confirmation as to what really happened here.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson. Prepared.
All right, we want to join now. This is the sheriff from Sibley County giving us a short statement.
Go ahead, sir.
So earlier today, officers from numerous law enforcement agencies conducted a search at the Vance Boelter residence, looking for Vance in connection with the shootings in the metro area this morning. We did not find him at the scene. The search is continuing for other evidence, but like I said, Vance was not at the scene.
Could you tell us,
take a couple
was
quick
there
questions.
anyone else at the scene?
There was nobody at the scene. There was nobody at the residence.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Ed, what is the scope of the search then of the property or the investigation?
I guess I'm not going to comment on that question at this time.
Okay. Can you say who all is involved in that?
Numerous agencies from the metro area, and as you could see, the vehicles that were here today from numerous sheriff's offices and SWAT teams that were here today helping us.
Okay.
Can you see how big of an area you guys were searching? Was it limited to just the house, or?
It was a farm site. I don't know if it was, a couple of acres, just a building site, farm site.
And can you say if there was evidence recovered?
I don't know that. The search for that is continuing. The search for people in the residence, there's nobody at the residence.
Okay. But in terms of the search for evidence, that continues?
That continues.
Any expectation for how long that could go on?
No.
Okay.
Do you still have deputies blocking off the entrance to the house?
Yes. The house will not be accessible to the public in the near future, the immediate future. The roads in the area will be opened up here shortly so that people can once again drive through the roads.
Okay. Have you had any previous contacts or interactions with Mr. Boelter?
There's been a couple of contacts over the years. I believe one was for a traffic stop. They were very minor in nature, and there was just a couple.
Okay.
Do you know of him since you're the sheriff? I'm not sure if you.
I do not know.
Were you able to confirm how long he's lived at this house?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Is there anything, or I guess you're kind of touching about nothing that's been found that could kind of indicate what kind of mindset or motivation you might have had?
I don't have any information along those lines.
Do you know how many, I don't know if you how many people were involved in the search? We saw a couple armored trucks, Bearcat.
I would say that there were 75 plus people involved with the search here.
And you did not know him personally?
No.
Okay.
Any indication of how long since Western was home here?
I don't know that. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, obviously we just listened in as the sheriff of Sibley County giving us a brief update as to what's been going on there in Green Isle, about 50 miles or so away from that home, that crime scene in Brooklyn Park, learning that they are looking at that home and a farm area in that area. We know that it is that's the suspect's primary residence, right. But he was not there. And no one was there at the home. That was thought maybe his wife and children, who we know he has, were they there? Sounds like they didn't find anyone there, but the investigation, of course, will continue as to what evidence they're gathering.
Right, they are still there going through evidence or going through the home and the property to see if there's any evidence that may lead them to the suspect. But it seems that, the Sibley County Sheriff said had minor contact with him, traffic stops, that kind of thing. And the sheriff did not know him personally or anything like that. So little known about him in the area, but that was his primary residence, or it is his primary residence. He's not there, nor is his family, but they continue to search the property.
And of course, we talk about the significance of this person, and we want to get his picture up once again. And we know that they're searching different areas. That home, of course, they were searching that Minneapolis location. We've heard that maybe they're searching in some other locations where he might have connections across Minnesota. But again, it's important to put up his picture again. Maybe the most significant one is the far right. That is the most recent picture we have from authorities. But obviously that is with a cowboy hat and extra clothing. Does he currently have that on? Highly unlikely, obviously, since he knows this picture is being sent out. But this is the most recent photo that we have received from law enforcement as the FBI is actively searching for this gunman. $50,000 reward for any information leading to his arrest. And I think, Karen, we've been talking about it, frankly, there's a lot that we don't know, and maybe that's the most important at this point, because we don't know a lot. We don't know where he is. We know he's armed, or we know at least authorities say he is armed and dangerous, and is suspected of pretty horrific crime earlier this morning, late last night. But we don't know where he is. We don't know if he has a car.
We don't know if he's still on a mission to commit crimes, to commit violence or heinous crimes. We just don't know that. That is the scary part of all of this, which is why there is still protection outside lawmakers' homes and homes of those who are on this 4-page manifesto, this 4-page hit list. So they continue to receive protection from law enforcement while this guy's on the run. And that is the scary part. We just don't know what his intentions, if he's just intending to hide at this point, or is he still, you know, on some sort of mission to hurt people, to kill people, which is what he's done. It's a murderer on the loose. So it's scary for everyone, not only lawmakers, but other constituents, those you know, who live maybe in areas that he may or may not be in. A lot to learn here as the night goes on. And
as we've been saying, obviously there are entities from far and wide. You just heard from the sheriff too, that everybody in law enforcement in probably a 100-mile radius is focused on this and focused on finding this person. We know the TSA is involved because they don't want him to leave. We know the FBI is involved. We know that obviously our local entities, statewide, citywide, countywide, everybody working together, and that's what we've heard from a lot of people too. Is this is a joint effort, and we are working hand in hand because we know the severity of what this person could continue to do.
Right, and we're going to take one more look at the victims of all of this and how this all started. It started with the shooting of Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette. You see Senator Hoffman there on the right. That was the first situation, the first scene. And then it moved to Representative Melissa Hortman's home, where she and her husband were shot and killed just about instantly. They're inside their own home. This, of course, after the suspect approached their doors, presented himself as a police officer, which he was not, but dressed like one in a rubber mask and this fake police-looking car. A very scary situation, and they opened their doors, and we know what transpired. Lawmakers expressing their grief and their sadness today. The loss not only of a co-worker but a friend and her husband as well in all of this. So really a tough day for all of those, everyone who knows those two people there.
And a loss of a sense of security and a sense of safety, not only for lawmakers, obviously, specifically lawmakers right now today, but just as a whole. Loss of safety for those people in the neighborhoods. We've talked a lot about how these folks were, obviously lawmakers had prominent positions, people knew them, you've likely seen their faces, maybe if you're watching the news or you pay attention to politics, but for these residents who were in these neighborhoods, it was their neighbor who was shot. They're, you know, they're the person who had the dog they would see walking or getting the mail. So I think there's just that sense of that safety is stripped away for not only lawmakers, but everyone.
Yeah, everyone, and especially, I'm guessing the people that were on the list were notified. So you've got, you know, pages of people who hear they're on a hit list. I mean, how terrifying is that? So there's just a lot of fear going on. Senator Amy Klobuchar, as we were asking her, kind of, you know, do you feel unsafe? Or she says it's not about me. It's not about, you know, that kind of situation right now. It's about the victims in this case. But you can't forget, there is a manhunt going on for this 57-year-old man who has murdered two people and seems to be on the run, as far as we know, armed and dangerous, because we don't know that his gun was recovered. A taser, I understand, was recovered, but not a gun.
And we don't anticipate that he's still impersonating an officer or having that, but still that sense of that trust, that sense of protection is also squashed. You know,
well,
you think
now
about
he looks
law
like
enforcement.
a regular guy.
Exactly.
So you may not even, you know, he takes off the cowboy hat and he just can blend right into the crowd.
Of course, we will continue to follow this throughout the night and into the morning, however long we need to be here. But again, we will have all of those images, all of the pictures on our website as well. Stay with Fox 9 here on the air and online for continuous coverage.
And one more time, we're going to leave you with the photos of the victims in this case. Representative Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman, their spouses, also injured in one case and killed in Hortman's case. So we leave you with their photos and keep Senator Hoffman and Representative Hortman's family in your prayers.
Ceremony as directed.
I state your name.
I
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend